Hello everyone, welcome to the TwoMoons Invitational Championship for Secrets of Power. I am Thork from the YouTube channel Thork Hotex and from Team Enigma, and I'm joined by... Hello everyone, welcome to the TwoMoons Invitational Championship for Secrets of Power. I am Thork from the YouTube channel Thork Hotex and from Team Enigma, and I'm joined by... Hello everyone, welcome to...
Go for it.
Hi everyone, welcome to the TwoMoons Invitational, and I am Thork from Team Enigma and from the YouTube channel Thork Hotex, and I'm joined by...
Al, hello. Yes, also from Team Enigma, so you get two for the price of one here.
Hi
Yeah, really
everyone,
excited
welcome
for this
to
event.
the
Yeah.
from Team Enigma and from the YouTube channel Thork Hotex, and I'm joined
I hear
by...
myself. What's going on?
Al, hello. Yes, also from Team Enigma, so you get two for the price of one here.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, welcome to the TwoMoons Invitational, and today we have a very exciting tournament. I am Thork from Thork Hotex and Team Enigma, and I'm joined by...
Al, hello. Yes, you can call me Al. You may recognize me from commentating a few other events, appearing on YouTube here and there as well. Also from Team Enigma, so very excited for this, the first Star Wars Limited event of the new set.
Yeah, so we got a very exciting event. So this event is not an official Fantasy Flight Game event. It is an event organized by the Two Moon Gaming Store, and a tournament where a lot of players from all over Switzerland and from Europe have been invited to participate. They had to actually go through tournaments to actually win to those events. And win those events to earn a seed. And this is going to be a double elimination bracket tournament where players are going to be battling it out. So it's going to be direct elimination. If they get eliminated, they will go down to the lower bracket. So we're going to take a look here at the bracket very quick here, and just to kind of give you an idea on how that works. So as you can see here, we got the upper bracket right there. Players are going to be facing each other. If you win, you move on to the next round in upper brackets. If you lose, you go to the lower bracket. So you basically, it's kind of like a direct elimination tournament, but you have 2 life, basically. That's kind of the goal here. And at the end, the winner of the winner's bracket is going to play against the winner of the loser bracket. And we're going to be casting every round of this event. So there's going to be a total of 12 rounds in total, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be super, super exciting. Let's take a look at the players and let's take a look at the deck list of those players and their player profiles. So I'm just going to go through it. So first of all, in this first round, we're going to have Jonah Roos, who is the current winner of the sector qualifiers in Munich. So a player who managed to take the win with his Aiden control deck, and unsurprisingly, he's bringing another control deck to this event, but this time he's going to be trying something new with the Chancellor Palpatine.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting idea. I think Palpatine clearly is sort of the front runner, I think, in this set in terms of a new leader that might be able to take on this mantle of the Vigilance villainy control deck. He's very similar to Kylo, we saw from Legends of the Force, where he just gets to have a massive flip turn where he gets to, cheat out loads of resources and play loads of things in one go. So we'll have to see if he takes on the mantle. I think a few players are actually bringing him today, so it's fairly popular coming into the new set.
Yeah, we're not going to spend too much time on the... I'm sure we have more opportunities to talk about it. The other player is going to be facing against is going to be Dominic Graber, who is a double PQ winner here in Switzerland. And this time he's also bringing his own new leader, but a completely different one. It is going to be Padme Tarkintown, which is reminiscent to the Quinlan Tarkintown deck that we know a lot of. Same color combination, the same idea of trying to get a ping early on and get to use Tarkintown. And another leader, which was probably the leader that was regarded as the best leader of the set, I think, for many. And it's going to be interesting to see if that pays out. So it's going to be really exciting as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I must say I disagree with his naming here. Quinlan, but worse. I think Padme is going to end up being a lot stronger than Quinlan, but only time will tell.
Yeah, okay, great. Well, we're ready to get into to the game here, where players are setting up. We apologize that there's some information missing on the stream right now. Hopefully this will get fixed throughout the day. We are really sorry about all the inconvenience, and the players are basically waiting for us basically to start. So players are basically ready to start. They're just basically waiting for us, and we are going to be ready to see. What do you think about this matchup, Al? So obviously we are 2 new leaders facing each other. Who do you think has the advantage in this specific matchup?
Yeah, it's obviously very difficult because, I mean, I've tested myself 0 games of this matchup, so we'll have to see. It's a completely new world. But, Palpatine is carrying on. He's sort of, very similar to the Kylo data vaults, like we said, of decks of the past. Padme, Tarkatown is very similar to the Cad or Quinlan that we've seen. Now, my experience with those decks, the Tarkatown decks, is they tend to do very well as like a way of tempoing out your opponent. The Tarkatown is very useful against aggressive opponents. But when your opponent's on a slower deck like Palpatine, if they can stabilize those early few turns and not get run over, then obviously the mid to late game will be heavily favored for Palpatine. So I think it's just a case of, is there going to be enough in the early turns for Palpatine to be able to stave off the early aggression? Padme deploys on 6, so she can't slam you down like a Sabine would and get an early win that way. So it is going to be slightly slower than some of the other more aggressive decks we've seen.
No, I think I agree with what you're saying. I think it's any one game. I think Padme can have very, very aggressive start, especially with the new carries, the 2 drops. So it's a 3/2. When she gets defeated, you get to disclose a red and a white from your hand, and it just gets... So it's actually just being played right now. This turn 1 play is really the ideal turn 1 play against a control deck, because it's a relatively aggressive body that can put a lot of pressure, and if he gets dealt with, it actually leaves a spy behind, makes it very, very sticky and very annoying to deal with. You see Palpatine actually use his leader's ability on turn 1 here to try to find some plot cards, so nothing that really stabilizes the board, and also he loses the initiative by doing that as well, giving a chance for Dominic to be able to attack first. And even if Palpatine does find a removal, then the spy token will come into play ready for another 2 damage, which is absolutely insane. And this is, to me, is going to be the key of this matchup. Really early aggression coming from Dominic.
Yeah, we see there a resupply from Palp, so probably the best thing he could do on this turn, honestly, because as you said, Merciless Contest, Power of the Dark Side wouldn't have been as effective here because of the spy token that's going to be generated. So resupply, pretty useful. I think that does give him, keep him in the game and give him a chance here. But we just see the power of Nemec. Honestly, Nemec is such a key card in this set; it's unbelievable. And we get, the very first card we see of the tournament being played, I think, is the strongest card of the set.
Yeah, no, this is actually very, very, very true. Like first card being played in the set. In this tournament, is the strongest card in the set, and then it's joined by another 3/3. He also put an upgrade on it. I'm not sure what that is.
Hot Shot Blaster.
Hot Shot Blaster. Okay, so that's a Hot Shot Blaster for 1. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to in this matchup. Put a tremendous amount of pressure. Palp is gonna do its best to get in terms. That's a very, very good no glory only results. No when defeated effect here coming from Nemec.
Yeah, that's right. So one of the only answers, this is the key resupply here, because resupply obviously allowed him to do that turn early, which is really important. And then we see Nemec's back again for some more. And we see the onslaught continues here. There's only 6 damage on the base of Palp, and he's now on 6 resources, so he's very nearly to that flip turn already. We're racing through this game.
The big question, and I think the big criticism that I've made towards Palpatine before, was that can Palpatine actually stabilize when he flips as well as Kylo could. Kylo was really able to stabilize game very hard when he's deploying. I'm not entirely sure Palpatine is able to do the same. It really depends on if you got the right plot cards, which is not guaranteed. So we see here follow up here with the K2SO. No flip deploy on 5. The flip deploy is going to be on 6. Definitely hinders a bit the aggression coming from Dominic. And this is probably when he says, "Oh, I would rather have Quinlan right now," but it is what it is, and he's going to be on 6 now, and this is going to be a double vigilance. But it also means no Palpatine deploy this turn.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, but I mean, he could theoretically, right, but he's not going to be able to spend the plots really. So I can see why he's going to delay the turn. But honestly, he's taken so little damage that and then we see he's picked up another plot card now, so he's definitely got some of his resources, or he's going to have some. So he's just not taking enough damage, I feel like, to put a pressure on. 33 HP bases are so hard to get through, and like I said, the resupply is what's made a lot of this possible.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage, but he's just healing a lot. He's been going double vigilance.
Yeah.
But the thing is, as I said, you can't until he's stabilized. So that's going to be a really good Spark of Rebellion here. He's going to see the Sentinel. He's going to see Takedown, Merciless Contest, and he's going to remove the Reinforcement Walker. He's confident in his ability to win in the late game. Amidala is not a deck that is completely hopeless in the late to save the game. It's a deck that does have ways to play some pretty heavy stuff. So let's see if he can. But he still has a really big dominance on the board, and the Palpatine player does not have Super Laser Blast, which is, I think, the card that he was hoping to discard without Spark.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and obviously, if he had had it, he would have discarded it, as you say. So, it means that for the side of Padme, there, he's shown up all his weaknesses. If the opponent has the one card that answers this whole board, then he has the answer himself. Even if he had Blast, honestly, he would still leave behind a Spy token and deal 3 more damage. So it's not like Blast would just completely remove everything.
That's a beautiful.
No glory. Yeah, it is. Yeah, they've been really good this game, just to stop these powerful when defeated effects.
Really ideal no glory only result here. That force a discard from his opponent and get rid of the biggest unit on the board. And Palpatine is going to get deployed, but only with 2 resources up, so not the most spectacular. But he's going to get himself a Sentinels. Not exactly the dream Palpatine flip, but for now it's going to be enough to keep the Amidala players at bay.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think at the end of the day, you're unlikely to always be able to get the dream flip with Palpatine. You just kind of have to work with what you have to, especially in an aggressive matchup. Padme not the most aggressive deck in the game, but obviously in this situation, she's by far the aggressor. And at the end of the day, like deploying, I mean, you've still got a big body that can attack. You've got the Sentinel in place to stop any more damage. You've still got 18 HP on your base. And obviously as the game goes longer, even though Padme does have some mid to late game cards that can be useful, the Poes and the Quinlans, she obviously will lose as the longer the game goes, or be more likely to lose.
Great use of Tarkin Town here, getting rid of the Sentinels, but he's gonna have to pay a price here with Amidala being gone. And here we're gonna see the so what's the name of that card? This is the 3/3 that get plus 2 attack.
Hawke.
Yeah, thank you very much, Evan Hawke. It's basically a 5/3 in space. It's really, really strong, and it's another very aggressive card. And 19 damage on base is not bad, so it's still anyone's game here at this stage.
Yeah, and it's nice to see a game, be so back and forth, nip and tuck, especially the first game of the tournament. Sometimes, with a new set, people trying out new things, you might get a deck that just doesn't really function very well. But these players, they're very good players, all of them. All 16 players have got experience. A lot of them have won events before, so I would expect them to have done a lot of testing coming into this event and expect, them to bring pretty strong decks. And I think here, clearly, they've identified two of the stronger leaders of the set.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm personally still not big on Palpatine. I think Palpatine is just gonna be inferior to Kylo. But I would be happy to be proven wrong. Obviously, Jonah is an excellent player, so there's a way he could win this whole thing, even if he's playing with a suboptimal leader. And maybe he's not a suboptimal leader. Maybe he's just really, really strong. But this is something we're gonna find out. Once again, I'm not disputing the fact that Palpatine is very strong. I'm just disputing the fact that he's better than Kylo. We're going to see an entrench here coming from Palpatine, making it an even bigger body. Podamron came into play, but he's going to be killed by this Palpatine almost right away. And those spy tokens, of course, are basically have Sentinels for now. So right now, it seems like the Palpatine player is just stabilizing this game right now, just with his units.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like you said, there's still some more game left to go here, but the board is getting bigger and bigger. Obviously, there's no Sentinels now up, so there is a direct line because the turn's passed. There is a direct line to the Data Vault base, so Padme could still put more pressure on it and get there. We already know that that's 2 Hotshot Blasters now gone, so there will only be 1 left potentially. So some of the burst is now running out from the deck as well.
I wonder if he plays a Surprise Strike.
Yeah, surely he must. Yeah, 2 copies of Surprise Strike.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Timely, here we go. Is this what? Yeah, Timely.
Oh
Walker.
yeah.
Oh.
What a play here from Jonah. I think this is gonna be the nail in coffin. This double reinforcement walker double heal is gonna be what's gonna stabilize the game here for Jonah, and he should be able to take game 1, despite a really good start from Dominic.
No aggression heroism card in hand for the Nemec either. I don't know how many. I suspect we won't see that too often today, where Nemec doesn't trigger. But obviously, in this situation, even if you would have got the spy, I think you were very, very far behind. But yeah, again, no way to trigger the spy, unfortunately, for Nemec. So it was just a 2-cost-3.
He's looking at his resource, but yeah, he's in a big trouble right now. And also, I mean, Amidala Padme does not have the reach to finish off the damage, unlike something like a Sabine would. So I don't think there's any way for him to deal those last little point of damage here. He's 12 short, which is just not even close to be enough. We'll see. So another great card from the new sec, the Anakin Skywalker, the 3/4. If you have Padme as your leader, or you have Padme in play actually, whether the leader or unit, he gets raid 2, and he's also hidden, meaning he can't be killed right away. So he's actually one of the great finishers of this deck, because can't really be killed. And there's going to be a Cassian. So there's some really good thing going on here, coming from Dominic. I don't think it's going to be enough, but he's going to have initiative. He's going to be able to smash with this Anakin on with 5 damage.
Yeah, it's just this Walker though, right? Like the Walker's in play, and it's just going to constantly heal for 3, and there isn't really going to be a way to cleanly answer that. Even Plo ambushing in can't defeat it at the moment because the coordinate isn't active for Padme, so there just isn't a way to answer this Walker. And if you heal for 3 every turn and trade into units, then that causes a big problem for your opponent. Anakin, as you correctly pointed out, I think one of the reasons why Padme is so good, I mean, she would be great even without the card, but the fact that she gets a card basically all to herself, and a 3-cost 3/4 with the raid 2 is a great card. I mean, it's fantastic.
And I think Hidden is super relevant on this card, because it means comes to play. You can't interact. Hey, it goes for 7 here. That's the finisher right there. If he hadn't had healed so much throughout the game, this would have been game.
Yeah, that's right. But then we see here Walker with its huge butt there, 9 HP, still doesn't get defeated, even with trading into the Anakin, because obviously he only has raid 2, he doesn't have +2 power. So, the Walker still healing up and being able to restore. And there with the Avengers down now, which should completely stabilize this board.
Yeah. We basically have the two major inevitability tools that the control deck have been using since Spark of Rebellion. Reinforcement Walker for the constant healing, Avenger for the constant bolt clearing, and Jonah, the winner of PQ Munich, is gonna take game 1 against Dominic, one of the best player in Switzerland, and both players playing like a brand new deck. That is just so exciting. What a game 1 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see here, I mean, I don't think it was all too much to do with Palpatine. You know, at the end of the day, I think he used his leader ability once to draw a card.
On turn 1,
and then when he deployed him, I mean, like I said, he only got 1 card from it anyway. So the Palpatine not really doing Palpatine things there, but it just shows the power of this type of deck, right? The Data Vault paired with Vigilance Villainy, whatever leader you decide to use, it could have been Iden, it could have been, Kylo, whatever you want to use, it just has, the deck functions so well. So again, not a great sort of indictment of Palpatine as such, but just showing again that this deck that's existed for quite a while now is still really powerful.
Absolutely. I think it's also like, generally speaking, green, black, blue decks are very powerful against mid-range deck, especially when they're able to ramp, which was the case here. And just finding the right cards, like those Vigilances were absolutely amazing. But you're right, yeah, Palpatine here was not particularly helpful. I think a Kylo Ren would have done just as well in this exact spot. Yeah, we'll see how it goes for game 2.
Yeah, and as much as these are 2 new leaders, they are kind of, archetypes we've seen before, but kind of, new flavors of them rather than completely new strategies, which we do see from some of the new leaders. Padme, really interesting there. I mean, we didn't get to see her at her best, I think, as well, just because her ability is so good at stopping aggression. The ping effect is great at winning races, or if you're against a more aggressive deck, stopping them from beating you down. Against a control deck, like many leaders in Star Wars Unlimited, her ability doesn't do very much. But that's just, there's so many leaders in the game that have that problem where their ability just doesn't really work against control very well.
Cool, awesome. So apologize again for the state of the stream overlay, which is not finished. We've had some technical difficulties going into the stream, as you probably have witnessed, and that's why we are a little bit late. But obviously everything's gonna get sorted out throughout the day, and hopefully by tomorrow you will get an absolutely flawless experience. Until now, we still get to enjoy the game without problems, with a very high quality feed, so that's all we need, really, right?
Yeah, at the end of the day, what more than that? Everyone can see what's going on. We're a lot of people watching, I think, will be experienced Star Wars Unlimited players, so I don't think necessarily would benefit too much from having it on stream. But like you said, we'll try and get that up for you as soon as we can. But in the meantime, we can enjoy, like I said, the very first Star Wars Unlimited tournament, competitive tournament, even though it's third party, for the new set. So yeah, very early days here, and I'm glad to see that a lot of people have brought new leaders this event as well.
Yeah, so just a couple of things about this event is that this is an open deck list, so players know exactly what cards your opponent plays. And the other factors as well is that players have 75 minutes. Every round is 75 minutes. So they can take their time to play the game, but I have to say they haven't really taken their time. They've been playing blisteringly fast those first few rounds.
Yeah, it's you can tell I'm definitely not playing down there, because we would still be in the first few rounds if I was sat there. I tend to take my time. But yeah, these players are, as you say, they're going through really, really quickly. Hard to keep up, honestly, with some of the plays they're making. They're going so quick, and it's very impressive to see, despite the fact that we're on 2 completely new leaders. Again, the decks themselves aren't brand new, but there's a lot of new cards in both decks, and these decks probably have some of the highest numbers of new cards because of all the plot cards in Palpatine, and then all the disclosed cards for Padme. So yeah, it's kind of hilarious that they're playing so quickly, despite I'm guessing not being super experienced in the matchup.
Yeah, and also, I mean, as I said, the matchup is not so different of if you compare like Kylo versus Quinlan, but it's pretty much the same thing. But yeah, there's still a few new cards in there, even though they've been widely used and they're not that complex. Also, you got to appreciate the dedication. Both players have a showcase version of their leaders, even though the set has only been out for a week.
Absolutely, yeah. It's great to see, right? Like I don't know if they pulled them or they went out of the way to get them. I'm imagining they went out of the way to get them because how lucky would it have been to pull to pull the Padme or the Palp, two of the better leaders. Yeah, not starting with Karis this time, so we are starting with Bale instead. Another one really strong 2-drop from the new set.
Absolutely, yeah. It's if it would have been on a draw, it would have been it would not have been great because then you can just get powered Darkside. But since he's basically on the play, since he's first player, he's gonna be able to get his spy token guaranteed, and he's gonna go Hotshot Blaster with it as well, which is great because that's gonna give him card advantage, so he can afford to discard a card. But Jonah answers immediately with a ramp, and a ramp that can actually kill spy tokens. That's actually pretty good for Jonah. It's even better for him in this specific situation.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, if he is that a spare? Oh, yeah, spare the target. Nice.
That's a huge really waylay here. Great bounce.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I was going to say the Super Laser Technician having to time walk his whole turn just to replay it is pretty awful there, and now the pressure's going to keep building.
And the thing is, yeah, like Dominic can just basically keep using Bail Organa ability every single turn. And build up his board. I mean, is he gonna do it this time? I think he can because he didn't spend a card on turn 1, sorry. On turn 2, sorry. So he should be able to.
You've got to, right? Yeah. Get that pressure on. You really got to stop. But I would be tempted, honestly, to even defeat the Technician with Padme and just get as much pressure down as possible. I know it ramps your opponent, but at least you're not losing spy tokens then, and just go all in on just dealing as much damage as possible.
Yeah. I would definitely go for the ping here. It looks like he didn't do it. This could be a mistake here from him because he's gonna get this guy is gonna get cracked this turn, and there's nothing he can do about it. So maybe a slight misplay here for Dominic.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, you can just trade in and deal 2 to the Bale anyway. So I mean, it saves you an action, I suppose. You can't just open up with a 6 resource card now. But again, I think there's not really an advantage there to not just pinging it off in particular. But there we go. Just pop the Technician now.
Maybe if you're playing around takedown, I guess. If you're playing around takedown.
I suppose so, yeah, possibly.
Oh, Kira.
Okay. Ooh, what is that card on the left? Is that...
So that's a No Glory, a Resupply, Power Darkside, Super Laser Blast. The last card is Annihilator.
Oh, yeah, Annihilator, yeah, okay. Ooh, what do you pick here? Ooh. Okay, so... Yeah, I mean, the Resupply will allow him to deploy Palp immediately, which is, and you'll still have, with the plot discount, you'll still have 7 resources to spend. 6 resources, sorry, to spend.
Looks like he named Resupply.
Yeah.
Which is going to get played anyway.
There you go. I think that was a good call, though, and, it obviously was correct. Even with the 3 cost, cost increase, he still played it. So it shows, I think that was definitely the right play there. Because now, if he flips Palpatine, he can only spend 3 resources. He may have another Palpatine in his resource row, so he could still play that, which would be pretty good here.
Yeah. So the question is now, how good is going to be his Palpatine's flip? Because now there's quite a large board, 6 more damage coming from those spies here. The Bail Organa has really paid off immensely. And I'm going to see Jam Communication as well to probably remove the Super Laser Blast. Oh, this is so backbreaking.
Yeah, he didn't deploy Palp either, so it just shows I'm guessing he didn't have a Palpatine in his resource row. He did have one in hand, though, so he mustn't have resourced it.
I think the reason why he didn't deploy Palpatine is because he thought he could blast.
Yeah.
He probably wanted a blast. He probably didn't want it to... Because if you can blast and then deploy Palpatine, you pretty much win the game.
Absolutely, yeah. But like you said, getting punished for that.
Okay, Cat Bane coming out. Is that going to be the only plot card, or are we going to see something else? Looks like nothing else.
Yeah, okay.
Not the most spectacular pop flip.
No, they've not been amazing. 12 damage he's facing down at the moment, and then obviously there's going to be Padme as well. It's a close one. I mean, there's 15 HP left. I think he's a lot closer. I think Padme's a lot closer to winning this game than in the last game.
Absolutely, yeah. The pop has already been happening. I mean, obviously, it's still anyone's game at this point.
Oh, no, okay. He did play another plot card. Technically, just so people are aware about how the rules work with this, when you choose plot cards, if you're actually revealing or playing multiple plot cards from your resource row, you have to reveal them all at the same time. You can't reveal one and then put the and then trigger it and then do the next one. You have to do them all at the same time, and that's really important because if you don't do that, you can then put a card from the top of your deck into resources from the plot activation, and then if that's a plot card, you could then activate that, which you're not allowed to do. So just important there if you're watching at home. I mean, we'll forgive them in this instance because it's a brand new set, but you do have to reveal all the plot cards when you flip your leader at that moment if you're going to use them.
Oh yeah, so it does have the plot card that makes it so when you attack base, the unit gets minus 2 attack. But overall, a really underwhelming turn here for Dominic, only playing an L337 from resources, not what you want to be doing at the state of the game. And then the spy tokens are being completely nullified here by this Slimore is the issue. Yeah, Slimore, the card, name of the card.
Yeah.
But
it's a great Slimore, yeah.
Yeah, that was just a great Slimore. Slimore is she's really good. I think she's the only plot card that really helps you stabilizing. Like really does a great job at doing just that. And then we'll see Charleston follow up. Another massive unit. Yeah. And that's going to be 4.
It does get the full +4/+4. So he's amassing quite a big board here. So these next 2 turns are going to be absolutely pivotal here. Can Padme get through some of this Sentinel, actually get those last points of damage?
Yeah, he's going to have to use Talk in Town for sure. But it's gonna be tough here. It's going to be tough. He needs to have some really good cards in hand. The fact that his Padme flip was kind of very underwhelming is really not what you're looking for.
Yeah, and a lot of that, I mean, even the underwhelming Padme flip would have been okay if Slimore hadn't come out, because he would have at least pushed a lot of damage with the spies. But just the combination of Palpatine having a good turn and Padme having a bad turn, I think really flipped this game on its head.
Absolutely, yeah. This was a great Padme flip. We didn't realize at first because he was, as you said, revealing the card unlawfully, one by one. But yeah, once it was all said and done, the Palp flip was pretty spectacular. And we're gonna see Elsie Sullivan's getting rid of the spies.
What I love as well here, I love about this game that we're seeing so far is that we're actually seeing the 2 sort of key, interesting, cool mechanics of the new set. I mean, if you include Disclose, then the 3, but we're seeing plot being used to great effect, and also we're seeing the spies here, there, and everywhere. I mean, the spies on both sides of the battlefield all over the place. We had like 4 spies on the board at one point, so it's really nice to see the new mechanics actually performing really well in this set, which hasn't always been the case with previous sets.
Yeah, no, this is a great game. He prefers to take initiative instead of attacking with Padme and getting another free spy. And killing another free spy, so he must have something really good to play as first action. We'll see if that thing can flip the game on its head.
Yeah, what could be worth that? I wonder if he's gonna just hotshot blaster. Yep, he does indeed. Yeah, just to push the 5 damage.
Yep. So we're looking at 27 damage. So we're not far from lethal. You're 6 away. Those games are those games are really close, guys.
Yeah. They are indeed.
Oh, the Falcon. Dangerous.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But will be dealt with by the no glory only results.
It's tricky now, isn't it? Because from Padme's side, there's very few ways to deal damage. I mean, there's no ways to deal damage from hand, really, outside of Falcon, I suppose. I think that's the only one.
And Cassian as well.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Cassian, and we also
Cassian can be traded into, though.
And I think also Anakin Claim, like Anakin Hidden, can be also a threat. So no, there's a few things he can still do, but the thing is, like, at any time Jonah can just play a heal card and that would be game over.
Yeah, that's right. So I think from Padme's perspective here, we just have to hope. Dominic's gonna have to hope here that Jonah doesn't have any kind of healing, and then he has limited removal in hand, so that he just needs to stick one threat.
Kira is not what you're looking for. And Reinforcement Walker is game over, I believe.
Yeah, you can probably turn off the Walker, but at the end of the day, it can be traded into anyway.
Oh yeah, Annihilator. He's already at 11. Jesus Christ! Oh, that's it. Yeah, 3 Whaley in hand, and Jonah will take the win. Those games were pretty close, but I think the late flip, the flip on 6, is just making your deck just a little too slow. Also, he's showing off ferocity. I think he wished he would have seen that card, because that would
Oh
have
yes,
given
yeah.
his leader deploy a bit more aggression. He had a really bad leader flip this game, with only L337 being played from Smuggle. Playing a
Yeah, I mean,
2/2
up until
shielded for
that
4 is
point,
not what you're looking for.
yeah, I mean, up until that point, I think he was ahead, and I think he was in a pretty good position. Even when it got to that stage. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, like as you said, deploying on 6 really matters. And even though cards, like Sinter or Sudden Frosty or whatever, like a lot of these new cards help 6 deploy leaders get a bit better, it still really slows down your aggression. And in this matchup, that's really, really important. Just like with Kylo Data Vault that we used to see, it's really important here.
Cool, awesome. Well, that was a really nice, quick but really exciting game that we had here. So we'll see you back for the next round of the event. We'll take a look at the brackets and see how it involved. And I'll see you soon. Take care.
I will start streaming right now. No, we're still on the yeah. I try. I can't make the cameras work right now. I will need to put you in directly into the match. Try now. Start casting. We test.
We're hearing you double now. Oh, it's on the stream. Okay. Oh, we are live. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the TwoMoons Invitational. And this is round 2 of the event. We're going to have Peter at the bottom playing again at Chancellor Palpatine Data Vault, playing against Lucas, playing as Antu ECL. So that's going to be the old versus the new this time around. It's always great to see those new leaders being confronted to the old meta to see how they perform. So Peter is the only American players of the event, but he actually lives in Switzerland, in Zurich. He's a very nice guy I got a chance to meet. And Lucas, if I'm not mistaken, is a double PQ winner here. A very, very good local player. No, he's a PQ top 4, sorry. And he went 11th in the sector qualifier in Munich. So another very, very good player who did really well. So yeah, he's playing a list that is basically an updated version of Antu ECL, using some of the new cards. He's using both the Karis Nemec as well as Queen Amidala. Hal, what do you think about this list?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very classic, what we expected to see. Last set, it looks very similar to that, so I think you can't go far wrong. Nemec, while I don't think he's at his absolute best in hand two, he's just such an amazing card that you clearly put him in the deck and I think he'll do absolutely fine. Whereas I think Amidala might be at her best in this deck because, playing her a turn early, being able to have 2 spies and a 5/1 that is effectively immune to damage I think is actually really strong for the deck. So we'll have to see how she actually fares in this matchup, in this situation. Against hard control, a lot of their removal doesn't actually use damage, so can that bypass her ability in that sense. But I do think, she's one of the strongest upgrades the deck got.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So we're waiting to start the players to play. So previously, Padme was not really capable of putting enough pressure to Padme under enough pressure to really win the game. But this time around, Han Tuisia with a vastly more aggressive strategy might be able to do so. So this is going to be putting the new Palpatine, the new Chancellor Palpatine leader under to the test here, and we'll see if he's able to sustain the aggression.
Yeah, we have a phrase here in the UK. We say under the cosh. He's putting him under the cosh, right? Where this will be like, he'll be put straight into the furnace here. Like Padme, like you said, deploying on 6. Not the same ball game at all. Han 2 ECL, his ability really does help against control because you're being able to put more powerful units into play every single turn, and that can be really, really beneficial. And we see here in his list now, this doesn't look like a big deal, but he's got 3 copies of R2D2, and that card is so important in these matchups against decks that run Power of the Dark Side and Merciless Contest because it allows you to protect your turn 1 play from those cards, and that's hugely important. So we'll have to see if R2 does play a role in this matchup as well.
Basically, between Karius Nemec and double 1-drop opening, it's gonna be really tough to get to good Power Dark Sides early on in the game, which is gonna help Lucas to get a lot of early damage. And unlike Padme, it's the deploy on 5 and the sustain. There's just way more tools in hand to be super aggressive. Also, Queen Amidala just going wide is going to be very useful. On the side of Peter, I think a card that is going to be really important is going to be Sly Moore, but he doesn't play Sly Moore in the deck at all. So that's a very big deal. He's playing Massa Meta, and the dogmatic Shock Squad, as well as the Cat Bane, as plot cards and Unveil Might. But he's also playing First Light, but he's not playing the Sly Moore, which I think is a big mistake. This card is so important to sustain aggro and to basically save yourself against aggro. So we'll see how that works.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think there's really, especially with such a big deck with Data Vault, there's really no harm in running 1 or 2 copies just to have that toolbox option. With the draw ability from Palpatine as well, you really can have a toolbox. But yeah, deciding not to even play a single copy of Sly Moore, really interesting.
Yeah, not even in the side. Maybe he overlooked it. Maybe he didn't realize.
And look here, R2D2 coming out, baby. Just exactly as I said. Protecting against the Power of the Dark Side and Merciless Contest. So good at doing that.
Yeah. The other card, do you know what it is?
It's Gungi.
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize the art. This is from probably a sector qualifier.
I think is it Galactic Championship one that? I'm not sure. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's Sector Qualifier. But yeah, it's one of the organized play ones where it's the nice foil with the full art and everything. Yeah, it looks really nice. It looks kind of menacing there under that light.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like a villainy card. I was like, oh, what the hell?
What is he running there? Yeah,
I'll put it on the screen just so people can realize this. So, yeah, turn 1, 2-drop in space. This will allow to filter his draw a little bit and try to see if he can find a ramp. But it looks like he's not going to be able to ramp this turn using the Chancellor's ability instead, and that's obviously not good. We know that ramp is very important, and obviously grabbing a card that is not going to help him stabilize. Basically, against aggro on turn 2, you either want to play a removal or you want to play a ramp, and he got neither of those things, and that's going to put him in a lot of trouble. We're going to see here the classic combo here of Poe Dameron Pilots with Han 2's ability in order to get a 4/5 in space for only 3 resources without any damage being dealt to the unit. That is just really powerful, and this is a really strong start for Lucas.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely right there. He's putting under a lot of pressure here. Pershing, while unbelievably powerful on turn 1, really doesn't do that much after that point. I mean, it's still fine, still good to play, but you don't really want to eat into your curve by playing it. Oh, there's a Prestige Queen Amidala in hand as well. That is my favourite art of the set. I absolutely love that artwork. I'm sure we'll see it get played in the next turn or 2.
Yeah. Showing the wealth of Switzerland here with all those shiny cards so early in the set. This is unbelievable. Those guys don't need any prize money. Anyway, he's going to start drawing cards. This is obviously not ideal to be just drawing a bunch of cards. Peter just really not really stabilizing the ball, not answering the threats. And Lucas is just going to take over very quickly, but looks like he elects to go after the Dr. Pershing instead of going face here. Interesting choice here from Lucas.
Yeah, you know what? I think this is one of those things that the longer you play against Pershing, the more you kind of realize that like sometimes you have to just take the hit to damage on base, because if your opponent gets to draw like 4 cards from that, like over the course of the game, unless you're going to win the game very quickly, over the course of the game, you're just not going to get there. So I can see why he's needing to clear off that Pershing. He doesn't really quite have enough pressure, I think, to end the game quickly enough, and you can't let your opponent draw that many cards for free.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to explain to Beton. Like, even against aggro and even after turn one, Pershing is still a very good card because
Yeah.
drawing card is pretty good, I've heard, especially drawing card for free.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm guessing there's a Chilton in the deck as well, so he does have a way to directly benefit from drawn cards there as well.
Yeah, so we see Queen of no, he does not play Pershing, in fact, so that's another thing I would change about this list, I would say. But so we see Queen Amidala coming out on turn 3 thanks to the discount. So this is such a strong combo because you're getting a 5-1, but since nobody can attack Amidala directly, then it doesn't really matter unless your opponent has some sort of way to deal -1/-1, which we know in this deck there's none. So this is just such a huge amount of pressure that early on. It's the first time that we're seeing this combo, and I can guarantee you guys it's not going to be the last time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Queen Amidala, she's a bit harder to make work than like Nemec, for example. Nemec can just go in like so many different decks and just be great no matter what. But if you can find the right deck for her, and I think Hantu ECL really is the key here. Even though I'm sure she'll go in other decks as well, but just the ability to play her turn early, you can see the pressure she puts on, slamming into base of 5 there. If you can get an upgrade on her, General's Blade or something like that, she can be really difficult to deal with those spy tokens active.
Yeah. There are counters to her. Obviously, we can like the Luke -3/-3, the Hanakin -3/-3, and Tarzan Assassin. So there's ways to counter her, but not every deck have access to those.
And
So
she comes
it's
down so early as well, right? Like against Anakin, she comes down 2 turns earlier in hand 2. So it's it can be a problem. They got Fell the Dragon answering her, but for 1 resource less than for the same resources that hand 2 paid for her, and he got the spy tokens and 5 damage out of it as well.
he got 7 damage, however, and force also an attack on Krennic. The amount of value is just off the chart here. And keep in mind that that Lucas has not deployed his leader yet, so there's still plenty of damage left over. He hasn't actually used any resources so far on his units here. So it's just an absolutely a great game that that Han is having right now.
Yeah, so yeah, he has to deal with the shield there. The Pershing, it does hit the shield.
Yes,
So yeah,
yes, it's not an indirect damage, so you have to take the damage to lose the shield here.
yeah. I wonder if you just yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, you don't just defeat the Pershing there. I think that's the right play there. More damage coming down now, up to 20 now, so over halfway, 13, well over halfway, 13 damage left on the base of Palpatine now.
Yep. I mean, Super Isoblast can reset the game, and but since he hasn't ramped, he's still 2 turns away from it. That's gonna be a really long time. Oh, we're gonna see a really powerful
Grow attack pod, yeah.
attack pod. Yeah, sorry, thank you for reminding me the name of that card. Used to be called for a very long time the Sabine's Fire Spray. That does have great. So there's of course a synergy between Hanchu and the attack pod as he comes to play ready if there's at least 15 damage on opponent base, and then Grit. So you play it for a discount, and then you get to increase its attack as well. And just the amount of damage here is just completely absurd. So 29 damage. Almost every single unit on the board is lethal. And now we're gonna see if Chancellor Palpatine can indeed stabilize the game here.
Yeah, I mean, this is real test, right? Like, he's going to have to stabilize the game against a huge board with only 4 HP left. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult, but it's probably possible. I think it would be even more possible if he had Slimer, but he doesn't. So, we have to make do without that.
Okay, if honestly, guys, I'll say it right now. If Chancellor Palpatine flip stabilizes this game, I ready to admit right away I was wrong. Chancellor Palpatine is a great leader. Let's see.
Here we
I
go.
don't think.
Right,
We'll
now
see.
let's see if he does it correctly. Does he reveal them all first? He does.
Yeah,
He's doing it correctly. Okay.
Oh yeah, but that's only aggressive. Okay, no, he does have. So are you only revealing the one you play, or you're revealing every?
Yeah. You have to reveal the ones you play. So whichever ones
Okay.
you intend to play.
Okay. So he's doing it wrong, but in a different way.
Well, he can. I think you can technically reveal them all and then choose which ones to play, right? So you can see how they resolve and then choose the ones you want to play, and then the other ones just go back into your resources. So you can do it this way. This is legal.
Okay. That's the wrong one.
So yeah, that's all of his resources there. So that's the 7 for the first light, and then the Palpatine obviously will be free thanks to the leader.
So
Palpatine's
first
ability.
light will deal with the X-wing. But does he have he's not healing from this, right? It's just an ambush.
Yeah, so just ambush, and then obviously he's got the sentinels on the ground as well. But does a lot to stabilize, but is it going to be enough? Seems unlikely at this point.
Yeah. It's at least those spies have basically okay. That's going to be Wrecker. Yeah, Wrecker ECL basically wins the game here.
Yeah, so even,
not even
just the
close.
one from Wrecker. Yeah, well, if he didn't have the Wrecker, it might have been a bit closer. But we just saw there. I don't believe the Palpatine didn't ramp that game, right? And I think
no, he did not ramp.
Yeah, this is you see the difference here in the 3 games we've watched so far. In the game where Palpatine ramped, he won, and the game he didn't ramp, he didn't win. And so far from the 3 games we've seen, it's not a big sample size, but I do think the correlation between ramping in these decks and not ramping is huge. Being able to deploy Palpatine on 6 resources is obviously such a big difference, or on the 6 resource turn for your opponent. So
let's take a look what Peter has that could help him in this matchup. One of the notorious things that he plays in his deck that I think Jonah was not playing was he's playing the Vader timely intervention combo, which can be very, very powerful. Okay, so it looks like we're going back to Lucas. So let's see what Lucas has in the sideboard that can make this matchup even better for him. I believe in this case he's gonna have in the Sham Syndulla. Obviously, opponents is a ramp deck, and if you're not ramping, you're winning the game anyway. So. And then the other card he's going to side is probably going to be the I forgot the name, the 7/7 dude, Mr. Killer Index, sorry.
Yeah.
Just for a bit of late game sustain to recover after a Super Laser Blast. On Peter's side, so the card that he's probably going to side in this matchup, I would say, maybe Vigilance is not bad. Reinforced Walker is a better late game card than Avenger and Relentless.
Yeah.
But not really a whole lot going on in this matchup. He's going to play the Devastating Gunship as well. Devastating Gunship is very, very good in this matchup. Mm-hmm. But yeah, not a whole lot going on. He's playing the 0/6 official guy that gets +1 attack for I think he's called
Major Party Gas.
Yes, thank you very much. So his version is definitely a lot spicier than the one that we saw from Jonah.
Yeah, it is spicier. It's probably also less consistent, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, it's probably worse, let's be honest.
Yeah, spice usually doesn't equate to higher win rate, but it's interesting to see some of these cards. I wasn't expecting Major Party Gas to see too much play. I would say on the problem here that Peter's got with his Palpatine Data Vault is that his opponent only had 1 copy of Sham Syndulla main deck. So even if he had have ramped, then he was only dealing with 1 copy, he might not have drawn it. But now post board, 3 copies of Sham Syndulla will make this matchup a lot harder, in my opinion, because as we said earlier, Palpatine is favored probably when he ramps, and if he doesn't ramp, he's in a lot of trouble. But then even if he ramps, that Sham Syndulla is such an amazing answer to resupply or Superla's Technician. Being able to play in this case, a 3 cost 5/2 that casts resupply for free is just unbelievable.
Yeah, something you have to understand though is that you're saying just that Peter is favored if his opponent ramps, but that's not like. But it comes down also to the fact that he was playing in Padme, which is a much slower leader. I think Hantu. Even if he ramps, it's not an easy matchup against Hantu. Like the matchup is very different. Hantu is just much more aggressive, much more capable of just winning the game before Chancellor Palpatine gets online.
Oh yeah, no. What I'm saying is that in order to win, he basically has to ramp, and that to even have a chance. And then when he ramps, his opponent has the best card in the game against that anyway. So it's not a good position to be in for Palpatine at all in this matchup.
Absolutely, no, I agree. So yeah, Peter not only is working with a version of the deck which I think is not as optimal as Jonah, he's also working in a much more difficult matchup as well.
Yes, indeed. But still, these decks are powerful. These command vigilance Philly decks have lasted a long time. They've been powerful for a long time. Most of the deck has remained pretty similar for that time as well. The key cards are always there, so there will always be a chance to win. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
It's just difficult. Very, very difficult.
Yeah, he's still playing Barrage in his deck. He's still playing Barrage. He still has also the even though it's not super consistent, the Vader ECL combo is still incredible and can completely turn things around. So there's still tools for Palpatine to win the game. Turn 1 Pershing here is a much better turn 1. Having Pershing on turn 1 is much better than on turn 2. Against a Gungi, I think it's a good start here for the Palpatine player, especially if he finds a revool against that Gungi, then he's going to be pretty far ahead.
Yeah, but it's a big if, right? But if he has it, like you said, this game's completely different because Pershing on turn 1 and then no R2D2 to buffer against removal. But does he have it is the question. Doesn't look as though he does. No.
No, he doesn't. He's going to be able to draw a lot of cards, though, because he's going to be able to use Palpatine's ability and draw from Pershing. And we can also see here that both players are playing with showcases again, showcase leader again. So
Absolutely, it's what we want to see. I don't want to see a single non-showcase leader today.
yeah. Well, filthy peasants if you're not able to afford.
Oh, this play is again exclusive to hand 2. Deciding not to pilot the Alliance X-wing there. That's interesting.
Yeah, like in this case, he's kind of giving out the X-wing for free.
Yeah.
Which is a bit annoying. It is something that you do sometimes against control because once again, to play around Power Dark Side, going wide against control can sometimes be the right strategy. But I wonder if it is the right strategy in this specific situation.
Yeah, I like you said, I think when you're not protecting the X-wing, I completely agree. People don't actually play him as a unit enough. But here, where immediately that A-wing's going to get traded into, and he's going to be able to pop the Inferno 4 as well, which is pretty good for Palpatine. I don't know. Yeah, pretty questionable, I would say. Yeah.
Cool. So at this point, no damage on base here, so not a terrible situation to be in for Peter. And once again, he's gonna take the time to kill the Pershing, takes control of this board, but that also gives some time for Palpatine. Now Palpatine still hasn't ramped this game, unfortunately. That has been kind of the bane of Peter that in that best of 3 was not able to ramp every time, and that officer is not gonna help him.
Yeah, Major Party Guy's not too good here. This is going from bad to worse here. A few things just want to point out. I think part of the reason why we saw the Pogo ground instead of piloting is just so that he could trade into Pershing. And it really is, I think he's putting a premium on denying the Pershing card draw. And I think that's absolutely correct. We see that, Data Vault has got so much HP that I don't think you can go full face. Major Party Guy's not going to do a whole lot here at all. Really not in his prime in this situation. And then Gungi with General's Blade is just such a powerful play. And then we see the Sham Syndulla come out. Obviously not going to ramp him here. They're both on the same resources, but even still, just getting a 5-2 there for one resource effectively. Really nice.
Yeah, General's Blade here, still a fantastic card, be able to play things with a discount. And he's going to combine the discount of Han 2 with the discount from General's Blade to put down Sham Syndulla. But that Sham Syndulla, unfortunately, not going to ramp him any card, but still putting a 5-2 for 1. Not a bad deal.
No, not at all. I would play a 1 cost 5-2 any day of the week in any deck. So, yeah.
That puts a lot of pressure, doesn't it?
And
he's gonna. I believe he has a Padme in hand, so he's gonna be able to follow with Padme on the turn after, on this Han 2 flip. Quite a good.
Sorry, I just want to point out something here as well. Oh, Velvet Dragon, really nice answer though, but again, it's just again slightly slow here with all the pressure that's being built up. I just want to point something out. Somebody in chat actually put there, God, I hate Data Vault, but here we're seeing actually, I think part of the problem with Data Vault, while don't get me wrong, it's a really, really powerful base. Of course, it's absolutely powerful, but the cost to your deck building matters, right? Here, especially in a ramp deck, you're going to have ramp less often, and we've seen now 2 games in a row where Palpatine didn't have ramp that maybe he would have done if he was playing a 30 HP base or ECL, So it does add up. There are games where you will lose them because you're playing Data Vault. It does happen.
Yeah, you need to be able to play a game that can play without ramp because you won't get it every time. And it's not because Jonah is doing it every single game that is the standard.
Yeah.
So we see the Palpatine, not a prestige version this time. That is majorly disappointing.
Yeah, you know what I really don't like, and maybe it's just the OCD, but I don't like the running one prestige and then one non-prestige, right? But to be honest with you, this early in the set, it's probably just what legendaries can you get your hands on, right? Because the Queen, Queen Amidala is a legendary, so you know, being able to get the full play set of 3 prestige is probably quite hard in the
Um,
first week of a set.
But if you know that, I opened 2 boxes yesterday and I found
Hmm.
2 Queen Amidala.
Oh, okay, very
And I'm
nice.
gonna get a
Lucky
third
you.
one from a trade, so I get my playset first week.
Oh, nice. Okay, well, very good.
And I don't even buy that many cards, it's just 2 booster box.
Well, there you go. It works out if you get the strongest legendary in the set twice in those boxes. So
Yeah, absolutely. It was in the same box as well. It was not even
oh, nice.
yeah.
Vigilance. There we go. A nice answer to Queen Amidala, but again, paying 6 to answer her. Yes, you heal for 5, but paying 6 to answer her. You know, when your opponent is putting more and more threats on the board, it's you know, it's not slowing down the aggression anywhere near enough, in my opinion. And I think we're going to be in the position once again where we're going to have to see an incredible Palpatine deploy with, you know, making use of the best block cards to try and stop this. But once again, can you see in hand there, Wrecker ECL is available next turn as well, or this turn actually. Wrecker ECL is available, and Partagaz is the perfect target for that.
And the poor Major Partagaz has nothing to do but just to sit down and look at what's happening. He's completely hopeless. He's like
And we're really not seeing him at his best. I mean, I don't really understand the idea of putting him in the deck anyway. I think it's maybe worth interesting trying out, but here, stopping aggression is really not where he shines at all.
no. He's a great card in some decks, like in some very aggressive official decks. But in this deck, it's absolutely not what the card you're looking for at all. And you can see here, just sitting down, looking at the board of Hantu just developing more and more. And you were saying earlier that Vigilance is not a great answer, and I think one of the reasons is because you're still leaving behind 2 spy tokens as well.
Yeah.
So it's another thing as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is it, you know, this is the power. And
Yeah,
we see
Peter
it
is going
again.
to tap out.
Yeah, I'm
Very
not
one-sided
surprised.
games.
Absolutely, yeah. There's just nothing you can do. No matter how many resources you've got to spend on plot there's nothing you can do to stabilize against that board. ECL still not being used.
Yeah, I hope we can take a look at the bracket to see where we at this moment. Peter is going to be on the lower bracket, so he's not eliminated yet of the event.
No.
He's still going to have other chances to play. Yeah, I think his deck still needs some refining. This also happens when you try new leaders. Is that the disadvantage, of course, of playing something very brand new is that you don't always have the deck list to go from. You don't necessarily always find, and you have to go kind of by yourself and try to see what's going on, and it's not always easy to do. But
Absolutely.
let's take a look here at the bracket here. We're seeing so Andrea 1 versus 2-0 versus Benjamin. We got Matthias 1-2-1 versus Thais. So Thais is actually one of the player who did I think top 12 in Munich. So it's a really good player. But he lost here, so it's going to be lower bracket. Dominic lost to Jonah. Mario 1-2-0 versus Raphael. Edu and Tobias games have not happened. So I don't know. And the Tim's game has not happened either. So Tim Grease, if you wonder, he's T95 challenge. He's the member of Team Enigma player who is currently competing at this event. And if you wondered, he's playing Yoda Rain. Yoda Green Force, his signature deck, which has gotten some pretty significant upgrade from the new set. He's playing against Simon. Then the game we just saw, Peter Jacobson versus Luca. Luca won 2-0. So that was still a round 1 game, by the way. According to that was a round 1 game. And then we got Nico Kohler versus Celine Matter. Celine, a really strong player. She did really well in both Bilbao and Munich, and she also has consistent performance in planetary qualifiers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to point out as well, I think I love double elimination as a format. I think single elimination should be banned from every event because honestly, I can't stand single elimination. I think most events now have moved to either double or Swiss anyway, especially for bigger events. You know, everybody uses Swiss nowadays. But double elimination for a sort of smaller, you know, invitational like this, 60 players, I think is a fantastic format to use. And, you know, I think a lot of the best sort of card game tournaments that history have been double elimination. So it's great to see that format being used a bit more. And I hope to see it continue on with some of these third-party events.
Absolutely, yeah. For a smaller event like this, it's the best. You could imagine potentially instead of a top 8, we could do a top 16 in double elimination, but it would make tournament even longer. So I don't think from a logistical standpoint, but maybe we could see this being justified for something like for a regional championship where there's an entire day dedicated to the top 16, or maybe something like the Galaxy Championship double elimination for those like top 16 would be great because
Oh yeah.
as you said, single elimination can be very frustrating because you get a bad matchup, you're out of the tournament at the first, you're out of the top cut right away. It can be very frustrating, and so we're taking a look here at Tim's list. So he's the his record is just spectacular here. 6 PQ wins, top 4 sector qualifiers in Munich very recently. Also won some tournament first place at Gamescom Land Called, which is actually a pretty large tournament where you actually won a flight ticket and and hotel if you won this one, and also did second place, top 4 PQ, 3 PQ top 8. Just a consistently amazing player, and that's why he's in our team, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But yeah, he's I think he has one of the best records in the world. Honestly, I think the consistency to have 6 PQ wins. I mean, that is such a large amount. He must have one of the highest PQ records in the entire world for sure. And yeah, I can't tell you how difficult it is to win that many PQs. And it's not in a not that any region's easy, but it's not in some obscure region, at the other end of the world or whatever. I mean, in Germany, like, there's a lot of good players. So yeah, I think it's and obviously he travels across Europe as well for some of those. So yeah, it's really impressive record from Tim, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him do well today.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough for him to beat through those. There's a lot of control pattern players, so that might be a difficulty for Yoda Green Force. So just taking a look at some of the changes that he's made to his list. So as you can see, he's playing Mina Bonteri, which is, in my opinion, one of the best 2-drop in the game and one of the best card in the set. Such a spectacular card in this deck. Gives you the card draw because this deck can sometimes struggle to find the right piece at the right moment. So the card draw is very valuable. The healing is great. The sting, the 2/4 body is just amazing. He's also playing Captain Typho as a 4-drop, which has been a spectacular 4-drop Sentinel. Really great at blocking the board. The extra HP compared to all those Sentinels that usually we see at this price points is absolutely key. And the healing is nothing to scoff at either. So those are some really great upgrade to kind of stay alive early on in the game. And the rest of the deck is pretty much the same.
Yeah, they absolutely agree. They're really helpful. Honestly, like, I think it didn't quite shore up the exact weaknesses of the deck. I think really aggressive decks like Space Aggro and things like that aren't too fussed because, they're helping, at the end of the day, those cards are helping against ground aggressive decks. So, but Mina Bonteri, I mean, if Nemec hadn't come out in the set, I would be so excited for the Mina Bonteri as a card. A unit with great stats that restores and then dies into drawing a card is fantastic. But then she just, for me, gets overshadowed by Nemec, who is just even better, where a unit that dies into value on board or tempo on board is just such an incredible card. But yeah, they really didn't hold back with the 2-drops in this set and last set. There's been so many powerful 2-drops they're releasing, and it just makes you wonder, why don't they release more powerful top-end cards? Can we see some more of them instead of just 2-drops, please?
No, they for some reason they want. I mean, it made sense why they wanted 2-drops to be so strong in Legion of the Force, because in Legion of the Force, the 2-drop force were absolutely essential in order to make the 20 HP base work, and this was the backbone of any force decks. And if you didn't have that, the force deck would be unplayable. So I think in Legion of the Force, it made sense why they wanted to push the power levels of 2-drop, especially push how resilient the 2-drops are with those 2/4s becoming a new standard. Also 2/2 shield with the Secretive Sage. It really made sense why they wanted to push the power level of the 2-drop. But in this set, I really do not understand why the 2-drops are just so far above all the other cards. If you look at my review of the set, you will see that I rated the 3 best cards in the set are 2-drops in my opinion.
And yeah. I don't think we had the same 2-drops, but I did the exact same thing. My top 3 cards were 2-drops as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had the first one being Nemec. Karis Nemec, the second Mina Bonteri, and third one I put Bail Organa, which we saw working spectacularly here from that game, even though it was not enough to win the game. it was such an amazing card. We saw Dominic versus Jonah. He really took advantage of the unit and really swarmed the board with that unit. It's not. I think like maybe it's not the third best card. I'm pretty confident about the top two. This one maybe is a bit more questionable, but still is an amazing 2-drop in my opinion.
Yeah, the only difference I had at my third best card of the set was Faith in Your Friends, another incredibly powerful 2-drop that came out of the set. And we didn't get to see it in those games, but I'm sure we will see it hopefully today, but in Padme especially, Faith in Your Friends is an absolutely bonkers card. Like, card is so good. Getting 2 spies out, drawing a card, being able to ping Tarkin Town as well. That is a living nightmare for any kind of aggressive opponent who wants to stick something turn 1.
Absolutely. Now, Face Your Friend is another great card. In my opinion, I still would rate Bale higher because Facing Your Friends does require you to play in very specific decks for it to work. While Bale can be played in any yellow-white deck. While Facing Your Friend, you still have to play a lot of yellow cards in order to make sure you can trigger the disclose consistently, because if you don't, the card is obviously a lot worse. And the other issue that I have with the card is that later on in the game, it really becomes like a lot significantly worse.
I think it's better than any other 2-drop later on in the game. I don't think it's not amazing. It's not better than a different card. But if you compare it to Bale, like honestly, Faith in Your Friends to draw a card later on and get 2 threats on board. Obviously, if you can't trigger the disclose, which is
yeah, but that's my issue. Is like if you're playing aggro, you might not.
Exactly. No, you're right, and that's the problem we may see with the disclose. Moving forward, I think the next game up we are going to have Padme, so we'll have to see. But I just can't tell you how many games I've lost where my opponent has slammed Faith in Your Friends going first with Padme, and I'm like, I can't do anything to stop that. So that's a lot of aggression. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Past turn 1, it does significantly lose power level. But in fairness, that's true for most 2-drops.
We're seeing now the deck list of TwoMoons ties. He's currently on Padme Talking Town. So we're going to be able to see both Bale and Facing Your Friends being played in the same card. He's going to be facing Benjamin Munster, who is running Cad Bane Talking Town. This is the classic old school Cad Bane Talking Town, not the double 1-drop opening which has been popularized recently. And he's playing a lot of new cards in his deck. He's playing the Goblin, like the guy who can discard people. Gorinden, thank you very much. He's playing the lurking fighter who can exhaust people on plots as a 2/3. He's also playing Arrest as a 1-up, which is very nice. And he's also playing the wrong ride as a way to make his Cad Bane deploy even more impactful. So there's going to be a lot of interesting experimentation here in this list. What do you think?
Yeah, really interesting. I think a lot of these cards are just, let's throw them in. They're new cards. We'll see how they go. I don't know if like Lurking, Snub Fighter, Arrest, they're going to end up in the final version. But it's lovely to see someone trying an old deck here. And it is old. We haven't seen 2-drop CAD for a while. Like 1-drop has completely taken over CAD, I would say. So it's nice to see going back to the original. And what I love in this matchup here is that we basically let the old guard of Tarkin Town, one of the original Tarkin Town decks that really made that base good, facing against the brand new kid on the block in Padme, who are both running very similar strategies, both deploying on 6 resources, and we'll have to see, once and for all, who ends up being stronger, Cad or Padme.
There's another spicy tech in this deck as well. There's 2 copies an Unrefusable Offer, which is not from the new set, but it might as well be because it's never been played before. Yeah. Just a card that can take people by surprise.
Yeah, a card that I think basically is being tested out here because of Arrest. Arrest gives you an unconditional way to trigger bounties because you can just get your base to capture any unit you want. There's no restriction about arena or power or HP like some of the other capture cards. So I think that's the synergy we're looking for. Although only 1 copy of Arrest and 2 copies of Unrefusable Offer is an interesting way to go.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, Unrefusable Offer is a playable card without it though, and it does work with Cad Bane units, which there's actually only 2 copies of it. Cad Bane unit has been one of the standard in Cad Bane mid-range deck, but in the specific version here is now being played. And we'll sing Ties, who is the first player on camera to not feature a showcase leader, which is shameful, really.
Yeah, give him a game loss for that.
Absolutely.
Unacceptable.
Do not belong to that tournament.
As a fellow person who doesn't play too many showcases, I feel your pain, they are costly, especially this early in a set, so we'll forgive him for now, especially with a new leader.
I do not forgive. I do not forget.
Yeah, but I don't know. What do you think then? Who do you think's favoured? And it's obviously a really hard question. I mean, such similar decks, but do you think either of these decks on paper has an advantage in this matchup?
Usually, when two mid-range decks are facing each other, usually the slowest one wins.
Mhm.
It's kind of my thought process. So now the question is, which one is, as the beta late game, which one is the slowest deck? And I believe in this case, it is going to be the Cat Bane, because it has the Cat Bane unit. It has the Ruthless Raiders, while Padme does not have that late game situation. So if both players are kind of in equal start, I would say Cat Bane should have the edge. But once again, we can see Padme have much better start, because you can actually decide where the ping goes, which really can give you more options to actually dominate the early game. So I have no idea who is favorite here, but if I had to guess, I would say Cat Bane is slightly favorite, maybe. But honestly, it's a wide guess. I have no idea.
Yeah, I completely agree. I wouldn't like to call it. You know, this looks to me like it's pretty close. It's going to be very likely pretty close to 50-50 because, like I said, both decks are doing a very similar thing. You know, there's no leader deploy advantage really. You know, on deploy, they're both very similar bodies. She really is just the heroism Cad Bane, but we'll have to see here who can do it. Now, do you think having the initiative helps here? This is another interesting thing. How much does that matter? Are we going to see?
Oh yeah, you want to play second here, especially since it's not the double one drop Cad Bane. Or things, so you can actually dodge the ping on turn 1 if you're playing second. Or you can go pass.
Okay, this is high risk, high reward Garinden play. He's gonna have to name a card. If Padme doesn't have the Garinden, the card, then you know it's gonna be difficult here. Now, what did he name?
He named Karis, and it's gone to discard pile.
Oh, it has. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Wow, beautiful play, and and he denies the turn 1 play of his opponent. What a play!
That is unbelievable. How on earth did he name
Fantastic play from Benjamin. Fantastic play. It was 100% the right card to call, and Ty's got absolutely bamboozled by that play. Garen down, doing so much better than Bazine would have done here.
Yeah, honestly, I think you need to be careful. People need to be careful seeing that and just assuming that Gariden's definitely better than Bazine. Because if that would have missed, then he's a 2-cost 1/3, right? Like, he didn't do anything to affect the hand. He did give you some information, but yeah, I mean, crazy here. And then we get to see the defeating of the red 5 as well, thanks to McClunky. He can replay Garinden, and this is where Garinden can get really powerful because he knows what's in his opponent's hand approximately, so he could potentially discard another card.
Yeah, no, like I do think that Bazine is a better card overall. And all beautiful play here with the McClunky combined with the Cat Bane ping will destroy the 3/4, and suddenly Benjamin is so far ahead. He's gonna play another he could play another Garinden again, but he's gonna prefer to go for a more aggressive option.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's playing the Aura Sing there because, like I said, he would have potentially been able to. You know, get another card discarded out of his opponent's hand. So I'm a bit surprised he obviously wants the tempo. But if Garinden can discard another card there, he could just play a value game and just make sure his opponent has no cards left in hand.
Yeah, he could have replayed the Garinden, or maybe there's nothing. He was I don't know I don't remember exactly what he saw, and if this could have been discarded by him.
Yeah, and then we see Faith in Your Friends coming out now, obviously far worse than it would have been on turn 1. However, it does mean that his opponent reading the card. Wait, what does that do again? Now, does he have a way to trigger the disclose? That's the risk. I'm assuming he would, otherwise he probably would have resourced it, but you never know. Maybe he was relying on drawing it from the actual search from Faith in Your Friends.
Absolutely. So. Yeah, this card coming up that late in the game, not nearly as effective, but maybe has something good to go alongside it. But it's definitely been a struggle here. This early game has definitely been a struggle for Ties.
I mean, I just can't believe the Garinden hit is only turn 1 play. That is crazy. That is such a good turn 1. And really putting your opponent on the back foot there. Okay, he does have a way to trigger it. Then that's Greedo, Millennium Falcon. I think that might be an Anakin, the new Anakin, hidden in the middle as well there. So he's going to get the 2 spies. I think they're
and I can play Garinden and is guaranteed to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
so he's going to, right now, the only play possible is Greedo. So you could just play Garinden and name Greedo, basically. But I
Yeah,
think
if
he's
you're
going to
just
prefer to
first,
attack with Aura Sing
yeah,
and cashing the
yeah.
damage before attacking time is being used.
Yeah, I think you do that first. And just by the way, if you're looking, they're weird-looking spy tokens. They're actually experience tokens that we're using for spies for some reason. But at least we get to see that Luthen Rail because we're not going to see many of his cards being played. So I guess we get to see him on the experience token art instead.
You know what? I actually did the exact same thing in my pre-release. I was like, okay, I don't have any spy token, but those guys look close enough. Let's use them.
I mean, you could if they named that the spy token, you would buy that, right? Like the guy is a spy in the show in a way, so like kind of, so
Yeah.
you could. He looks kind of like a spy.
See the Boba Fett being played here, classic Boba Fett.
Another faith in your friends.
Yeah, double faith in your friend is really, really good right now. But as you can see, he preferred to actually attack one of the token rather than to try to deal 3 to base. I think it's a correct play. I think it's pretty much a matchup where you want to be fighting for the board, and only when you have control of the board you actually start attacking the base, especially since you know that you actually have the late game advantage. Also keep in mind that Padme Ty's actually used the Talk in Town ability while Benjamin still has access to his.
Yeah, what do you think here about just playing Boba Fett? He had the option to play the IG potentially. He also could have played, which would have defeated one of the tokens. He also could have.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Instead of Boba, he also could have played Garinden as well. Like, he didn't have anything to go alongside it except the McClunky, so I can see why maybe he went against that option. He can always play Garinden now this turn and still get the discard. But yeah, I mean, Garinden is so good with McClunky, and it turns out it's really good if your opponent discloses a lot. And that's one thing Padme does, right? She discloses all the time.
Yeah, Garinden might be slightly better than Bazine in this specific matchup because of the amount of disclose.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he takes out another spy token again, trying to take control of the board.
Yeah, and this is where spies, they do have their limitations. With 0 power, they can be cleaned up for free, and we're going to see, both can be now dealt with the CAD ability. And here you go, faith in your friends, not looking so hot. Maybe you were right in the end. Bail Organa may be slightly better here. Although, in fairness, they did draw a card each time, whereas Bail would have just been a 2/4, right? So maybe not too bad, but yeah.
Yeah, they're very different. Honestly, I would put both cards on the same realm of power level. I just rate Bail higher because Facing Your Friends is just limited to specific builds that play heavy yellow. That was just my main reasoning.
Yeah, that's why we just need Nemec, right? Nemec is really powerful, more powerful than all the others, and goes in every single deck imaginable. So yeah,
And that's a third Facing Your Friends.
He's got a lot of faith in his friends here, but sadly his friends keep getting defeated. So
and it also has all the different versions as well. We saw a regular foil, hyperspace, regular. You can see Ties was kind of scrapping to put his deck together.
Yeah, why is he doing this to me? I hate to see that. And every single time he's disclosed the exact same 3 cards, which he may have had other options. It's important to note when you're playing Disclose, you don't want to give your opponent free information, right? So if you can, try and disclose the same cards you've disclosed already.
And we're going to see the Bail plus the Greedo here, trying to take back the control of the board, but with the Bosk alive, Bosk can start doing a lot of work here. If he uses an event, he can actually attack with the Bosk, deal some damage, and deal 2 damage to another unit.
Yeah, a card that we saw really, really powerful back in set 1. Still saw a lot of play back in set 2, maybe even in set 3. But, as the sets went on, Bosk started seeing less and less players, more 5-drops who were released. And I haven't seen Bosk played against me for a long time now. So it's nice to see him coming back into favor a bit.
Yeah, if you played the game before the release, Bosk for a very long time was considered to be the best 5-drop in the game.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Steadfast Battalion soon took over that role, but yeah, I mean, Bosk absolutely, back in set 1, really powerful, especially like you said, before all the cards were revealed. But that was a long time ago now, a couple of years ago, in fact. So
that was in 20. Flies. That was when we were playing Star Wars Dominion in 2023.
Wow, back in 2023. It was a simpler time back then. We had none of this plot, smuggle, none of these crazy mechanics. We just sat down with our cards, played a mid-range game, and hoped to win that way.
Actually, aggro was pretty strong then.
Mm-hmm.
Control did not exist yet, because Super Laser Blast only got showed toward the end of the...
Yeah.
So we're seeing now... So... He elected to play the IG 2000 instead of playing an event on boss, but he's still gonna have the opportunity to do it, I believe. right
He
now.
also has in his resources. There we go. We got the proper spy tokens. There we go. You know, I prefer the Lutheran Rail ones. Swap them back. But yeah, he does have a Garinden and a Hotshot Blaster in resources as well at Cad Bane here. So he does have the option potentially, if he doesn't want to use one of the McClunkies or Surprise Strikes in hand, he can flip the Cad, get that Garinden, and he's guaranteed to hit something pretty much. Right, as long as he names the right things the opponent didn't resource because of those faith in your friends. You know, it's very likely, I think, here that Padme has a Millennium Falcon in hand.
You could also use Talking Town to clear out the Bale.
Yeah.
The Bale is going to have to say something about this before that happens. All he's going face, he's not going after the Bosk. Interesting.
Yeah, really interesting there. So, you know, again, at this stage in the game, there's not a lot of base damage on either player. So, you know, it does mean that, it does mean that generally trading is the favored option. But yeah, at the end of the day, you know, if there's not a good value trade on board, I suppose Bosk is sitting there pretty juicy, but yeah, didn't decide to take it. Is that 1 damage on the base of Padme there? I can't quite make that out with the glare there.
I don't know, man. Let me zoom in a little bit, but
yeah, I think there's 1
I think
damage
it's
from
1.
the
I think it's 1.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're gonna see here the Bamboozle combined with Bosk ability plus 2 damage here. That's gonna do some real work here on this board. And he's gonna bounce back the boss that was damaged back in his hand, and also using a ping. Fantastic play here from Benjamin, taking once again a pretty good control of the board. He's taking some damage, but I think that so right now Padme is taking control. Is taking the role of the aggro player, while Benjamin is taking control of the control player, and I think it's working out great for Benjamin.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think at this stage in the game, if you haven't dealt, you know, a lot of base damage, it becomes just a board of, you know, sort of value fest. And we see that Cad Bane almost looks like an alternate art with the way it's been amended there. Yeah, sure. Not sure it's a showcase.
He's absolutely great. That's it's an altered showcase, right? Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. And then the Falcon does come down, so Padme did decide to keep the Falcon in hand there. So, you know, there was a window there where Garinden might have been the option, but I think with, you know, healing Bosk up and then dealing, you know, 3 damage with McClunky and then the 2 damage with Bosk's ability, I think that was a very reasonable play. Still does have another McClunky in hand as well, so if the opportunity arises for him to use that, it's an option.
And he's going to keep clearing out those spies. He's really embracing the control role here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's... be able to replay that boss later on is going to be great. Padme has not been deployed yet, so still potential for a lot of damage to come in the way from Thighs. You can attack first with the Falcon, and but he's still he's not even on double-digit damage on this base here. That's just gonna it's not a great position to be in for the Padme player.
I can only assume maybe that he's decided to go so aggressively because either he has a, maybe a sudden ferocity in resources. Oh, no. Because I was going to say maybe when he deploys the Padme, maybe he can get that damage, maybe push 6 more damage to base. But no, he doesn't. He just plays a Nemec here.
I think he thinks that he can't win if he's playing control.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a clunky here, 3 damage onto the Falcon, and probably going to be finished off that attack in town. Not the most efficient clear. There's going to be, is that 2 damage coming from Cad Bane, or has that already been triggered?
I don't think it's been triggered, right? I might be
mistaken. So he's going to have to, there's going to be another 2 damage coming from Cad Bane, and here, regardless of what he chooses, it's not great for him.
Yeah, I mean, you probably just have to deal with the spy, I guess. Unless you have a way to trigger the Nemec, maybe you just get the extra 2 damage in now and pop Nemec, but... Yeah,
it's either Nemec on or the spy. Oh, never mind.
Maybe it's been used, or maybe he forgot to use it. I mean, I think it's optional, right? So
yeah. Regardless, it hasn't been triggered, so it's going to be forced to use Attack in Town on the Falcon, and the Padme will swing again. So it's anyone's game here. Both positions are pretty even, despite all the work that the Cad Bane player has been doing. But there's 12 damage on base on the Cad Bane players, and he has now used the Attack in Town. So. This was actually a pretty great follow up here from the Padme player, and now I feel like this game is pretty even.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely things have slowed down a lot. There's still a lot left in this game to go here as well. But again, I'd say the board probably slightly favoured for CAD, but yeah, really, really close.
This is not great here. This boss on the Nemec, knowing he can basically trading a 5-drop for a 3-drop for a 2-drop here is really not ideal.
But no trigger. There's no.
Oh, no trigger. Never mind. That's great.
It's huge that because he can't trigger Padme's ability to deal the ping. He can't get the spy token, and obviously he was in top deck mode, right? So he mustn't have drawn any aggression and heroism cards.
Yeah, maybe this card is not that good after all.
Well, I've seen it not trigger twice today, so
yeah. It's only the beginning, and we've already seen that. I think that's one of the problems as well. Whenever you play, because in Padme, because of facing your friends, you have to play heavy yellow. The majority of your deck is yellow, which can sometimes cause issue with Nemec.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And we saw it there. And again, Nemec is one of those cards. Yes, he can go in lots of different decks. No go to be dead here. Giving him the option here just to slow down that aggression and make sure he doesn't get, the game doesn't end too quickly for him. So really, really important card there as well. Being able to deal 2 damage with the Bosk as well to clear off the spy token. But yeah, we see that the Nemec and Faith in Your Friends are both really powerful cards, really go counter to one another because of the disclosed requirements. And Nemec, he's good in most decks that he can go in, but he's certainly better in some decks than others.
Yeah, and that's the thing with not another argument against facing your friends. Like if facing your friend makes your carries Nemec worse, then maybe you prefer to play Veil.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see Cassian being played here from resources. The card that is a bit tapped down on the left hand side here is the Bosk that I put it on screen. And lots of damage being dealt to base.
Yeah, 17 now, so only 8 away. And, this is a far cry from the games we saw previously with 33 HP data vaults. Like, those 25 HP bases, they do soon run out of life when your opponent's starting to turn the screw. And, 8 away, it doesn't sound like a lot, although when your opponent's got full board control, if they do get there, 8 away can feel like a very long way away indeed. Surprise strike, though, always a way to end games.
IG-2000 here is great. Double kill. Absolutely nasty here. And 2 additional damage coming from the Cat Bane as well.
No trigger on the Greedo either. That would have been really nice to finish off the Bosk. I think Padme really needed that there, honestly.
Yeah, this was really bad for him. He's going to go for another Falcon. This one is from the Galactic Championship or whatever else.
Yeah, it is the Galactic Championship, that one. Yeah, very
cool.
Sexy artwork on that one. Oh, I mean, he's going to get him to within 5 here potentially. Yeah, it doesn't look like he has an answer.
Yeah, I think Benjamin is making spectacular plays, but just the overall strategy of Ties just is working better. He's a deck that has, as I said, he's playing a full play set of Falcons. He's playing a full play set of Cassian, and he's also plays, as we said earlier, the Anakin 5 attack that is hidden. So those cards are like, all those cards can really help you close out games. And now being within 5 range, it's going to be very difficult because now every single unit is potentially lethal with a hotshot blaster or a surprise strike. So I feel like just Thies is just choosing the right strategy.
Yeah, excuse me. And something we noticed there as well, we're sort of seeing, like I said, we called Padme the heroism version of CAD. And honestly, getting access to all the cards you mentioned there, heroism only, right? Falcon, the Cassian, what was the other card you mentioned? The Anakin, basically a Padme only card.
Oh, he has to take initiative here.
Yeah, cards that CAD doesn't have access to.
He's desperate. He has to take initiative here. This is terrible.
Oh, he doesn't draw. What's that? That surprise strike CAD. He's drawn the CAD unit, which would help him answer.
Okay, CAD unit is great.
Yeah, help him answer this board.
Yeah, CAD unit. If Ties has a bad follow up here, this game could swing around with the Cad Bane unit.
Absolutely.
We'll see if Ties has a follow up after this. Oh, does he have the CAD? He would have played it, right? No,
I swear I saw the CAD unit. I could be wrong.
Okay, so you bamboozled me here. You baited me. Yeah, he doesn't
No,
have it. He would have played it. There's no way he doesn't
Surely
play
would
it.
have played it. Yeah, I could have sworn it really looked like it to me.
By
But
the
yeah, look
way-
on the left, he's got it there. Oh, it's Aura Singh. Okay, never mind. I baited you there. It was an Aura Singh in handle. There you go.
By the way, also a misplay here from Benjamin. Generally speaking, if you have a space unit and a ground unit with the same attack value on the board, you want to kill the ground unit in priority, not the space unit, because ground units, hotshot blasters, and surprise strike kills you, while in space only the hotshot blaster kills you. So
Only the surprise strike, yeah. In space.
only surprise strike kills you. So it was kind of a misplay here from Benjamin. Regardless, he was still in a very bad spot. I feel like in this matchup he's going to have to play a little bit more aggressively, because playing the full control game does not work, because your deck is not built to be a control deck, and not his version even only plays two Cad Banes, and on top of that, his opponent just way too many ways to finish the game. As we said earlier, so many units that come into play ready, or hidden units that are very difficult to Cad Bane to deal with if he doesn't have very specific tools, like Anakin, and all those are just great finishers. And I feel like if you're playing the control game as Cad Bane, you're gonna lose. So I think he's gonna have to play a bit more aggressive for the next game.
Yeah, and I think we saw that, he basically had the perfect control opening. He got to Gurinden, he stopped his opponent having a turn one play. The early turns from Padme were really weak. Even those Faith in the Friends, while they continued the value, they didn't put much pressure on the board because the spies were traded away for free. So yeah, we saw kind of Cad Bane go perfectly into the control play line. It still didn't work out for him, so I completely agree there. I think he's going to have to try and change his tactic going into this game too.
Yeah, as you said, he had the perfect control opening, and that was yet not enough. For as far as sideboard, Benjamin is absolutely going to add in those bombing runs.
Yeah.
Bombing run is going to be great. I think a sneak attack is not a bad idea, in my opinion. A sneak attack, Ristless Raider can save you, can kill those 3-4 spaceships, and also can act as a finisher as well. What else would you recommend?
You know what? If it wasn't for Falcon, like Lurking Tie would be pretty good, right? Because they can't ping Tarkin Town it. It could just get it in space and start slamming down a lot of damage. But I think because of Falcon and how favoured it is in the immediate trade, the 1v1, you can't put it in your deck, unfortunately. So I think they're the only cards you would bring in.
Also, don't forget that Padme can choose where the damage goes. So Lurking Tie Phantom really doesn't help so much.
It just can't be. It can't be defeated itself. But yeah, of course, they can put the damage elsewhere. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So on the side of Thighs, so what are we looking at here? He doesn't have a whole lot going on. I think the Plo Koons are going to be great.
Yeah.
2 Plo Koons, I would definitely play the Plo Koon over the 4/5 ambush spaceship, the Blue Ace.
Yeah, this is a lot of it's anti-control stuff, right? He's got anti-ramp in Shantundala, he's got anti-hard control in the Corellian Hounds, he's got the disabling Fang of the Bamboozles for upgrades, which you don't see many of in CAD, so I don't think you bring in anything except the Plos here, and again, that's not going to make a huge difference to the game plan, but honestly, I don't think Padme needs it here. I think, the just playing the game out in a similar way would do absolutely fine.
Yeah. I think you side out the Blue Ace and the Bamboozle, and you add in the Plo Koon is what I would recommend, maybe.
Yes, I completely agree with that. That's exactly what I would do.
And and keep on doing what you did game one. The game went the early game went very, very bad for Ties, and he still won. So whenever you were in that situation, you felt very confident. Like, oh, I know what I need to do. Just need to be aggressive. I finished the game with Falcons, with Anakin, or with Cassian.
Yep. And there's just so many ways, as you said, to actually push that last bit of damage. You've got the blasters and the surprise strikes for surprise damage, but like you said, you've also got the Anakins to stay hidden. You've got the Falcons to immediately attack in space. You've got daring raids as well, so if he does get within 2 damage, that's another way to deal a bit of extra damage. There are tons of ways for Padme to end the game. We haven't actually seen any sudden ferocities yet either, which I think is a really powerful card in the new set. So I'll have to see if that ends up playing a role.
Yeah, no, it's a good card. Some people have been rating it one of the best cards in the set. I think some people overrate it a bit. But it's definitely good, especially on leaders like Padme who have low attack, high health. The Sun Ferocity is very, very helpful in order to make up for that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's one of those cards that could just go in so many decks. It isn't restricted really in what type of deck it goes, and as long as you're a somewhat aggressive deck, I think you can consider Sudden Ferocity in your list, whether it's Hand 2 or Padme or any of these kind of mono red decks as well. They love to see Sudden Ferocity. So, and at costing 3, it comes at a pretty reasonable cost to play with plot. If you've got 5 or 6 deploy leader, you can usually slot something in alongside that 3 cost for Sudden Ferocity and get a lot of damage in that way. So it's kind of like it's similar to Hotshot Blaster in a way. It kind of performs a similar role in some sense, but obviously you can only play it on the flip turn from your resources.
Yeah, it fills a similar role, but it's not even close to the same powerful.
Yeah, indeed.
So, yeah, so I would say I think this matchup should be pretty even, but I have to say I think Benjamin's Cat Bane is just a little bit too fancy, a little bit too spicy. There's just too many cards here that are just suboptimal in my opinion, which does not give us the most representative idea of the matchup. However, the version that Thais is playing is extremely tight. I think the deck is just very well built in my opinion. Like it looks how I imagine a Padme Talking Town deck should look like going forward in the meta.
Yeah, and this is one of those things we see a lot in the early tournaments of a new meta, where things are, people are still testing cards out. The decks aren't going to be fully, refined and everything. That's obviously going to come later. But as you said, I think as far as Padme lists go, this looks really solid.
Yeah, but there's a difference between decks that are simply just not refined and simply have suboptimal cards, and decks that are really well built. Is just that they will evolve over time because of meta. Because once the meta is established, you start playing different cards, and as a result, we're gonna see that the nasty opening here, the double facing your friends, ping the aura saying use the Talking Town, and suddenly there's 2/0/2s raid 2 on the board. And you kill your opponent board as well. This is the nasty opening would be, and the reason why you pretty much never want to go second against Padme because of that possibility.
Yeah, and look there, he had the Bale in hand as well, unless he drew it from the Faith in Your Friends, and he decided not to play it because he recognised Faith in Your Friends on turn 1 in this situation even better than Bale here.
But if
you, yeah, I jest, of course, it's not always better, but here the 2 spies on turn. I mean, to me, this is the strongest opening in the game that you can pull off. And again, that doesn't mean Faith in Your Friends is the strongest card or anything, but I think this exact opening is just so good.
Yeah. Like, in order to do this before, we had to basically vomit our hand. We had to go double 1-drop opening in order to be doing something that similar. This is basically done without even having to spend a card. That's the crazy part. But just going back to what you were saying about Bale. So now he's going to use the Garin. Sorry?
Garindan, yeah, discarding Bale there.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to discard a card for sure, and looks like he's going for Bale. So Bale though is very nice because I think Bale is very complementary because Bale, if you're going first, Bale is much better than Facing Your Friend. If you're going second, then this is where Facing Your Friend is better, basically.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, absolutely, and that's it. They perform a similar function, but obviously depending on which way you've got initiative. And there is an argument here. I mean, you could have seen an argument there for Cad on the opening turn, passing and just like I said, playing a slow game plan. But as you pointed out, he wanted to. Maybe he's recognised he needs to go more aggressive, so he did decide to play out the Aura Sing. And
he would have been punished by Bale if he decided to go second, then the opponents just play Bales and.
Well, you can ping Tarkin Town it though, right? So you could have cleared that off.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, no, you absolutely want to go second in this at all costs, and I think if you're not start going second, you're passing. And I think Benjamin is learning this, but he's learning this during a tournament, which is not always ideal. Generally speaking, you want to learn those lessons in testing games.
Yeah.
So you don't make them
with a new set. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but obviously, very limited time to prepare for this set. So this is the kind of thing Benjamin is learning the hard way. And now Thais is so far ahead. Keep in mind that even in the previous game where Thais actually had a really bad start in Benjamin, discarding his turn 1 play, and doing an extremely powerful follow-up the turn after, still lost that game. So Thais has to be feeling extremely comfortable at this stage.
Yeah, I will say, it's trying to make out what's in his hand there. I thought it was an IG 2000, but there isn't. So it's a 4-lom, I think he's got in hand. So that's probably what we're going to see this turn. There is a route here, though. If 4-lom can come down and survive and, not get defeated, then we does have the 4-lom Zuckuss combo in hand. So there's a potential chance of him trying to sneak a win or, get a game cheekily through that way, but we'll have to see if that ends up panning out for him.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. He's taking a beating right now. He's gonna go the Forlom. Okay, Forlom. If the Forlom survives, he's gonna be able to attack in town the Red 5, which is great. And then he has Azukus in hand, so maybe an avenue here for a comeback for the Cat Bane player.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see he's not attacking with the Red 5 here.
Yeah, that's because he wants to ping with Padme and then deal the 2 remaining damage with the Red 5.
Yeah, but it's going to get Tarkin towned. He's not going to get an opportunity to
Oh,
do that.
you're right. Of course. Thais is overlooking this.
3 damage here, yeah.
Yeah, so I understand what he wants to do, but he's forgetting about Tarkin Town. He's gonna be disappointed in himself after not seeing that.
Yeah.
I know Thais is a very good player, and this is not the kind of mistake you usually see from him. And he's gonna be like
interesting there, pinging the Gurindin as well. I guess just setting up for the R2 trade here. So it's kind of funny. We started off so strong for Padme, and then things really flipped on its head here.
Absolutely, yeah. A misplay and a very good turn, and now Zucus is operational.
Yep.
Zucus coming up as a 7/7 ambush will absolutely smash this R2 to smithereen and turn this Forlom into a 5/5, putting some massive threat on the board. Also, not going to be easy to deal without Zucus without a Tarkin Town available.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sometimes you'll see the games go so late without Tarkin Town being used that it ends up being used on like a Poe or a Zucus or something like that, but nothing like that here. And it's not easy. There's no open fires or anything like that in this list. It's not easy for Padme to deal with that.
Yeah, those 2/3 in space here are not exactly what you're looking for. I mean, they put up some pressure, but there's some ways for Cat Bane to deal with them. We know he has the Cat Bane unit that can capture them and double draw. He also has the 3/4 spaceship in hand to get rid of them late. They could play next turn.
Yeah,
and obviously the Zucus and Forlom are just going to be able to race much faster.
Also, I mean, no good to me dead in hand. If the game does turn in, devolve into just a complete base race from both players in ground and space, then no good to me dead is going to really help with that as well. And we see in the hand here, Millennium Falcon Surprise Strike. It is all aggression, all aggro for Padme here. So it's going to be all guns blazing, trying to get the game ended as quick as possible. But as we see, Zucus and Forlom are going to end the game much quicker, especially with no good to me dead.
It's the dream here. Zucus and Forlom, the best friends, staying together until the end. They don't tend to stay together very long in games usually, but this time around they'll be able to stay and enjoy life together for a while.
Indeed, yeah. It's funny when those cards were revealed all the way back in Shadows of the Galaxy. I looked at them and thought, they look pretty strong, but are you ever actually going to be able to get both on board at the same time? And you very rarely do. But when you do, boy oh boy, are they strong.
The reason why those cards are great is because even separately from each other, they are actually pretty strong. So and getting them together is a bonus, and it's a significant bonus.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Okay, the Falcon here to put some pressure on. Oh, he also has a Surprise Strike. The Surprise Strike can finish this game so fast. Dealing obviously 10 with a Zucus out of nowhere.
Yeah, but, in fairness, 17 base damage here for Tarkin Town. He's 11 damage ahead. So that's 7 damage there again. But
okay,
this is really, really close here.
This is really close, yeah. He's going to have to use No Good to Be Dead, I believe.
No, but he's got Surprise Strike. So he can kill him with either Cartel Turncoat.
Oh my god.
He's going to win it.
I didn't realize he has Surprise Strike. So you're saying Thais has Surprise Strike?
Yes, they both have Surprise Strike.
Oh my god! And there's
oh no, maybe oh no, he's discarded it. He's used it already. Sorry, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm
baiting you again. Amidala's coming out. So that's gonna be No Good to Be Dead on Amidala for sure.
Yeah. So he's actually 1 damage short if he doesn't have any way to pump these in space. This game is so close.
Is Cat Bane deploy lethal?
What is that? He needs 7 more damage, so he's going to be 5 with Gurindin.
Oh yeah. Oh no,
but his Surprise Strike is enough. Yeah, Surprise Strike is enough. Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh, so close, but Benjamin is going to take this one.
So we can Surprise Strike for lethal here, right?
Look at me. You baited me again with a Surprise Strike. You baited me the game before with the Cat Bane. Now you're baiting me with the. Fake news. You're fake news, Al.
That's 7. But what's happening here? He's got
Yeah,
lethal.
GG. That's
There
the
we
fist
go.
bump. And Benjamin
Okay.
takes game 2.
Wow, nice. Okay, wow. That was ended up being a super close game. That way closer than I thought it would be. But yeah, didn't quite have enough damage in space to pull it off, as we suspected. The No Go to Me Dead being pivotal there, and both players using the surprise strike to end that game super quickly. And isn't it funny how these games go like this, right? Where there's kind of a lot of trading back and forth, nobody really going face, and then suddenly both players pull the trigger and then go full base race.
Yeah, those are really, really fun games. It's also interesting that Ties had a spectacular first turn, and ended up losing that one, even though that was the other way around in the game before, and Benjamin lost that one. So it's really weird that they kind of swap situations, and take the win. And this is a great display of this game. Like Star Wars Unlimited is a game where having games can flip on their head. Like games are not won and lost on turn 1. We saw here Ties having the most spectacular turn 1 you could possibly have, and still lost the game. And I cannot help it but think about this coming back to this Red 5. If that Red 5 would have survived, if that Red 5 would have been able to get a swing before getting killed by Tarkin Town, this could have been the difference maker, and this could have allowed Ties to win the game.
Well, I don't see how it wouldn't have done, honestly. The turn would have played out exactly the same, but he would have got 3 extra damage. So his misplay there absolutely cost him the game. It did. And we'll have to see if it ends up costing the match. And if it does, those are the kind of plays that haunt you for a long time, honestly, when you miss those things. They really
Absolutely, yeah. They will haunt you. If Tyus loses his match, he's going to think about this play for a long time. Every damage counts, especially in this matchup where people have 25 HP based on both sides.
Yes, indeed, and again, we had the fortunate, situation here where we could actually see it play out, and it did end up mattering a lot. It was crucial. So yeah, we'll have to see here. Both options here for turn 1 for Cad. He's got Aura Singh and Gurinden in hand. So I wonder if he's got his turn 1 from game 1 and his turn 1 from game 2 as well. So he could decide to go either way he wants to here.
Okay, so I've been told by the tournament organizer that we're going to be staying on the screen of the. We're not going to switch over to the brackets, or for now at least, just for simplicity's sake. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on the play area at all times. Sorry for the inconvenience about that.
So at least for those of you who wanted to see more of Pierre on stream, unfortunate for you, but at least you won't have to look at my ugly mug anymore. So, the pros and cons, peaks and troughs. Yeah. So at least we get to see what the players are doing before and after games as well, which is always nice to see. I like to see the little kind of them putting their cards away. See if you can make out any deflation in the player that lost or elation in the player that won.
Ooh, he's gonna place the wrong ride on his resource pile, so we might be able to see that card in action. Oh, never mind. Mm-hmm. Well, he's gonna do it eventually.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll go there eventually. He's going for the Gurinden. He decided against Aura Singh. Here we go. He's spinning the roulette wheel.
Wow, yeah, he's decided to resource the Aura Singh and keep the Garin Gandani. Is just ballsy here.
Oh, and he must have missed, right? Yeah, because he's playing Faith in Your Friends. So
yeah, he probably named Karis again.
Yeah,
I don't see why he wouldn't.
Oh, it did not pay off for him this time. And there we go, Faith in Your Friends here. As you said, less good when you're going first, but because he's going second, he can if he wants to. I mean, you probably don't even need to ping Tarkin Town the Gurinden, honestly. Grinden's not much of a threat, but you do have the option of clearing off your opponent's unit if you want to.
It's also kind of sad that Benjamin actually won the game and decided to go first. That is just a misplay in this matchup. As I said, you never want to go first in this matchup, and we're seeing this again. Where he's gonna miss with Garin Gun, and I think he saw this is like a typical cases of taking the wrong lessons from previous experiences. He thought that this Garin Gun play was like a standard play that he should try to go for in this matchup, but it really isn't. Like it was really like a stroke of luck that worked out in that game. But here he's trying to go for it again, but the odds of this actually working out are actually quite low. And if they don't work out, you end up just being so far behind.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, like he Grindened before his opponent disclosed, so it means that he was just going in blind. Whereas now, for every turn for the rest of the game, he's going to have basically some information to work with the Grinden. So if he would have held off on that for a few turns and then made use of it later on, even maybe with a plot, when you deploy your leader, he could have maybe got a bit more value out of that. But yeah, really getting punished here, and we see, you might look at this and think, well, if he would have played Aura Sing, he would have just got pinned Tarkentown, but his opponent still has Tarkentown now. He doesn't have to use it. So at some point later in the game, that's going to be super useful.
That's the worst here. This Garingan is incapable of killing those spies, and those spies can kill Garingan, and he doesn't even have to use Tarkentown. While at least with Aura Sting, he would have forced to use Tarkentown. And once again, I mean, ideally, you want to let your opponent go first. Like, you just let your opponent go first, and then you go pass.
I love this play here as well. Here we see they're playing Cassian out first is fantastic. A lot of people, they think, they're kind of locked into always attacking first. They always, what if he defeats my units? Playing Cassian here allows him to put the ping damage on Cassian, and it saves his spies. So he's now got a spy available to trade into Grinden, and another one isn't going to die to the ping either. So I love that play.
Yeah, well done. Now he's gonna go spy. He's gonna go after Garingan, and now he's gonna have 2 spies with 1 damage left. Just a really good pole position here. Tyze is playing this really, really well and put himself really far ahead in this early stage of the game.
Yeah, and you know what? We can talk about what he's got in hand because he disclosed it earlier. He had at the time anyway, a Falcon, a Surprise Strike, and a Kira in hand. So he has a reasonable play for next turn, and then some fantastic cards for later in the game to push more damage onto the base. So yeah, I mean, this again, much like Game 2, is probably the ideal start here for Padme.
Yeah, it's even more ideal than the previous one, to be fair.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But it's still anyone's game. We saw that games can just turn around extremely, extremely well. And now I don't know what Tyze is thinking about, but for me, it's a no-brainer killing this Garindan. I don't think you want this Garindan to stay alive, so he can actually clear out the token, the spy, the 1 health token next turn.
Yep.
So I don't really know what he's thinking about here. Yeah.
Yeah, just take your time. You've got plenty of time here. We've got 33 minutes on the clock, so...
Maybe he's afraid of IG-2000. Oh, bombing run here for... bombing run has been drawn. That's a big one.
It is a big one, yep, and we see not quite as good a turn as last game with the, the fall into Zuckus, but honestly, if he can just do something to stabilise here, stabilise enough to get to the bombing run turn, that could end up saving his skin here. And we see these plot cards in hand being kind of awkward, right? He's got a lurking snub fighter and the wrong ride in hand, and part of the problem with plot cards, as powerful as they are, is that when you have to play them from hand, they do tend to be weaker on average than other cards because of that plot, much like Smuggle.
Absolutely. You would have loved to see an IG-2000 here, clearing out those tokens and putting the Cassian in Tarkentown range. Fortunately, he doesn't have that option, and he's going to have to... and I think this is the reason why Tyze was actually thinking very hard about this attack, because he was afraid that an IG-2000 could come out the turn after. But that's not going to happen, and we're going to see the 2-3 tapping
Where
down
do you put this
Cassian.
ping? Yeah, the lurking snow fighter. Where do you put this ping now? It's really.
I think you put it on Cassian and force the Tarkentown use.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's fine. I think that's absolutely right. I think obviously you know your opponent's list. Bombing run is a possibility next turn. You're quite far ahead. Maybe you could try to start playing around it, but it's going to be difficult to play around that at all, really.
Oh, the Kira is going to have to say something about this bombing run here.
Yeah, and honestly,
what a great Kira.
Bosk, as good as he is, he can't clear that Kira on his own. So as it stands, there is no way to clear that Kira in time for this. Well, certainly not in time for the bombing run, but even for the turn after potentially.
Yeah, fantastic timing here on this. Is obviously going to choose the right card, and that's just very, very, very well played. And Kira showing off again why it is the best 4-drop available in that color combination.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can be somewhat awkward, depending on what you're against. But yeah, in this matchup, especially in situations like this where your opponent has a key card to answer you, it's obviously perfect here. And again, what went from a really good start has just turned into a really, really good position now for Padme. Again, not unwinnable by any means, but we're in a tough spot if we're Cad.
Yeah, 6 damage to base now is a good head start, and I think. Like, a lot of people were talking about, hyping up Obi-Wan, the new 4-drop Obi-Wan. The new 4-drop Obi-Wan is nowhere near close to the other great 4-drops we got access to in this color combination. Whether it is Kira, whether it is Ahsoka, or even like the ones that are available in other colors, like K2SO.
Yeah, I mean, I did a set review which is coming out at the moment, a day at a time on the Gonk Gang YouTube channel, and the card I gave my award for the most overrated card of the set was Obi-Wan, because honestly, like, that card I think has been heavily overrated by people. You know, it looks kind of fancy. I think people were excited to get a legendary that just had good stats, but good stats alone aren't enough. You need something else, and the ability is, compared to like Kira, I think it's pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, I think there's an argument for Cinta or Cinta. Cinta, sorry, being one of the most overrated card in the set. She's rare, but she's the difference is like Cinta is a good card that is being rated as one of the best card in the set, while Obi-Wan is a very bad card rated as a decent card.
Yeah, and Cinta, in the decks that Cinta goes in, she I think plays a really key role. I think she is really powerful. It's just the biggest problem with her, I think, is that she's very limited in the decks she can go in, and this is true of kind of all the plot cards because of the cost restriction and the way that obviously plot functions. You can only really put each plot card in specific decks.
Yeah, my view is like she's, as you said, limited in the deck where she's good in, but she's also, even in those decks, she's still situational. She's still not always great. Like there's some cases where action cheating and being able to attack with your leader pilot is like amazing, but there's some matchup where it literally doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, I can't think of many decks that want to play Obi-Wan, to be honest. Maybe post-rotation, I'm sure that'll change things.
You're talking about Cinta, right?
Yeah, no, I just mean that, compared to Cinta obviously goes in some decks, like you said, and even though she's situational, she is sometimes powerful. Nice use of Plo there. Obviously, their Plo was brought in from the sideboard, like we suspected, and great use there, being able to clear off the Bosk. Although Bombing Run now does clear most of this board if he can answer the Kira.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. I think he's gonna have to deploy his leader, but it's gonna just be a little too late here. He's taking a beating.
He is. Yeah.
If Plo Koon is probably gonna be able to swing for 6 next turn. And once you let your opponent swings for 6, whenever you have 25 HP base and you're not able to answer the board, you're just putting yourself in such an awkward situation, and you're swinging in space, but those space units are just very, very small.
Yeah, I think Plo Koon, one of the standout performers right at Twilight of the Republic, one of the only coordinate cards that ended up sticking around, and I mean we've seen the power of that card for so long now. It's a fantastic card.
I'm not a gigantic fan of Plo Koon in this deck because Plo Koon is so much better in decks where you get to actually deploy on 5. But to be fair, he does play quite a few ways to swarm the balls with multiple units, and you see Ties elects to, instead of playing with the spy, prefers to take initiative so he get a chance to swing for 6 with the Plo before he gets killed, which is obviously going to happen.
Honestly, and if there was ever an advertisement for how good Kira is, this has to be it, right? Because if that Kira was something else, this game is so different here. If Bombing Run is active and he could have played it last turn, instead of the boss, we would have been in a completely different world. But because she's holding off that Bombing Run, this has got to be one of the best Kiras I've ever seen, honestly. She's so powerful here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the best Kira I've ever seen because I've seen so many good Kiras throughout the years. But this is probably, it is absolutely game-flipping Kira that we've been seeing, and now we know that once you get, like, as long as you haven't taken too much damage yourself, you know that in this matchup, if you're able to deal enough damage to your opponent base, there's so many ways to finish off the game between the Cassians, the Falcons, the surprise strikes, the blasters. It's only a matter of time until you win.
Yeah, indeed. And a 7 HP based lead advantage as well is huge here. Yes, there's 5 damage being represented in space, but obviously at the moment there's only 5 being represented on the side with the Padme and the spy token. But again, 6 resources to spend here for Padme as well. It's just always a catch-up job, right? Every point in this game after that turn 1, because of Gurinden missing, honestly, all goes back to that turn 1 play. Gurinden missing and then your opponent playing Faith in Your Friends just means you're on catch-up duty all game round.
Keep in mind that Tarkin Tana still hasn't been used by Ties.
Yeah, indeed.
It's crazy.
On top of everything else, still not even needed to use Tarkin Town yet.
And it's going to go Surprise Strike into base. It would be great if he could find a way to use Padme's ping so he could finish off the fall-on.
Mm-hmm. Not that he needs it, though, honestly.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't have it. He's gonna
No,
he's gonna deploy the Padme. No sudden ferocity, unfortunately.
No, but no good to me dead here as well. Will buy Cad a bit of time, but again, it's effectively in this situation, no good to me dead is just 2 cost rivals fall like that. Padme, although her ability can still trigger, which is on attack, isn't it now? Actually, I think so. Is it on attack? No, it's still when you disclose.
Oh, great Falcon. Yeah, the fact that the Cad Imperial is probably gonna have to attack with his leader onto the Plo Koon to finish it off, which is very awkward.
Yeah, it is.
And he cannot let that Plo Koon get a no swing. That's just not.
Just look at this. 4 HP for Falcon has just been the bane of any player since that card. Since that card, I mean, ever since set 1, that card 4 HP is just so hard to deal with in space.
I can guarantee you that this card would see a lot less play if it was a 3/3.
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely. Honestly, mate, I don't know if it'd be better as a 4/3. I think it probably would be worse, actually.
It would be worth as a 4/3, I think.
Yeah. But we just see here, like, there's just no way for Cad to deal with this.
Yeah, it's just, he's gonna call it because Anakin is also another lethal threat. And Thais is not gonna have nightmares about this misplay that they did in game 2 because he's gonna end up winning the match. And in this tournament, the records actually doesn't matter at all. So we're not gonna change here. We're gonna stay here on the ball, nice and until someone is can help us manage the scene. Thank you for your patience on this. But regardless, the most important thing is that we're seeing amazing, exciting games here, featuring the new cast, featuring the new leaders. I think we cannot ask for a better event.
Yeah, I mean, that last game there felt like Cad was on the back foot for the whole game, and he was, but we did have big moments. The Kira stopping the boring run was huge. It was great to see that interaction there. We saw like Bale in a few games, Faith in Your Friends. We get to see all the different kind of 2-drops that we've been talking about come into play. Garindan, obviously, great in that game 1. So yeah, really awesome. I'm glad it went to 3 games. Part of me is happy there that Padme ended up taking it down because again, that game 2, we would have felt awful if we would have got away from that not winning, despite that major misplay there with the red 5. But yeah, great play from both players. I think, like I said, it's a new meta, new decks, new ideas. Obviously, the decks aren't completely new, but Padme does play out very differently to the other Pink Tarkatan decks that we've seen. So I'm not surprised to see that it's a bit tricky to work out exactly how to play against her.
Yeah, so we cannot put the brackets on screen, but I can tell you what we're going to see in a winners bracket. So we see Andreas versus Matthias on the upper bracket. Jonah versus Mario on the upper bracket as well. Eduardo versus Team. So Team T85 won his game, and he's going to be facing Edward Warner, which is one of the store owner. It's going to be Yoda. It's going to be Yoda Green Force versus Eduardo, who is playing Han Blue Force, which I believe is a great matchup for Yoda. So it's going to be a challenging one for Edward, sorry. And then we got the Lucas versus Nico. Those are the 4 games for the upper bracket. And in the lower bracket, we saw Dominic, after losing to Jonah on the first round, winning his game 2-0. And Thais winning 2-0 versus Benjamin. So basically, the 2 Padme players are on the lower bracket, but they both on the loser bracket, but they both won their game on the loser bracket. So thank you so much, and I think we'll leave it at that, and we'll catch you back for next round. Hey guys, hi everyone, welcome back to the TwoMoons Championship 2025, and this is day one. And we're gonna have a game from the upper bracket. This is the second round of the upper bracket, and team from Team Enigma, also known as T85 Challenge, who did recently top 4 in the sector qualifier, probably the favorite to win the event here. At least he's the most accomplished player in the pool. And we're going to see here is Yoda Green Force list. We only talked about this list a little bit. It's just basically his standard signature Yoda Green Force with a couple of changes from the new card. We're seeing Captain Typho, we saw Mina Bonteri. And he's going to be facing Han Blue Force from Edward, who is going to be running a very classic textbook Han to Blue Force with very few new cards. So, I don't know if we can change here to the other deck list. Also didn't talk about it, but he's also running 2 copies of Hyperspace Disaster. I'm Thork, and I'm joined by, you can call me Al. Hey man, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. We've had a really great tournament so far. In terms of the games we've seen, some really interesting matches. Lots of new leaders, which is nice to see. We're going to some much more classic decks here, much more classic games. Like you said, there's a few new cards, but not very many. And I don't think that they're going to have a massive impact on the way the decks function. But certainly a couple of upgrades for Yoda, and I think very few changes. Are there any new deck cards at all in the Han 1 blue? I don't think.
I am not sure. Let me double check that. So,
No new cards whatsoever in the main deck. The only new card actually is in the sideboard, and that's 2 copies of Galen Urso, a card that I think we have high hopes for, but I haven't actually seen to very great effect so far.
Yeah, it's a very difficult card to play in an unknown meta. It's a kind of card that we're going to see way more of once we start figuring out the different strengths and weaknesses of the deck. Like if you are in a position where you don't know what you're going to be facing, it's very difficult to play this card because it's here to solve specific problems. So right now it's a little bit early for this card to see a lot of play. Later on, you can be sure that this card is going to see play.
What do you think about putting it in the sideboard then? Because then obviously you've seen what your opponent's playing, you've got a better idea of what cards you need to name with it. Do you think it's a good sideboard option even at this early stage in the meta?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it's like one of the things you were the most scared of whenever you are deploying, you're going into your Han deploy, is your Han getting answered by a removal or by a use of energy conversion lab, and Eden Versio shuts down both of these things.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I think
we're going into the game now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're going straight over to the game now. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, so I think this matchup is favorite for Yoda because I think Yoda does have the much better late game here. We saw, of course, how powerful the Yoda from the Yoda Legendary from Legend of the False. We saw how powerful this unit is. Obviously, combined with Yoda leader, which is in my opinion the strongest 7 cost leaders in the game, and has one of the most powerful leader deploy. He's the Heroism Palpatine. So he's a very, very powerful late game deck, and of course you got the usual suspect with of course, with Om1 and also one of the unique things about Tim's deck is that his deck has a lot of ramp. It's probably one of the heroism deck that we've seen that has the most ramp. He's playing the resupply carrier. He's playing, of course, resupply, and he's also playing the Spark of Hope, which really allows him to get ahead in the game very early on if he finds a ramp. I mean, he will struggle early on, but if he can get enough ramps, he can take over the game, and I don't think the Han to Blue Force is aggressive enough to really be able to close out the game before Yoda really start to come online.
Yeah, I was just about to say that Han 1 blue, while clearly a very powerful deck and it, got a huge boost, any Han 1 deck when the Force Throw ban happened, really it is, as you can see by the name on the list, he's called it Haunting Aggro Plays. It really is sort of more of an anti-aggro kind of mid-range deck, and against these slower decks like Yoda, it just doesn't put out that much aggression. Certain draws can do. If you get to play Falcon turn 1, it can cause issues, but there are a lot of draws with this deck that just don't put that much pressure on, and as you said there, Yoda being the kind of heroism Palpatine, he does have inevitability, and he will win the late game.
Yeah, so I think that's clear. I think what you're hoping for in this matchup, if you're playing as Edward, is that you want to pray that Yoda doesn't find ramp, and you want to take him by speed by having a huge flip turn that is unanswered and really take over the game. What's it called? Tim is playing a 20 HP base at the end of the day, so that is something that is worth noticing. So it's going to be a very interesting game, and we're going to see how the new cards impact the Yoda deck.
Indeed, yeah. Hopefully we get to see something here, and we do indeed. Yeah, there we go. Turn 1, Mina Bonteri immediately. And so far, the story of the day has been the new set providing buffed up or much stronger turn 1 plays to basically every deck. We'll have to see if that continues.
Yeah, even if you're talking about the less flashy 2-drops like the 3/3 for 2 in the Dark Trooper from that is black and green, or even the mono red 3/3 for 2, the 2-drops are really the star of the show in this set all around.
Yeah, Warrior of Clan Odo. I know, a bit unassuming when you look at it as like a single aspect common card, but honestly, just Battlefield Marine, especially with sometimes the benefit of disclosing, like with Padme, turns out it's a pretty good card.
Absolutely,
so,
yeah. And here we see the ideal start here for Tim as he opens up Mina Bonteri into resupplies, going into the 5-drops and putting himself in a very good position, and willing, of course, to basically trade, because this is basically 2 damage versus 2 damage and a heal coming from Mina Bonteri. So Tim is more than happy to just trade damage. Yes, Ahsoka discard here, not really doing a whole lot as he's not really exhausting any units. So this Ahsoka is not the dream scenario here for Eduardo, for Edward. And we're gonna see him now getting into his flip turn. And this is the important moment here for Edouard. He's gonna really have to have a really solid flip job. Oh, this is nice. Jizz lightsaber. I'm not sure if Yoda has an answer at the stage of the game. He only used the Vanquish, so at least this is gonna stick. At least for this turn.
Yeah, I mean, Tim obviously jumping the gun there with the Vanquish, snapping it immediately, and then obviously, getting, I wouldn't say punished for that. He kind of had to use it really, but yeah, I mean, he obviously could have attacked first theoretically, but yeah, obviously getting kind of punished for that now. And Secretive Sage with a weapon on is a play I've seen so many times over the past set, and honestly, it's so good. Like whether it's a Fallen lightsaber or if it's a Jedi lightsaber, or honestly any number of other lightsabers, it's just it just puts so much pressure on, and that shield really helps to protect it.
Yeah, but he's gonna have an answer for it because he's gonna be. This is the classic. This is the classic Teams play, where he goes resupply carry on 6 to get himself the Yoda deploy 1 turn earlier. But it's actually 2 turn earlier because of the. And he flips. He doesn't even have to use Yoda's ability to actually draw and put the card on top, because he doesn't play any 1-cost card in his entire deck. So he can literally flip blindly into Yoda without having to use the ability, without having to waste an action, and he can kill the Secretive Sage. A guaranteed kill on the Secret Stage with the lightsaber on it. And this is where things start to be very, very ugly for the Yoda player. For the Han player, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And again, we saw, I mean, they're playing at a really, really quick pace, as we saw there. And, I mean, power plays for both players, though. Resupply carry into Yoda flip is obviously fantastic for Yoda, but also this is the classic dream play for hand 1 blue, where you get to play the Luke 2 turns early. And, that is still a lot of pressure, and being able to defeat the Yoda lead is really key. So there's definitely a route here to victory, but obviously he's not put on a lot of pressure whatsoever onto Tim's base.
Yeah, but Tim here is keeps on drawing his bombs here. That's going to be now the Yoda healing his base and getting rid of the Han. But as you said, it's totally a winnable game for Edward, as he's now going for Anakin. I don't think he has an villainy units, but I don't think it matters. It's just going to allow his Luke Skywalker to get rid of the Yoda.
Yeah, indeed. And there we go. We're seeing, I mean, all the best bombs in both colours here coming out and doing a lot of work. 2 damage back onto Luke. He should restore 3 as well. So 5 base stage. There we go.
Very relevant, as he took quite a bit of beating early on. And Tim prefers to take initiative rather than attacking with a resupply carrier. He probably has a solid answers here. Let's see what he finds.
We did say that going into the mid to late game, Tim should be favoured, but it is potentially going to be tricky for him to deal with this Luke Anakin here. Blue leader, great answer to the Luke there as well. Basically just being a vanquish in a roundabout way.
Also, keep in mind as well that one of the advantages the Yoda deck has is like basically throughout the game he's going to be able to use his Yoda's ability almost every turn, always giving some really high chance to find the best cards of his deck. And that's also one of the things that makes this deck very powerful. Always following up with the 3/4 that comes to play ready. I think this what's it called again? The
Venestra Row.
Venestra Row, yeah.
Yeah,
Not a card we see very often, but
yeah, the card on paper looks incredible. I think hasn't seen as much play as I expected it maybe to, probably just because of the color it's in. But yeah, I mean, obviously in the decks it goes and it's fantastic, and we see here, basically a ground falcon without the drawback, and pretty nice.
Yeah, no, it's if there's one deck in which he's playable, it is in this one.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so now he's putting solid pressure, but I think Tim is still feeling okay at this stage of the game. This Luke Skywalker is not the most difficult threat to get rid of, and he does also have Sentinels to block the arena as well. Let's see what he's going to decide to do here.
I mean, that Anakin with Hotshot Blaster, though, it's 17 damage on Tim's base. Now he is getting there, and he's going to need an answer to this Anakin.
Oh, he finds the answer to the tech. You do not want to keep that tech alive. Tech is just too much value in this list of the game. Finding him exactly the card that he needs. And at this point, the tax of the smuggle is not that big of a deal. And here's God does find the answer here, and as we were expecting, Tim's is able to stabilize this ball just fine. He took a bit of damage, but I think this was just a fantastic recovery here from Tim.
Yeah, that vanquish. I mean, he might have had other answers as well, but if he didn't, it was super important he had that there, because if he didn't have an answer there, Anakin potentially could have been, a swing and a bit more damage away from winning the game. But yeah, vanquish huge there. Just goes to show that removal from set one is still relevant. You can still play it. Still has a place in some decks. Second Luke coming out now, so another bomb slamming down. It's going to need an answer to this as well. How many resources is that now for Yoda? That's like 10, I think. Is it 10?
Yeah, he has resource, he has card selection, and he has the card in his deck to win the late game. So unless he draws really poorly, I think he's in complete control here. But obviously Edward hasn't said that his last word is trying to put as much pressure as possible with this Luke's. Oh, double units after this. This Village Protector is actually secretly one of the best cards against Han. It's really a strong card in against Han.
Yeah, there's not very many ways to get through it, right? There's no saboteurs or anything that can like really cleanly answer it.
Well, there's Depabilaba that can clear fairly easily, but you still have to spend a 5-drop, and you're not attacking in the same motion, so you're still leaving a chance for Yoda to interact and do something after that. So it's not exactly ideal.
Indeed, yeah.
So yeah, the ball is just really big. I think Tim can close out this game really well. And if he has a removal for Luke, that's even better. Oh, Edward does have an Anakin in hand, and if he did manage to get a villainy card in his discard pile in the meantime, this could be really impactful.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a Chirrut. At least that's going to block the Grand Arena.
Yeah, first shoot of the day. When I was commentating Bilbao, because we had the limited event and the constructor, we had so many Chirruts being played. It was like the most played card of the day. But here, that's our very first Chirrut. And he has another answer for the Luke there. And we do see the deeper Bilaba come out, as you said.
Yeah. It's actually one of the very rare times you see both sides of the Saboteur being used. He's using Saboteur to bypass the Village Protector and use it to defeat the shield. I don't think I've ever seen the two sides of Saboteur being useful simultaneously.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that either. That's interesting.
Well played from Edu to see that line. Village Protector is going to try to scratch the Chirrut.
Yeah.
But okay, Force is going to be used on the Yaddle, but then he's going to be able to finish it off with the the Internet Warrior without losing it.
Internet Warrior coming in big.
Yeah,
I do
Village
like
People
to
and
see...
Internet Warriors on the side. All the meme cards that Tim has.
Yeah, gets to play them all out. I do like to see these decks still have a place in the new meta. That, you know, this is very much a Legends of the Force deck, right? It uses so many cards from that set. It really was kind of, you know, but if not birth, but just really like kind of. Well, in fact, Yoda was from Legends of the Force, right? So it's entirely birth from
Yep.
that set. So yeah, it's nice to see. It is nice to see, like, you know, that a new set comes out. We don't just immediately abandon the things in the previous set. We actually, you know, we get to see some.
And
some decks that
those are
alive.
even the most recent deck from Legend of the Force because they're the two decks that basically
Yeah,
were born from the fourth ban.
indeed. Yeah, absolutely.
Those decks were not meta before fourth got banned.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a really really cool to see as well. So now Tim is gonna pressure the base and looks like he has lethal on board and there's nothing Edward can do about it. So Tim is gonna take game one.
Yeah, as we suspected there, Han just not being able to put anywhere near enough pressure on in the early game to be able to get through. There was a couple of opportunities there, a couple of periods or windows where if Tim hadn't have had the removal in hand, then it would have been possible there for Edouard to get through, but unfortunately not for him, and Tim did have the removal necessary.
Yeah, the thing is like with the Yoda deck, the Yoda draw really gives you the answer that you need. And Tim is also applying substantial amount of removal in his deck, so it was possible for Edward to win this game, but it was definitely an uphill battle, and the chances the Tim wouldn't have the card that he needed were relatively low. He's playing, just for the record, he's playing 3 copies of Vanquish and 2 copies of Rival's Fall. So let's take a look at what the players might bring in after sideboard. So on the side of Tim, I'm expecting to see Om1 for more late game inevitability. And do you think he's gonna bring the escort, the eager escort fighters?
You know, it's difficult, right? Because unless your opponent plays exactly Falcon, it's obviously not very good. But you know what? Falcon, I think, is one of the ways that Han 1 can actually win this matchup. I think it's one of the ways you might be able to sneak a win through. So I wouldn't hate seeing it come in just to close down that avenue potentially.
The only thing is like, what do you take out to? And I think the thing is like, almost the entire Tim's deck is great in this matchup.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't think he has any avenues to. I think he's just gonna bring in the Om1. Maybe remove a traitorous. If he's
Yeah.
expecting Edward to have some anti-upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously can look at the list, right, and he can see that there is no anti-upgrades from Edouard. So
Oh yeah, no,
I think he just keeps the traitorous in.
Yeah, he's gonna have
now
to
the
keep
question
traitors,
is, if Edouard brings in the Galens, what does he name, right? Like on the flip turn, what's the card? I mean, I guess it depends on how many resources you've got to, but
Could be, it could be Rival's Fall, yeah, but it's, yeah, no. So I think on the side of Tim, clearly you bring the Om1, and then what do you take out? It's a bit complicated. Maybe you take out the Obi-Wan, the 3-drop Obi-Wan. Maybe the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
I like that because it doesn't really do too much here, and obviously it's not fighting in space against the Falcon anyway, so yeah, I don't mind that. Yeah,
but it's a 2-drop though, and you do need 2-drop. Yeah. I think it's basically between those two guys, but for sure he's not gonna have his deck is not gonna be very different after sideboard. So I think it's more on the side of Edward that we have to really look at things, because he definitely needs some cards. So as far as I've seen the sideboard, I think the Spark of Rebellions, the 2 copies of Spark of Rebellions and 2 copies of Rival's Fall would be the card I would be looking at. Any hard removals I can get rid of those Yoda. You cannot afford to keep to let Yoda stay in play. And you probably want to take out the Bamboozle. We're not doing anything in this matchup. So also I'm not a big fan. I mean, okay, Bazin is not bad. Yeah, so the 2 Bamboozle that are taking out. So for sure he's going to bring 2 Rival's Fall for 2 Bamboozle, that's for sure. Then the question is, what does he take out to bring in the Spark of Rebellion? Maybe he can cut a couple of Chirrut. I don't think you need 3 Chirrut in this matchup.
No, probably not. Yeah, I mean, Chirrut's obviously not doing a huge amount when you're trying to, push the damage yourself. So yeah, obviously it can protect some of the other units from trading. But yeah, I agree. I don't think Chirrut's at his best here at all. Here we go. They're ready to go. Let's see what they've got. And mulligan immediately there for Tim. Just something I wanted to talk about as well. For me, for my money, Tim is the master of the Yoda Jedi Temple, right? So, and he still runs the 3 copies of You're My Only Hope. Now, I've seen a lot of people cutting this from their Yoda lists, and I think it's criminal. I think it's absolutely criminal. I love a You're My Only Hope in Yoda. I think it's one of the things that one of the kind of ways he can just steal games and cheat wins from decks
Absolutely.
that he's otherwise unfavored against. So I love to see that he's still running 3 copies of that.
Yeah, it's complicated, right? I don't think it's outrageous to count your My Only Hope, and the reason is because as strong as the card is, it is inconsistent. Like and the deck doesn't have that many great 5-drops to cheat and play with your My Only Hope on turn 1. You do need a unit to die. You do need to have the right card to play with it. You need to have your My Only Hope in hand. So there's still a lot that needs to happen for this to work. So as much as I love this card, as much as I think this card actually fixed some of the issues that Yoda has with being a little bit too slow, I still respect people who don't run it because it is once again a card that is quite inconsistent. So it's always the story of like consistency versus raw power. And your Emmanuel, yes, is an amazing card when it works, but often you also just stick in you and you can't do anything with it. So I can see there's an argument for not playing it, in my opinion.
Well, we do see he did keep the Phoenix Earrings in just to make sure he had enough turn 1 players. So yeah, didn't decide to cut those out.
Oh, you could have cut it 1 and still have 2 left.
Yeah, I think he only runs 2, right? Or maybe he runs 3.
No, you run 3. You run 3.
Okay, yeah, okay, there you go.
But yeah, this Phoenix Squadron. One of the things you can do with it is you can suicide it into any space you need to launch a ramp and stuff with but it's obviously not the best turn 1 play for I don't know, prefers to take initiative rather than attack with the Phoenix Squadron, knowing that those damage will be healed by Yoda anyway.
Yeah, I mean it's so irrelevant that he doesn't even bother using it. It's just sat there doing nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he will be relevant later on, but yeah, it's for sure is not the ideal turn 1 play for him. He does have a Spark of Hope in hand, but very difficult to trigger as Yaddle is unlikely to die. But the good news in Yoda is that, and the reason why Spark of Hope is really good in Yoda is because you're not restricted to play it on turn 2 to actually make use of it. You can play it much later on in the game, and still be very happy.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we see here once again another Jedi lightsaber coming out, which again puts a lot of pressure on. Obviously, Tim, there's not a huge number of answers to that at this stage in the game. So if, unless he has the Vanquish, then he may not be able to answer that next turn either.
Yeah, I mean, he's Vanquish is on 5, so there's going to be at least a safe swing here coming from the Yoda. And interesting, he decides to suicide his Secretive Sage in order to get rid of the of the shield on the Internet Warrior. I'm not 100% sure about that play.
What unit was defeated this turn for the Yoda?
It doesn't matter. It can be an opponent.
The Sage. Yeah, sorry, I missed the Sage. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I mean, trading the Sage in there actually just triggered the Yoda, right? You wouldn't have been able to use it otherwise, which is interesting.
Yeah. No, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of that play of suiciding the Sage into the shield of the Internet Warrior. Maybe he has an idea behind his head. Maybe he just wants to prioritize killing this Internet Warrior next turn, first action with Yoda with Yoda. But even that is just a lot of. I feel like he has to be aggressive. I feel like he needs to go base. There's just not that much healing going on from. I mean, he does have a bit of healing with Yaddle, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, the Jedi lightsaber, he's got another one in hand, so I wonder, there's a line here where you just double lightsaber this Yoda. It's not unique, right? So you can just double lightsaber up this Yoda and just try and win
so
the game
risky.
Yoda. It is
against
really
someone
risky.
who plays 3 copies of Vanquish, 2 copies of Rival's Fall, and he's also filtering his deck with Yoda. That is just an insanely risky play to make, but
it is.
If he's not feeling comfortable, if he has no other play, he might just want to cheese this.
Yeah, I mean, we already said it's an unfavored matchup. He's not exactly had a really powerful, aggressive start. He's, arguably behind on board. So, sometimes you've got to make these super risky plays.
Yeah, he's gonna go after the Internet Warriors, and that's the reason he suicided the Secretive Sage. And Tim is delighted by this because he's in such a good position right now. He's gonna have a Yoda deploy this turn. So he's going to be able to get rid of the Yoda units that Edward is playing, and he's going to be able to start healing. He hasn't lost much damage to his base. He still has decent ball. Oh, double ramp! Double ramp. He's going to be up to 8 now.
Yeah.
Was that necessary, Tim?
Well, he's up to set. That's with 7 now, right? So he can deploy the Yoda now. That takes
okay. I thought he was on 8. Okay. So he needed that to deploy the Yoda.
He did, yeah.
Crazy.
So, I mean, huge, huge. Yoda deploying on the same turn as Han here.
That is wild.
And he's very likely. I mean, thank goodness he didn't go for the base rush with the lightsaber, right? Because the chances are that Yoda's going to be able to defeat the opposing Yoda with his ability anyway.
And this is going to be the first use of Mr. Urso.
Yeah.
How do you spell his name?
Galen, Galen Urso. Yeah, I'll put it up on screen there. Now, the question is, what do you name with this?
I think you name Yoda. The Yoda unit. You do not want your opponent to play Yoda at this time. I mean, maybe it's Luke. There's so many problems here. It's either Luke or Yoda, but it's probably Luke. It's probably Yoda.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Yoda flip, killing the if the Galen Urso is an issue, he's gonna get rid of it with the Yoda flip. Otherwise, he will get rid of the Yoda unit, and then he's gonna attack into.
Confirmation there as well that he did actually say the Yoda unit. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's by far the most powerful card in that. In my opinion, the Yoda unit is the reason you play this deck.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
big board here.
Nice. The Jedi's lightsaber to protect the Han Solo against otherwise the Yoda leader would have been able to attack Han and kill him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a big Han.
So, but he's going to be able to heal a little bit with the Yoda leader. So, obviously, Galen Urso does not stop Yoda deploy. That would have been
there. We didn't actually draw a card there from Yoda, so just missed the trigger there. It is optional, so you don't have to draw cards. So I think Eduardo, it's a bit of a misplay there. Missed his Yoda trigger.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it can happen,
especially in hand where you're usually struggling with cards. It's definitely a bit of a misplay. I mean, I'll give you that. He's been very, very tired this week. He's actually the organizer of the stream, and he has had a lot of work. So I won't blame him for being a little bit distracted or a little bit tired, because he has a lot on his plate. That's just to say the least.
Indeed. So yeah, deciding to go to base here, push 7 to base, and that's reasonable. And then hopefully your Luke Skywalker Jedi Knights, if you have one, get you out of this sticky situation you're in.
Yeah, keep in mind also that Tim did draw a Yoda unit, but cannot play him because Galen Urso and Galen Urso is also doesn't die to Yoda. So even in the situation where I feel like Galen Urso is not ideal, he actually is doing a lot of work. So this is a really great, successful first showing for this card on the competitive scene.
Yeah, absolutely. Finish off the Yoda, survives with the attack as well, which is fantastic. So it's still in play. Oh, but then Luke clearing of Han is big here, because Luke himself can't be defeated by an opposing Luke, right? So if you can Luke first and get that cleared off, then your Luke's safe. So
fantastic play here from
yeah.
And this Phoenix A-wing just feeling chilling up there, just chilling.
If only that was a ground 2-drop that actually did something to affect this game.
Oh, this is so funny. And the other unit, I believe, is Ezra. Do you know what the other unit is? The unit you just played?
Yeah, that's Ezra. Yeah, that's the Galactic Championship Ezra Bridger. What gorgeous art, that one where he's like climbing up the space whale. Beautiful.
Oh yeah, it is a good one. And we'll see if he decides to get rid of the Galen Urso. Yeah, he's gonna crush that Galen Urso, who did so much work, which is pretty much the indicator that but that's a very bad trade for the loops that he has to go through in order to be playing this Yoda is just really high. It's just a lot, and as a result, Tim is forced into a really bad trade with that Luke just to get rid of a heavily damaged Galen Urso. Edward is delighted by this.
Yeah, he is, but I still think, I mean, despite how great that Galen was here, he's still, I think, in a pretty bad spot just because, what you now know is if your opponent's going to all that effort to deal with the Galen, then he definitely has a Yoda in hand, and there it is. And that's really not what you want to see.
Yeah. Obviously, Yoda is fantastic, and the Phoenix Squadron is pulling his weight just by adding additional body on the board, allowing Yoda to actually be able to kill something as he comes out. And this is where things can start getting really out of control for Tim. He could actually play a second Yoda with the clone, or just internet war, healing base, re-triggering Yoda. This is where Yoda is really like the key late game engine. We're seeing here Edward with a very strong play with this hyperspace Luke Skywalker coming after to get rid of the A-wing is really and really putting once again another really large body that is not easy to deal with for Tim unless he has to spend a lot of resources. So I could definitely see this game. And he also has a pretty decent handy. I think he does have a double Anakin Skywalker, and I think he also has a paradox in his discard power. So those are going to be -6/6 Anakin Skywalker. So
they're pretty big, yeah, absolutely. It's going to be hard to deal with that, but again, I do think we don't know what's in Tim's hand, but as long as he's got any kind of value or threat himself, he is going to be able to fight back against that. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly where you want to be in terms of what you've got in hand. I mean, Anakin being able to trigger for -3/-3, obviously it gives him a chance here to stick in it.
Yeah, kill the Ezra, but that means now the Yoda can be removed by Anakin. Anakin can come out double -3/-3, finish off the Yoda. But the Yoda got the Force, killed, defeated additional units, but this life differential done by every attack of Luke is just so incredible.
Just want to point out as well what a nightmare it is to keep track of life totals in a deck, in a matchup where we've got two decks that both use the Force, both using loads of restore, so it means damage is going here, there, and everywhere. I'm surprised he's
fantastic Spark of Rebellion here.
Yeah, whoa,
fantastic Spark of Rebellion from Edward, getting rid of the Home 1. This card, I think Tim was keeping that Home 1 to try to reanimate the 7-drop.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's even has enough resource for the Anakin.
Yeah, getting you could argue getting a bit greedy there, really trying to regenerate a 7-drop and getting punished with the Spark Rebellion.
I don't think this. I think this was. I mean, to be fair, his opponent is playing only 2 copies of the card, and he's copying that, and you're not even sure he had it in after sideboard.
Yeah.
So, it's gonna be. It's a very grindy matchup, so there's a lot of value in trying to.
Yes.
Go for the big Home 1. But he's getting punished by it. But looks like he's going to find a Luke on his own.
Either. Yeah, he didn't have the way to trigger the Disclose on Mina there. So another trigger of Disclose we've seen missed today.
Yeah, he has very few cards in hand, so he can't really draw a card on Mina. So that's
What is the requirement on Mina? It's I think it's command heroism, right? And he had, I think it was a Yoda and a. No, it can't have been a Yoda and a Luke. I don't know what was in his hand there. Look, that card on the left looks to me like a Yoda. Yeah, it was a Yoda.
Beautiful Yoda here.
Yeah.
Now this Yoda is absolutely key. This is the card that just brings the game back. Both players are also playing very, very quick. So it's like the combination of having to manage all those things, plus the players playing really quick, is making it very hard to keep up with the game for us. So bear with us.
Nightmare scenario for us. Let's see here.
So yeah, beautiful Yoda here, completely recovering the situation. And what a grindy game. What a cool game, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is what obviously heroism and vigilance in particular, creates. These mirror matches create incredibly grindy, long, drawn-out games, which some people hate. I put my hand up in the air. Some people absolutely love those games, and it's nice to see that we can see that. And I mean, that card is the epitome of grindy games, right? Tech is the. That's another Yoda off the top.
Oh, he found another Yoda. Oh, he also has the traders. He can steal the tech.
Oh,
this is huge. If he steals the tech, and then he can start playing card from his own resource pile. This would be so huge for Tim. Oh, he finds another Om1.
Oh.
He has the 3 best card in his hand in this situation. Om1, Traders, and another Yoda in hand. What a great situation to be in.
Yeah, I must say, I don't think this is like just good draws or anything either. I think obviously this is the advantage you get of playing the slightly slower Yoda deck, right? Like hand 1 has to play a lot of cheaper earlier game cards for the deck to function, and it does mean that your opponent, in the late game is generally going to win, and we're seeing that happen here, I think.
Yeah. I feel like Edward had a window to win the game a couple of tons ago, but I feel like this window has just passed him.
Mm-hmm.
But he plays here. I think this is the 3rd Anakin Skywalker here. Get rid of his own attack, but you're not too unhappy if you sing this. If you're Tim, you're like, okay, whatever, you got it.
Yeah.
And just a great Anakin, but will that be enough? We'll have to find out.
Again, we know that there's another Yoda in hand as well, right?
Oh, so, beautiful power dark side here from Edward.
And that was what was being held back earlier, right? There was a turn earlier where Yoda was just out on its own, but then the Phoenix A-Wing was stopping Power of the Dark Side, and I wonder if he hadn't hand at that point. But yeah, this time the Phoenix A-Wing's long gone. Power of the Dark Side can hit, basically just vanquish again.
Yeah, that's it's just a great play. We see Tim has no other choice but to play that blue leader into the Shibud, who doesn't die the result thanks to his ability. But now this is the time where we're going to start seeing Om1 into reanimating Yodas. And this is where things are going to start to get really, really ugly for Eduardo. But keep in mind, Tim does not have the Force. So he's going to have to find a way to get the Force first. Might need to first focus on just reanimating some Luke, which is
Bazine!
No!
Oh,
The
Bazine
second
out of
Om1 be discarded.
Oh,
no. Nasty here. If there's one lesson Tim is gonna have from this game is to say, I am not gonna hold on my late game cards anymore. He does find a great play though. This Luke Skywalker is a great play considering that he got, but it still hurts to lose that Om1.
It does. But I mean, again, like Luke here, unlike Home 1, obviously has the Force, will allow him to generate that Force now, and he still has that 3rd copy of Yoda in hand anyway. So even with that incredible Bazine, there's still more threats to come after this Luke.
What an exciting game here. Incredibly back and forth. And we still have no idea who's going to win this, because I think, like, Tim is kind of running out of the game.
Oh, no! Oh, my God, that is incredible! The spark! Tim did not have a window to play the Yoda because he needed to generate the Force first, and as soon as that Yoda is active, Edouard then immediately coming in and discarding the Yoda there. He's running out of threats, finally.
He's running out of cards. I think all of them are out. Like, I think he played at least 2 out of the 3 Luke Skywalker. All 3 Yodas are out, I think.
Yep.
This is crazy. What a huge comeback here. Spark of Rebellion here. The sideboard completely turning this game upside down here. This matchup upside down for Edward.
Yeah, just a little point there. The Deeper Balaba is a Force unit, so Edouard should have had the Force there. He didn't actually change it on his token, and so he didn't actually play the Renestra Row as a result. But yeah, he should have the Force here, I believe, because the Deeper attacked.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're correcting it. They flipped the token over.
Mm-hmm. And it mattered there, right? Because the Renestra Row needed to be active, so changed his play. Yeah, this is what I mean, right? Like, playing really fast is fun and exciting for us, but easily can miss things. Especially with a longer time that we've got in this, this obviously third-party event. Just take your time, But these games go so long.
Yeah. This is another Venestra here. She's gonna get rid of right away.
Rival's Fall of Venestra doesn't feel great though, does it?
No, especially another Luke coming out and Yoda, and somehow, some way, Han Solo has managed to outgas the Yoda player.
I mean, it's crazy, right?
Incredible
To
turn of
see-
events here.
You know what's really
Incredible.
fun about? I mean, it is incredible. You know what's really fun about these like out of aspect, like Bazine, Power of the Dark Side. Obviously, Spark of is not out of aspect, but these cards that they not only are they obviously amazing in these matchups where you can pick off your opponent's threats, but then obviously because they're activating the Anakin, and you can just resource them and discard them in other matchups. There's really
Yeah.
not that much of a cost to include them in your deck.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, there is a cause because sometimes they're just awkward, right?
Yeah.
But in this
Rivals
matchup, it's
fall off
really
the top. So he's
yeah.
got
He
an
finds an
answer
answer to Luke, and I think this is the third Luke as well.
Yeah, I think we've seen 6 Lukes.
Oh, this is crazy. And I think Tim still has one Luke left in his deck.
Okay.
But Vinestra is just a great follow-up, and Internet Warrior is also going to be very annoying, and the Yoda as well.
I
How
mean,
does
there's
it
just
still
too
have
many
cards in
threats
hand?
here,
And yeah, double Marine concede.
That's it. We're gonna go to a game 3.
What a game 2 that was! Incredible game. But to be fair, I think it's a kind of a 1 in a million scenario. I think so. The lesson learned here for Tim is like play your late game threat more aggressively. Play around the discard basically. I think it's going to be the lesson to remember for Tim. But what a game! What a game from Edouard.
I know, right? Like, it's funny, somebody in the chat there just putting, "Is this game using Secrets of Power?" I mean, you wouldn't have thought so watching that game there, right? Because there's very few Secrets of Power cards being played.
Oh yeah,
Thankfully, we have seen a lot of them.
we saw Mina Bonteri, we saw
We did.
Galen Urso.
We did, yeah. Galen, to be fair, was really key in that situation as well. So, the cards that we did see have been pretty good. Mina really not showing up there for Tim, missing the disclose, and that extra card would have made all the difference, right? Like an extra card there could have been huge, right? One extra card in hand is a big deal. So yeah, you gotta watch those disclosures.
I wonder. So something we completely forgot to say, and I think is actually very relevant, is that Tim should have 2 copies of salvage in his deck.
Right.
Let me double check. Yeah, he does have 2 salvage in it. So the third Om 1 and 2 salvage.
Mm-hmm.
He actually has basically 5 Om 1 in this matchup.
Yeah.
So he only played 2 and got both of them discarded this game. So technically he should have more gas than this.
Yeah, I mean, even there in that situation where we thought it was completely unwinnable on the final turn when he drew, I think, double Battlefield Marine. If he would have drawn salvage at that point, he could have brought back a Yoda. He had the Force, so he could have brought back the home one of the Yoda and still stabilized. So even then, he had a final out to still potentially stabilize the game. So yeah, those salvages, as you pointed out, huge in this matchup. Unfortunately, maybe didn't draw them. But again, I think I think that again, I wouldn't say 1 in a million, but I think it is. It's unlikely the game goes that way again.
Yeah. It was clearly an outlier. This is not how this matchup is supposed to go. And this is the fun of the game as well. It's like sometimes things don't go the way they're supposed to. And that one makes this game fun.
Absolutely, yeah. Completely agree.
Yeah, I feel like... So if you guys are unhappy about the fact that we're not playing with many Legend Secret of Power cards in a specific matchup, just bear in mind that we pretty much only saw Secret of Power leaders so far in every single matchup so far. So you can't really, the Secret of Power is being reasonably well represented in this.
I mean, 2 Padmes, which is like a huge. Not only is a Secret Power leader, but the deck is full of disclosed cards, which is Secret of Power. And then obviously we've seen 2 games with Palpatine, which again half of the deck is new plot cards. So like they are some of the most Secrets of Power decks you're ever gonna see.
Yeah. And also keep in mind that as we're getting more and more sets, every single new set that comes out has less impact. So it's normal that even if Secret Power was exactly the same power level as Legend of the Force, because there's more cards in the pool, therefore more competition, it makes it so it's more difficult to actually... So we saw actually no turn 1 play here for the Yoda player, which is obviously not ideal. This is something that can happen sometime with Yoda, is that you can just not find a turn 1 play. But if he has a resupply on turn 2, I think that's fine.
I don't think he does have resupply, and even if he had it, Spark of Rebellion could have picked it off. But yeah, I mean, nothing great to choose here, right? Like,
the turn 2, might as well get rid of it. He's gonna try. He's gonna try Yoma. You hold blind. Oh, he finds something.
Great play there.
Classic. But you gotta do it sometimes.
Yeah, you do. 100%.
And it's still not great though. You're trading 3-drop for 3-drop, your opponent draws a card, but
I mean, at this stage in the game, though, when you do, and I hesitate to say you have inevitability because we saw in that last game that doesn't always play out, but in most games you will have inevitability. You're happy, I think, trading that, honestly. I think that's fine.
yeah. It's definitely better than having nothing, so that's for sure. But
Yeah.
and the thing is, like, then the village people dies, and then you can play a Spark of Hope. Oh, he also has resupply in hand, so he can go double ramp. Not this turn, but the turn after, at least.
Yeah.
He also has resupply carrier. Okay, he's gonna remove Spark of Hope. He's gonna go resupply this turn, and next turn he's gonna go resupply carrier and just turbo ramp into Yoda. So Tim still get to do what his deck is supposed to do, despite not finding a turn 1 play and having to rely on a blind Yuma only hope.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, this is one of those scenarios where if hand 1 blue was a different deck, if he was a more aggressive deck, then skipping turn 1 might have been more impactful. But honestly, because he is a lot slower, especially when you're on turn 2, you're playing Spark of Rebellion. It's really not the most aggressive thing you can do. It just means you're not putting on enough pressure for that to matter.
Resupply carrier, and once again, Yoda is gonna flip on the same turn as Han, which is crazy. Except that Han gets temporary resource while Yoda gets permanent ones. So if Tim has good late game follow up, he's going to be very far ahead this game.
Yeah, and again, only 7 damage as well. So we're not super far ahead here in the damage race.
Edward is going to ramp into a Luke Skywalker, but a -3/-3, not really doing a whole lot. So the Luke coming out is actually not doing so much.
Yeah. Just a 6/7, pretty much.
The only problem here is, like, I believe Yoda has to flip into blind. He finds a 5. Okay.
Okay, nice.
Prefers to get rid of Ahsoka rather than the 3/4. Okay. Not sure if I agree with this.
No. I mean, I definitely don't agree with that. I mean, obviously here you can trade into the Renestra, right? So you wouldn't have been able to deal with the Ahsoka there, but.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, good point.
But still, I mean, take 3 damage is 3 damage. But I suppose, at the end of the day, damage doesn't really matter too much at this stage. You've got Yoda right now, who's going to restore 3 anyway. So.
Seeing now double situation well under control from Tim. And he's going to start by getting rid of the tech, not giving his opponent options. But this is where the looks are going to start coming in from Edouard. And he's putting some good pressure this time around. In the previous game, Edouard was not able to push a lot of damage. This time around, he's doing a good job at doing so.
Yeah.
I would have wanted to see him attacking the Luke here. But maybe he was afraid of single -3/-3. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a great Village People.
Yeah, Village Protectors, as you said, hard to deal with in this matchup. Unless you've got the deeper Balaber, it's always going to absorb those attacks, which just stops all of that aggression.
And also deals very relevant damage on the unit as well, allowing the blue leader to pick up the injured Luke or Han.
Yep, indeed.
But he does have the deeper Balaber.
Okay.
Great stuff. Okay, only 2 cards left in hand for Tim. That's not ideal. Let's see what he finds. He ran back with 2 resources up, so he can play a 5 cost card.
Mm-hmm.
5 cost units. Unfortunately, he doesn't have many 5 cost units in his deck. Actually, he has none, just the blue leader with extra experience, but he always has 1 in play, so that's also very awkward. So he's most likely just going to find a 3 cost unit.
He's got an Obi-Wan there, I can see, so I think that will be fine here. Just stop an attack. Again, it allows, if your opponent's Luke attacks in, you can then trade him with the blue leader and finish it off. So I wouldn't hate to see an Obi-Wan.
Yeah, and this time no resource up for Edouard to deal with this. And Edouard with a Spark of Rebellion in hand, looking to do the exact same thing that he did in the previous game, where he's going to try to pick up the late game cards that Tim is going to be drawing.
Yeah, but he's only got one card in hand, right? So, and is the I mean, do you wait here, right? You could potentially wait for your opponent to use the order ability. You probably do, right? Oh no, I guess it doesn't matter either way because you discard the card either way. So, yeah.
Start coming in.
And the rivals fall.
Interesting,
Okay.
they decided to go after the Deepa Bilaba instead of going after the Luke.
Mm-hmm.
He could have killed the Luke here with the blue leader. Decided to go after the Deepa Bilaba.
Yeah, why was that?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
I can't
Maybe
think of any reason really. The Saboteur doesn't really matter here, right? Like he didn't have a village protection in hand or anything, so it's either a case of there's one or two scenarios. Either Tim's playing too quick for himself and he's making mistakes, or he's playing too quick for us and we're not noticing what he's doing. So it's one or the other.
I think maybe he had the plan to finish off the Luke with the Rival's Fall that he had in hand and that got discarded, but even that doesn't look particularly.
That doesn't make it, but Luke's better anyway, right? So it still doesn't explain why you would attack into the. You might as well kill the Luke and then you've got the Rival's Fall for deeper if you need it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So yeah, bit of a strange.
And here he goes after the Han instead of going after the Luke again. Really not looking to kill that Luke. And he's taking an absolute beating here.
Yeah, he's taking 2 extra points of damage there because of that as well.
Oh, finds a blue leader. Blue leader can finish off Luke. And Edward with not many cards in hand. He does have a lightsaber, which might be a huge punishment. Oh no! What if this play is gonna cost him the game?
I mean, that's 9 power, right? Does he have an answer? I don't think there's any way for him to answer it. He can't even claim. No, he can claim. He can claim and then Kelleran would have to finish it off. That's a huge risk. What's his other card in hand? He's salvaging.
No choice.
Claim. Oh, that's brutal.
Oh my god. This is ugly. Tim.
Oh no.
Oh, double internet warrior. That's not helping him.
It stops him dying on the spot though, right? Because he goes to 17. His opponent can deal 9 to put him to 26.
Yeah, but this is still so bad. Wow.
Loses the force there as well.
Wow,
Takes 9 back.
Now all he has to do is take initiative again. He's gonna be forced to take initiative. And if Edward has any Falcon or any Venestra, it's just
he needs to. I think Tim needs to bluff having removal even if he doesn't have it, right? Although you would obviously just open up with that. So yeah, he has to claim. Yeah. Oh,
I can't bluff the removal here. Impossible. Edouard is so happy. He knows he's gonna take out the favorite of the tournament here. And I think Tim can only blame himself. This Luke should have been dead a million years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's taken at least an extra 2 damage, maybe 3 because of this Luke.
And another lethal threat. Now, the only thing that can save, I don't even know what can save him here.
Maybe salvage, right? But yeah, there's no home one in discard, so that doesn't do anything.
Fine, he finds the removal, but that's too late.
Yeah, turn too late.
GG.
Oh, brutal. Well, there you go. Well played there from Edouard. Taking out, like you said, the tournament favourite and Tim. And I think, again, I think Tim played really well to say that, there was so much going on. Those games are super complicated. But honestly, at the end of the day, for me, I think he was playing a little bit quick. And I know he does that. I know he has a habit of doing that. But, I know I'm a snail in comparison. But honestly, I think sometimes in this situation, just slow down a tad,
Yeah, he's... The reason why Tim is a great control player is because he knows how to play fast and he knows how to play fast quick. And but in this case, I feel like I don't understand. I'll have to ask him the question because obviously he's our teammate, so we can ask him questions and he can reply and tell us the reason why he went for that Deepa Bilaba with that blue leader instead of going after the Luke.
Yeah. Absolutely, I can't see it. I mean, again, we could be missing something in the game to complicate a game, but for me, Saboteur is nowhere near worth as much as Restore 3 and an extra point of power, right? So yeah. Well, that means Tim's still in the tournament. We can see the bracket on screen now, so he does go down to the losers bracket there. So there's still a chance. I mean, he'll have to win now 5 or 6 matches on the spin in order to take the whole tournament, or 5 matches, I think, to take the tournament down. But that means that Edouard, one of the tournament organisers here, into the semi-final of the upper bracket.
And yeah, that means we're gonna keep struggling with the stream.
yeah. We secretly were hoping not only rooting for Tim because he's on Team Enigma, but also because we wanted the stream organizer back. But there you go.
And also, Tim is not gonna have an easy matchup here. On the lower bracket, he's gonna have to face Dominic.
Yeah,
That's not gonna be an easy matchup.
No, not at all. No. And who is what's Edward got next? Let's have a look. Let's see. On the bracket there, he's got.
He's gonna play against Nikos.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. And
why is Nico playing?
He's on the Han 4, the Han Pilot Tarkintown, which is a deck that I think got a huge buff in this set. No idea how the matchup goes, but
it's also Space Aggro is not a good matchup for Space Aggro is not. There's actually 3 Han 4 red in this tournament.
Oh, crazy! We've not seen one of them yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
To see if we can get that.
But Han 4 Tarkintown got it was already a good deck in Legend of the Falls. Got some massive upgrades, and Nico is gonna have. But I think this is a really bad matchup. It's gonna be a bad matchup for Edward. Falls Han Blue does not have a great matchup against Space decks because it's a deck that is mostly ground based. And
and I think if any leader to me stands out as a leader that benefited from plot as a mechanic, this leader is the one that does, right? Because you get to flip, play the plot cards, and then refresh your resources. So you don't have to. In the past, we had to wait to spend resources first, but now we don't have to do that. That obviously makes this leader so much better.
Yeah, no, it's a great leader, and aggressive negotiations is very good in a deck that is able to draw a lot of cards with Boshek, with T3PO. Also, the light maker is another great beatdown space that can be very, very effective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some people have even running a sneaking suspicion. He doesn't have any. Nikos doesn't have any in his list, but I see that as well. It's just, I mean, it looks like a pretty terrible card on paper. Just the 2-cost, +1/+1 upgrade with plot. But honestly, just another way to buff up your leader and spend those resources, I think, can be useful. But in this next game coming up now, boy, we got a treat. Grand Inquisitor, a leader that people have been trying to make work for so long and has never ever really had any success.
Interesting is that Jonah. This is a lower bracket game. It's Jonah Ruse versus Tobias. This is the lower bracket game, so whoever loses this match is out of the tournament. And because Jonah actually lost 2-0 to Mario, so his Palpatine Daredevil deck lost to Han 1 Grain.
Yeah.
That was a Han 1 Daredevil, actually.
Okay, interesting.
Which you would assume is a good matchup could be a decent matchup for Pal, but maybe not.
Super excited to see if we can finally see Grand Inquisitor do well. I'm very cynical, but every single set, this leader seems to get like a million cards that work well with it, and it never ever seems to come through. I guess we got Darth Treya probably is the standout one so far from this expansion that helps him, but yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, I think we are going to go to a quick 5-minute break then before that game starts, and then we'll be ready to go with a very
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Two Moons Invitational. I am Thork, and I'll be your caster for today, and I'm joined by, you can call me Al. Hey, man, how's it going?
Yeah, fantastic. We've had some great games. We've had something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. So yeah, I'm appreciating all the different leaders and things people have brought to this. Just something I wanted to point out as well. If you guys are enjoying this and thinking, oh, you know what, I want to participate in this tournament when it gets run again next year, if you do want to qualify for the Two Moons Championship in 2026, you can create an account on the Unity League website. Every tournament organizer can report your Star Wars Unlimited results for free, and then you'll earn points towards qualification. So if you tell your local game store to participate, there's a link in the stream description. Then that way you can potentially qualify for the tournament next year as well. So yeah, if you want to play in this, then get going with it.
Yeah, so the very great point. Thank you for reminding us how to take part in this. I think that initiative coming from the community are going to be super important moving forward for the in Star Wars Limited ecosystem, especially as we are heading towards uh, rotation, and we're going to be in a situation where it is most likely going to be like at the same time, I don't think FFG will be able to give equal love to all the different formats that are available to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's great that there's going to be so let's say if you want to see more Eternal, you can just simply support local tournaments who are like third-party tournaments that do support Eternal and so on and so forth. Hopefully, FFG supports all those formats moving forward. But obviously, I think it's having an ecosystem where we're not completely dependent on FFG to run tournaments. I think that's a great thing to have, and I think Two Moons have been the driving force of non-official competitive play in Europe. And I think in USA it's been the Boston network who has been very active to provide community driven tournaments, and I think those are extremely important and will be even more important as we are heading towards rotation.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. I think we're going to be nearly ready for our next round match then. Like you said before, we're in the losers bracket now, so players that have lost one of their matches today, but they still have a chance to get all the way to the final and win it, thanks to double elimination. A beautiful format. So I think we're going to get the deck lists up now and have a look and see what they're playing.
Yeah, so obviously as you're seeing here on the screen, the matchup is going to be Grand Inquisitor Yellow versus Palpatine Beta Vault, and that's going to be the Grand Inquisitor Yellow is basically the good old Grand Inquisitor sort of aggro deck, but this deck has just so many crazy card, and not only crazy card from the new set, but also crazy cards from the previous set. But obviously, the main event here for Tobias is that he's running the Darth Treya combo. Darth Treya combined with the Trader of Plagueis, played out of aspect, combined with the Grand Inquisitor ability, allows you to deal infinite damage. How easy is it going to be to use that combo in this matchup? It's probably going to be very difficult, but if we can see it today, guys, I think we've earned we if we can see this combo going actually happening in this tournament, I think it would just be the perfect day, right?
Oh, it'd be amazing. And you know, we've had some big moments before in previous tournaments where combos, Endless Legion things have happened and it's been really exciting. Now, when the new set was revealed and we saw Darth Treya, that was the first thing I think a few people thought of is this, how do we make this an infinite damage combo? And we do have that way, like you said, with the tragedy of Plagueis.
So first we're seeing the
Inquisitor.
deck list of Jonah, who is, as you know, is the winner of the winner of the PQ Munich, and his deck list is not particularly crazy. It's just really solid. Chancellor Palpatine. I think that if you're really looking to play Chancellor Palpatine as your leader, you should be playing this something along these lines. I think it's pretty much a solid green, black, blue control deck, but just playing a lot of plot cards in order to fuel Chancellor Palpatine deploy and get yourself a huge deployment. It's very reminiscent to the Kylo Data Vault deck. And we also had a couple of new cards as well, like Condemned. It was another removal that I think is a good option to have, even though it does counter-synergize with Power Dark Side and Merciless Contest. It's still a powerful removal and should be considered, and I'm imagining it's going to be even more prevalent after rotation. We already saw him winning on stream, but he lost his previous round against Han 1 Green. And we'll see how he does against this super spicy Guanaquistor yellow deck.
Yeah, I think we're going to go to the game now and just we'll see how we go. But yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Condemn kind of like entrenched in a way, you know, as you said, counter-synergy with those Power of the Dark Side merciless cards, but also, you know, sometimes your opponent has a space you need to stick it on it or whatever it might be. I honestly was probably a bit low on Condemn coming into this. I thought, you know, after rotation, I'm sure it'll be great. Before rotation, there are better options, but Condemn has, I think, felt pretty good. I mean, a lot of the time it ends up being like a 3-cost removal, and you know, while yes, it's not as good as Power of the Dark Side. I mean, what card is, you know? So you know, I really don't mind seeing some Condemns in the list. I think it's going to end up being potentially a staple even before rotation.
I think they make even more sense in Daredevil tech list, to be fair.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, where you need to fill that quota of actually, you know, buffing up the deck with enough removal cards for turn 2. Absolutely.
Yeah. I playtested the card, and I have mixed feeling about the card. I think it's a great card. It would be an amazing card if only it didn't have such massive counter synergies with Power Dark Sides and Merciless Contest.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
I've been stuck many times, but to be honest, nobody cares about borrowing control here. We are exciting to see this Guanaquistor deck to the action. This deck is insanely wild. It would take at least an hour to go through every single deck choice that he makes because there's so many interesting out of the box choices that Tobias is going for. But I'm sure we're going to be able to witness them as the game unfolds.
He almost missed there with that plot there. He only got to see one plot card out of the 5. So yeah, but he did hit the Slimeore. So he is able to add that to his hand. And it's one of those things. How many plot cards do you need in your deck to actually make sure you hit with that Palpatine every time? Obviously, it's quite a lot. But yeah, it does hit the Slimeore. And we see here, unlike a previous version of the deck, there is Slimeore in this Palpatine, which I think, you know, definitely is a 1 or a 2 of, but he's actually running as a 3 of, which I do like.
So Zebran Star Hopper turn 1, great. You get to untap it with Guanaquistor going for 2 damage. If it dies, you get the indirect damage. Such a great card. And I think, honestly, Guanaquistor Yellow has been the most competitive version of Guanaquistor, so it does make sense to be going for that type of deck. And then improve it or make it worth with the combo, I don't know. But yeah, Power Dark Side after this, still take 2 damage. Oh, beautiful follow-up here with the Guerrilla Soldiers. And that is so much damage being pushed to the base.
Yeah, right.
And he also gets to untap it. Double attack. Yeah. That is a 7 damage. Guerrilla Soldiers.
It's incredible. Right? I mean, this is the ultimate like answer to card control, like claiming and playing Power of the Dark Side, right? Because you can have an empty board. You can just deal 7 to base, and it's amazing. And honestly, like if Guanaquistor wins this game, it's probably not going to be on the back of the combo, like you were saying. I think the combo is more of like a cute afterthought. But the actual Guanaquistor deck, just playing units that get to deal damage when they're played, is the key.
What a great start here, following up, curving in with a rush Clovis here. It's gonna get answered right away, but it's honestly doesn't matter. Look at the amount of damage that's been dealt to base here on turn. This is turn 3, guys.
Yeah. 13 damage on the base, and there's going to be at least 2 more here. I'm assuming the first action is very likely to be an attack with the Guerrilla Soldiers. We're going to go to 15, but the thing is, that's not even halfway. Data Vault is so beefy that that's not even halfway through the damage, although granted, we've not seen the Inquisitor flip turn, and if Inquisitor can have a big flip turn where it can deal a lot of damage, that could be the last turn of the game, potentially.
And also keep in mind that, honestly, one of the great things about Guanaquistor is, like, when you start being very low in HP, like, once you get into the 5 HP range, the rest of the game is just incredibly difficult to work with because then every unit basically comes to play ready effectively. Unfortunately, here the follow-up is going to be Thrall of the Covens, which is going to get answered right away. So
we're seeing all these cards that you never see in any other deck. You get Rush Clovis, you get Split Thralls the Covenant, and they're all just getting removed immediately. And this Guerrilla Soldier is just chipping away every turn. That Guerrilla Soldier has now dealt, I think, 11 damage? Which is a lot of damage.
Yeah, but as long as he has a threat, it's not so terrible to have your 5-drop being removed as long as you get to still put the pressure on with another unit, which is exactly what he's doing with the Guerrilla Soldier. 17 damage to base now, and the flip of Guanaquistor has not happened yet, so That's going to be the Grand Inquisitor, but this time is going to be the promo one from the Store Championship. And there's going to be a Sentinel unit here, very important at this stage, but it also means he has no removal, so there's going to be potentially double ready effect coming from the Grand Inquisitor leader.
Yeah, he's run out of removal, right? So instead of playing the removal that he wanted, he's forced to just stick with the Dogmatic Shock Squad, a card again that you're probably not going to see in any other deck except Palpatine, just because he needs to hit that number of plot cards. And this is the flip turn.
Now the big question is, does Tobias has another good 3-drop to go alongside it? And he does. That is the Darth Traya, guys. The combo pieces are in place.
I mean, who needs the combo when you're just going to slam base with these units?
He's going to have, at the very least, he's going to have to sacrifice his Grand Inquisitor unit and some damage on his Grand Inquisitor leader. And then he's going to be able to go in for 2 damage with Darth Traya, which is not great. Since Darth Traya, you mostly played for her own attack ability, but her own attack ability is honestly quite situational in this deck, unless you can put together the Tragedy of Plagueis. But the thing is, Jonah is going to have to respect it. He's going to have to get rid of it, because if next turn Tragedy of Plagueis comes in, this is game over. But also understand that in order for the combo to work, Grand Inquisitor needs to be on the leader side. He needs to be dead, basically.
Yeah, indeed, that's right. And the thing is as well, like we're getting all excited here. There's 19 damage on the base. There's still 14 to go, and this is now Palpatine's flip turn. And obviously, the whole point of this deck is the flip turn for Palpatine. And I suspect we're going to see a better flip than we've seen earlier today. I think we're probably going to see multiple plot cards here, a lot of stabilization. Obviously, Palp has the initiative here, so there's a lot of things he can do here to stabilize the board.
Yeah, we'll see. The big question is, does his flip turn is better than a Kylo Ren? It's always kind of the question I ask myself to wonder how, but in this case, it's going to be pretty good. Yeah, it's going to be Slymore plus Palpatine unit. I have to say though, those punching bags, the spies, quite easy to get rid of for Grand Inquisitor at the moment.
Yeah, they are, but he does get 4 of them. And again, just to remind people how the plot function works, you need to reveal them all first to make sure you're not getting any off the top of your deck there. So I'm hoping that there wasn't a plot card reveal from the top of the deck there. It looked like it might have been. I hope not. But yeah, you can't use any plot cards you pull off of playing another plot card. You're not allowed to do that. So yeah, you need to reveal them all first. But that's 4 spies now, an army.
Yeah, but it also means that Slymore is useless, because basically the -2 damage to the base does nothing.
Bit of counter synergy between those two, absolutely. And honestly, things like that might end up being the thing that pushes it in favor of Kylo being the deck that sees play rather than Palpatine, just because of little counter synergies.
Yeah. Once again, I'm kind of wondering how good that flip is compared to just a classic Kylo flip with a legal authority and craving power.
I mean, 4 spies is a lot, but yeah. I mean, they're all
but they just died. They just fog, basically. They just died. Well, there's actually one copy of Cat and Mouse in the hand for the Grand Inquisitor player, by the way. I wonder what this card does. I'll put it on the screen. I don't
remember what Cat and Mouse does, to be honest.
Well, I do it just for... I'll do it just for...
You're going to put it up for me? Because
yes, I did. I'm putting it up just for you, man.
Because honestly...
Exhaust an enemy unit. If you do, ready a friendly unit in the same area, in the same arena with power equal or less than that enemy unit. Okay. No idea what this is in the deck. Probably some sort of combo thing.
Yeah.
There's also Unnatural Life in this deck as well.
Unnatural Life. Okay. This really is a deck with all the. I mean, maybe put this deck together because he just wanted to scrape out all the bad cards from his collection from the bottom of his collection bin and just see what deck.
I mean, Unnatural Life on Darth Traya can be sweet, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's just it's incredibly situational.
Tough situation.
And he's gonna play it.
And no one does a
John has to read the card. Yeah. What does that do? And the good thing is exhausting the Palpatine is actually a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
The only problem is he's just paying a 3-cost exhausting unit. This would have been a no good to be dead. It would have been so much better.
Yeah. 3 cost worse than good. No good to be dead. Yeah, not ideal.
And the good news, he's going to be able to attack into the spy, ready the Darth Traya, and kill the 4 spies. So basically kill all 4 spies. Does he have another thing to play right now this is the important moment here for Tobias. He needs to play something else right now, and something big and strong. Oh no, he doesn't. His entire turn is just a 3-mana okay, I think this is where Tobias just lost the game. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, I just think that this turn made Tobias basically just completely broken.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, it wasn't anything that that Palp did, right? It was just his own deck beating him up, right? Like
He's just
playing
lost to
cards
himself,
like
basically.
you're playing cards like cat and mouse in your deck, then sometimes you're not going to draw the good cards. So maybe you should have played better, more units.
Yeah, that's obviously the problem when you put so many situational cards, and this is basically in a nutshell the reason why you don't want to play too many situational cards in your deck is because then you basically lose consistency. And it's really a shame because I honestly think that this Granacusta deck could be a pretty like Granacusta Yellow is actually a pretty decent deck. It's capable of doing the stuff that we saw in the first 2 turns of the game. But I just think that Tobias' version is just a little bit too good. Like the guy, I mean, bro, you're already playing Granacusta Yellow with the Dastria combo. Did you really need to play Cat and Mouse and a Natural Life in your deck? Like, isn't it like there's just a little bit too much, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe in a few months I'll end up eating these words, but I don't think even if the deck is super clean and built well, I still don't think it's going to be like a top tier deck. Honestly, like I think it's cool.
I
It's cool,
agree,
it's
but
interesting,
I mean, I agree, but as I said, whenever you're playing something spicy, you want it to succeed, so you want to give it the most chances. And the thing is, like, the guy is just like, your deck is already spicy enough, bro. You don't need to play.
No, he wanted what are those death chilies or whatever that you get from the US that just kill you. He wanted ghost chilies or something. Yeah, he wanted it as uber spice. But yeah, well, it turns out that bland vanilla beats uber spice any day of the week in card games.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't get to use the Graniquisity ability here. Does get to push 4 damage, but again, he's just so far away. I mean, it doesn't seem like a lot, but 9 damage here when your opponent's got this board and then a Walker ready to attack. It's a lot.
This is so we're gonna see Legacy run, but at this time, like basically the game has already slipped through his fingers, and that was despite him having the most exciting start possible. He had the most insane start you could possibly dream of, and even that was not enough. He needed to be lucky all the way to be able to pull that win.
Yeah, I mean, all he needed was that one good turn, right? When he played that cat and mouse, I think if he would have had a good turn there, he might have had a chance, because again, all his opponent did was play spies that just got eaten up for free. So all he did basically was heal. So he did have a small window, but sadly for him, his turn was just so weak. Cat and mouse, he played 3 cost, well, basically ended up being 6 cost exhaust a unit, which not good enough.
That was more than 6 cost. That was I think that was
yeah.
It was a 7 cost just exhaust
7 cost exhaust a unit, yeah. So yeah, we'll have to see, what changes he could potentially make into the next game. He did actually draw the Tragedy of Darth Plagueis as well. So if he would have had initiative going into that final turn, that turn when he played the cat and mouse, he didn't have it because he had to kill all the spies. But if he had have done, he could have potentially actually still triggered the combo and gone on to win. So he wasn't actually that far away.
But he needed his Granacusta dead though.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right.
And he had no way to suicide him.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's another limitation of the combo as well. It's like, by the time you're supposed to combo off, your Granacusta is most likely on the battlefield. That's another sort of counter synergy, which is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
It is indeed a tragedy.
It's a tragedy that this isn't a meta deck. Yeah. 2 walkers now in play. I mean, how much more stable can you be?
People who are just joining us in the stream are gonna be wondering, what the hell is Cat and Mouse display on the? I'm gonna leave it there, just for people to wonder what is going on here. What is this Cat and Mouse and what is this trickery? Indeed, Cat and Mouse has been played in this
I
this
think it's
match.
safe at this point. Like honestly, if it were me, I think it's safe. I'm normally someone who's pretty much against conceding ever, but honestly, at this stage, like yeah, there we go. We finally see it. Because honestly, I don't think there's much more game to be played there. But yeah, thankfully for us, they do end the game, and we can go into game 2 now. And we'll have to have a look at these lists and see if there's anything in the sideboard. I mean, what on earth does a Grand Inquisitor combo deck sideboard look like?
Who knows? But so okay, so he does have Locking Tie Phantoms, and I don't think Mr. Jonah runs any minus effects. Maybe some smoke, but they come into play much later. So Locking Tie Phantom could just end up stealing games, which would be incredibly boring. It's like you're making this sweet combo deck, and then you just end up winning the game because you unanswered Locking Tie Phantom. So that's a pretty big deal. He also has Bazine, which could be a decent card. And that's pretty much the only 4 cards. He could play Demolifying Fighters. There's a couple of upgrades, like the Condemns you could get rid of.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at Jonah's list. So on Jonah's side, he does have Lutron Charleston. So I think Sentinels are very effective against as we saw, even the dogmatic Shock Squad, not exactly a stellar Sentinels. Even that Sentinels was actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming Lutron Charleston is going to be very good.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing out of aspect Galen Urso as well, but I don't think he wanted in this matchup. So yeah, probably just the 2 Charleston for Jonah, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the rest of the cards there, obviously for other matchups. But yeah, Chilton. I mean, Chilton. Honestly, if he can trigger it here and he can get it, even it's like a 5/5, would just be super solid. Like you said, Sentinels are just the bane of Grand Inquisitor because he really benefits from when you've got an empty board and you can just keep readying and slamming, as we saw there with the Guerrilla Soldier. If at any point he would have just played a unit instead. And like we saw, even when he did, like you pointed out exactly right, Dogmatic Shock Squad. I mean, pretty awful card by all accounts. Obviously, only in the deck really for the plot, but just did enough.
I could also see Tobias adding a couple of Waylay as well. He has 2 Waylays in the sideboard. It will help him answering those large Sentinel units.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you 2 cards that you can take out of his deck: Cat and Mouse. They can come straight. let's get them out of the deck immediately, and then never put them in a deck ever again.
Oh, yeah, I know this. My sideboard plan is to side out Cat and Mouse in every single matchup.
Yeah. He needed a pre sideboard where he took that out of the deck completely and put something playable in. Yeah.
That'd be sweet. But the good news is he has a lot of cards he can take out from the deck, and his deck would not be harmed.
Yeah. He could also take out the combo as well if he wanted to. I think that might make the deck higher.
No, this is forbidden.
Yeah,
You are not allowed to take out the combo. This is not part of the deal.
Now, please, all I want for Christmas this year is I just want to see this combo go off, please. Please, one time, can we get this combo to go, please?
I want to see it in a competitive setting, obviously, when both players are trying to win the game. I don't want to see it like, don't start sending me your replays of like, of you getting the combo off against the friend.
Yeah. I don't want to see any Karabast combos here. I want to see, see combos in real life happening in a competitive environment, and let's see it happen in this game. Honestly, this is one of the situations where it's probably doable because your opponent's not putting you under enough pressure that they can just kill you before it happens. But then they've got so much removal that, like, I don't know.
No, I don't necessarily think you get it off in this matchup, but at least it can be annoying because it can be it forces you to respect and counter basically the Darstreya, well, normally you would ignore. But in this matchup, you kind of have to respect her because of that combo. Sometimes the strength of combo is not necessarily to go off, but just to represent a threat. Like I remember, if you ever played Magic in Modern, obviously we're talking about a combo that is on a different realm of competitiveness. But the Splinter Twin combo, the strength of that combo was not necessarily to be able to get it off and win out of nowhere, even though it could do that. But just the threat of every time you would play a Pestomite or a Deceiver Exarch, knowing that your opponent had to remove it because otherwise he would just lose the game. So sometimes it's not about doing the combo. Sometimes it's just about the threat of the combo.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. I mean, Darth Treya herself is quite threatening here because obviously she can just ready herself and deal like 6 damage anyway. So
yeah,
even without I think that's the thing that means this combo has a chance. Is just that even though the tragedy of Darth Plagueis is obviously a horrendous card outside of this, and you would never play outside of the combo. Like I think Darth Treya herself actually just works quite well in the deck anyway. So if you like you said, if you play her, she's hard to ignore, especially because you're threatening just winning the game on the spot.
To be honest, I think that if only Tragedy of Plagueis was in the right colors, like if this combo was not off aspect, I think it would be a legit combo. Honestly. Unfortunately, the extra 2 that you have to spend on it is just too much.
Yeah, agreed. And we see here, I mean, we know, I've just seen we've got the Inquisitor's got the Lurking TIE Phantom in hand, so he does actually have a way to cheese this game potentially if there's no answer.
Yeah, and also a very, very good start again. The Star Hopper is great. 2 damage to base, a unit that deals some damage to base when it dies. Just the exact same card as the previous game, but
yeah, perfect counter to Power of the Dark Side Merciless Contest.
Super is a Technician.
Ooh.
That's a good one as well. If he kills the Star Hopper, he can put the indirect damage on him to get the ramp. So even if Arena Dodge happens, he can still find a way to kill his own Super is a Technician. But now he needs to find an answer to TIE Phantom. If he needs to the only answer that he has in his deck in no glory only result.
Well, he could also condemn it as well. I did see a condemn in the hand, so.
Oh yeah, condemn works. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he does have the condemn, so yeah, I think he will have an answer here. I think, unless he resourced it last turn, which is possible. Before he saw the Phantom, he might have resourced it. But even still, I mean, condemning it means that you're protecting your opponent's board from Power of the Dark Side Merciless for the rest of the game as well.
Yeah, that's a big deal. So finally, condemn being played, but now all he has to do is just go swing the base. He might still want to attack because in order to actually get the -6 attack, you actually do need to reveal the blue-black card from hand. So you might want to use that just to scout what your opponent might have in hand.
Well, and sometimes, I've had it happen as well already, where if your opponent, sometimes they don't have it, right? They just inexplicably don't have the thing, and then you just get to deal the 4 damage anyway. So, you definitely still attack, yeah.
Unless you want to have the issue, of course.
Indeed, yeah. But again, with Grand Inquisitor, you're very rarely going to have the initiative. Oh, he does hit a plot there as well. 1 plot each time he's used that ability. It's the Cad Bane this time. So he's able to keep the train rolling.
Yep. He's going to attack.
And he actually going to
show the Cad Bane.
Bane. So honestly, there was a small window there where Lurking TIE potentially had a small chance of being able to trigger if Cad Bane was the only thing that he had. But we don't know what else in hand. But...
Oh, nice that Grand Inquisitor is actually hidden, so can't be killed by the Super Technician. But it does mean, though, that the Super Technician will be able to attack into Grand Inquisitor and kill it, which is obviously the dream scenario here for Super Technician. And I think Jonah is in a very comfortable position. Yes, he's taken a lot of damage, which is kind of expected in this matchup, but he's gonna be able to ramp, and there's no much board going on the side of Tobias.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Again, I feel like last game started off better for the Inquisitor. Unfortunately, no sign of Darth Treya, which is the card that I'm really looking out for. I think he may have even resourced. He definitely had Tragedy of Darth Plagueis in his hand, but he's resourced it, I think. So yeah, I think it's not going to be a combo game this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it needs to happen on stream as well because we've seen him. We've seen him like going for this combo. But I think the problem is that in this case, he might have done it like in a tournament already, but because he was not caught on camera, we don't know about it.
Yeah, and a nice little use of timing intervention there gets to clear off both units now. Lurking TIE Phantom again might as well be defeated here. It's not doing anything. Just force your opponent to have the blue cards there. Cad Bane, there it is.
This is the Cat Bane, the foil
You know what,
prestige
this
one.
is, yeah, you know what? This is going to seem like a really minute detail, but honestly, these are the kind of things that top competitive players think about. Okay, and how they get small edges. With Disclose, there is some opportunity here to mess up, right? Like here, we can see here for and again, we're brand new in a new set, right? So not everyone's going to have their decks fully with all the cards they want. But if you're running different versions of the same card in your deck and you're disclosing them, if you disclose the wrong one, it gives your opponent more information. If they remember that they saw prestige one and then you show a non-prestige one, it means they know you've got two, right? So these little things add up, and this is why I always recommend using 3 copies of the same card in your deck. You know, the same sort of foiling, the same type of card, because otherwise you're just giving yourself a disadvantage for no reason, even though it is very minor.
Yeah, me personally, I do run cards that are different, but just regular foil and non-foil, basically, in my deck. I know people don't like to do this, but because of they might be caught if the card is pringling. But my foils don't pringle whenever there's sleeves. They usually don't pringle, so I don't have the problem. And it does allow me to put my decks faster together.
Yeah. Okay, we are seeing the Palpatine flip here. So we've got that Dogmatic Shock Squad again. Again, you know, not amazing, but just good enough here. And once again, we need to the order there slightly wrong, so that we to just make sure the players are aware of how to do that. But yeah, there we go, Palpatine again. So another huge bunch of Sentinels. And honestly, at this point, the only way to win the game might be the combo. You might need to try and find it.
Yeah, so maybe the play here is the problem is that Palpatine does have enough attack here to kill the Dastria, but if I don't know, I'm trying to think about it, but I don't see what scenario we could actually squeeze it in.
Yeah, it's really tough here. He was going to start slamming in base himself now.
Oh, he's not respecting it.
No, he's not.
So that's going to be the problem is there's 3 somethings in play, so yeah, the Dastria combo is just I mean, to be fair, no, Dastria combo doesn't care about something else. Because you can keep attacking and it doesn't matter. So here this turn is probably just gonna focus on clearing out those spies, unless he just letting the spies die. Letting the spies be, knowing that they're gonna lose something else next turn. It looks like he's gonna clear them out, and a breaking in. In. He clears out all the Sentinels.
He does, but look at how much base HP's left. He's not even halfway yet.
No, yeah.
17 HP.
Last game, he was halfway through.
Yeah.
On turn 3.
Yeah.
Now he's this is just no, it's unless Jonah, I'm gonna make that joke again. Unless Jonah gets a stroke, I don't think he can lose.
Suggest to your opponent, you need to go over to the food stand and go buy a big burger. Just it's like that's your only win. That's your only out. That lurking tie, honestly, it's kind of crazy.
He kills the Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah.
This is actually, you know what? This is actually exactly what Tobias wants, because he knows the only ways to win the game is the combo, and the combo cannot happen if Grand Inquisitor is in play.
I mean, you do have to kill him eventually, though, right? You can't just let him slam into your base every turn. So you do actually have to deal with him, but he should be exhausted there.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we can get that information passed on to the players, but yeah, Inquisitor should be exhausted, so he can't use in this turn unless, of course, he has the tray, which he does not.
He has another TIE Phantoms, but I don't think that TIE Phantom alone can race.
And this is just the key point of Lurking TIE Phantom. It's such a cheesy card. If you have the answer to it, like Condemned, it can do nothing. But if you don't have the answer, it could, like you said, just run away with this game. There we go. They didn't notice there. That's
keep in mind that I really think that TIE Phantoms could have been a way for Tobias to win, because really the Jonah does not have many answers to it. He has the 3 no growing result, 2 Oh, he does have 3 entrench as well, so I guess he's fine.
Yeah. 8 answers in there.
He also has first light, which he's just played.
Yeah, obviously at this stage of the game that will answer it as well. But obviously it wouldn't help against a turn 2 Phantom. But yeah, just clears that off now.
And yeah, I don't think Tobias is going to concede, so we're gonna have to wait for a while. Are you being convinced by the Palpatine, or are you just like, meh?
I've been really looking at what I've been looking for is what I've talked about, the flip turn, right? Like, what does the flip turn look like? Because the card draw, yes, paying 1 to draw a card is a better ability than Kylo Ren's, I think. Actually getting actual value in hand rather than just like filtering, I think, is stronger. Both decks have to run a bunch of terrible cards. Plot cards and upgrades are on their own quite bad, but
No. This is where I disagree. Kylo card, like, okay, I would say yes, I agree that. Legal Authority is not a great card, but however, I disagree. I think what's it called? Craving Power is a very powerful card.
Yeah, but some of the plot cards are also good in Palpatine, right? Like I'm saying, some of the bad, right? Like Palpatine, the 3-cost Palpatine's a good card, period. Like it's not just in Palpatine. So like, yeah, like obviously Craving Power is the best of any of them, I would say. But at the end of the day, both have to run suboptimal decks to support the leader. And I think that watching the flip turns they've seemed pretty underwhelming. Like sticking a lot of spies down just hasn't seemed that good to me, honestly. And I think if we would have seen this as Kylo, none of the games today that Palpatine has won, I don't think Kylo wouldn't have won. So yeah, I'm not super impressed.
I agree. I don't think there's a single game that. But if the leader is just as good as I think the problem I have with Palpatine, right, is that his deploy is very powerful against ground decks because he has a lot of Sentinels. The Palpatine unit is great because it puts a lot of Sentinels into play. But against space decks, his flip is just first light, and sometimes it's gonna have what's it called? The Slime. So, but overall against space, the flip is a lot weaker. What I like about the flip of Kylo is like it's just as good against space as it is against ground.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, I mean, in theory, right? Obviously, if you don't have the way to actually, if you don't have the Craving Power or the Legal Authority, and you just kind of create a big unit on ground, that doesn't help as much. But yeah, it's certainly better than Palpatine, a lot better than Palpatine.
Also, what I like about something that is very important to notice as well is that Kylo does have synergies. With Anakin, he can enable Anakin double -3/-3, which is a big deal in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Very easy to just put an heroism unit so you can enable Anakin. And there's also multiple cards of the new set that do quite well. That can do quite well in Kylo. So Condemned obviously is another way to get another upgrade that you can loot, and that is just a very solid card. Another card that I think can be really good in Kylo as well is for his flip turns, notably, is Nimble Prowess. You can literally just exhaust +1 and exhaust the unit. I think can be quite playable, or to improve his flip turns. And Exile from the Force is another card that could be played as well out of aspect.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, I could see it maybe as a one-off. Yeah.
Yeah, and also you can put this on your own.
we got to see that Tragedy of Darth Plagueis actually come out, but but yeah, unfortunately, no Darth Trader there to combo off with. That's it.
Jonah takes the win, and he's alive in this tournament. And unfortunately, the Grand Inquisitor is out.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool idea. It's interesting. I think when we saw that card, like I said, it was a good to look at. And I think, continue on trying to make the deck work. Like I said, maybe with a slightly more refined list, it might do even better. But I do think right now, the deck is just lacking that consistency that you need to be a top competitive deck.
I think the deck is probably better without the combo. That's the unfortunate reality.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. And again, we know... we don't know this for sure with the new cards, but I mean, Grand Inquisitor wasn't even close, I think, to being like a strong deck before. And a lot of new cards, granted, might make it get there, but I just think that 6 deploy is always going to hold it back from being a really, really strong deck, in my opinion.
And
But yeah, great game there.
Yeah.
Nice to see. I mean, obviously, maybe not quite as thrilling as some of the other games, but I think that that Gorilla Soldier being able to hit in for like 13 damage across the game was really cool to see. Yeah, we've had some really cool games. You know, again, Palpatine we've seen a few times now. I think people seem to be gravitating towards him as sort of one of the stronger leaders of the new set. Again, I think we're both kind of in the same camp here, where we think he's basically just a weaker version of another deck that already exists. But you know, maybe with a bit more tinkering, he might get there. My problem with him is I don't think Kylo Data Vault's like super strong at the moment anyway. So if you're slightly worse than a deck that isn't exactly one of the best decks in the game, then I don't know if that puts you in a great position.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting for sure. I think people are gonna be loving to trying him out. He's close enough in power level to Kylo that you can win a tournament with it.
Yeah,
which is nice, and people are just gonna be excited to try it out and to take advantage of the new plot. But also one of the thing is like also Kylo is gonna get better over time as more upgrades are getting added to the game. Why that's not the case, I think plot is not an evergreen ability. It's
no.
not gonna show up in another set for at least for a good while, which is also gonna be another problem in the long run for Chancellor Palpatine as well.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, absolutely. I think given that match now, we should be ready for a nice little break. Get yourself a nice cup of tea and have a rest, and then come back for, I'm assuming, a match in the winners bracket next.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. Thank you so much, guys, and I'll see you later. Knowing when things go live, it's so bad.
We get the deck list up. So I've got T's, thighs, D's.
Are we live now? Please don't tell me we're live.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. So, hi guys.
Can you please answer me? Can you
Apologies.
talk to me?
Apologies. Yeah, I think it looks like we are live. Mics are hot. This is why in showbiz they always say treat your mics like they're hot, just in case they are. Yeah. So this next game we are going to the losers bracket again. So we're going to see a couple of players that we have actually seen already today, but in a matchup that we've not seen. So we've got another one of the tournament organisers, Ties, Stetler here on the Padme Tarkintown that we have, like I said, seen already today once, so we'll have to see how we get on there. And then he's playing against Tim, who we saw a couple of rounds ago on the Yoda, his sort of marquee deck that everyone knows him for. So we'll have to see. I mean, what do you think about this matchup then? Padme, Tarkintown versus Yoda.
Yeah, I think it's a really good matchup for Tim. He's going to be. I think once again it's sort of like we know that Yoda has been just an excellent counter to those mid-range decks, and I think Padme is no exception. And with the late deployment as well, it's going to be even more difficult for this deck to really take over the game before the Yoda can go live. Yoda is a deck though that sometimes can lose to itself. It doesn't find the ramp. It doesn't find the right card, the right moments. It's a deck that is not ultra super consistent. It's a deck that's where, for example, you get a hand where you have like a Spark of Hope and you're ready to ramp, but you don't have any unit that dies. You just can lose the game by yourself. So it is a deck that is not like, it's not the most consistent deck in the meta. So I can see Ties being able to get some wins from that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great analysis there. I think that's spot on about what we're expecting here. So now the debate rages on. We've got the three new great two drops from the set. We've got Bale, we've got Nemec, and we've got Faith in Your Friends. In this matchup, which one would you rather start with out of those three?
I think this obviously Nemec is still like I think the go-to option.
Yeah.
Especially since yeah, he does play a 2/4. Yeah, he does play some 2/4s. Even against that's the crazy part. Normally, one makes Nemec just so good is that it's a 3/2, right? But even against 2/4s, it's still a very good card. He's still going to be able to trade with a 2/4, which is crazy.
In this deck in particular, not only does it, like, normally, yes, you can trade with it, you can use the spy. In this deck, if they trade into your 3/2, you can reveal it, deal the ping, and then you've still got the spy for free anyway, right? So it trades and leaves the spy left over because of Padme's ping. So yeah, I mean, Nemec is just, it's just, he gets better and better every time I look at him.
Yeah, no, it's this card just doesn't stop on the.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of other cards which that's Thies is playing. For example, so the Orc is a really good one. That 3/3, the 5/3 into space, and I think it's going to be particularly good in this matchup because Yoda doesn't have many ways to deal with it. Just basically the blue leader, but that's an even trade. So if your best answer against that is just an even trade, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I
So
mean, there's obviously you've got the traitorous, but again, it's coming out too late, so you're going to be able to get those attacks in. And obviously,
yeah,
Ebonhawk in this deck in particular, again, strong because you can use it to trigger Padme as well, right? So again, Padme making these already quite strong cards even better in her deck, which is nice to see
yeah.
for her.
So I was seeing Tim's list. We already seen this before. It's basically just a slightly modified version of it's a slightly modified version of his deck he's been playing. Sorry, and I think it just of course strictly better than his old version. Just Mina Bonteri is just such an amazing 2-drop. And it's a deck that he knows how to play. So even though it might not be the deck that got the biggest upgrade as the new set, it's a very solid deck that got better and that teams know how to play inside out.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. And I think at this stage it's safe to say that nobody really can claim to know how to play Padme Tarkentown inside and out. There's just not been enough time to play into enough matchups and things to really learn. I know obviously she's similar to decks that have existed before, but she does work differently. Being able to choose where the ping goes makes it, I think, quite different to Quinlan and Cad, honestly. I think it affects the way you play it differently. And again, Disclose is a new mechanic. There are so many little things about Disclose that you can get slight edges or give your opponent too much information or, and things like that. So, yeah, definitely a skill testing deck, I think.
Okay, I think we're ready to get into the game. Tim won the die roll, and this is a losers bracket match, by the way. So this is a match that obviously, if you lose this game, you are out of the tournament. And you're out of the tournament, and so it's going to be a key game for. And this is also the second time that Thijs is also one of the owner of the game store. So this is the second time Tim is actually going to be playing against one of the hosts.
Yep. See if he goes 0-2 against the hosts.
Oh, that would be pretty funny.
Yeah. Let's just get this. We're just going to get this overlay fixed here as well. So let's have a look. Who have we got here? I'll let you take over for a second, Pierre, just while I get this overlay fixed.
No worries. Not much happening right now. Tim is going to have the initiative, but he decided to leave the initiative to his opponent, which is something that you will do sometimes. But you also can get punished because your opponent can just open up with any of the unit that's basically disclosed. So either the clan unit, which has been played here by Tyson 1, or the Bail Organa, and you still get pinged and Tarkentown anyway. But at least this time you get to attack with a unit, so it's not as bad, I guess. So what Tim is going to be looking to do at this stage is to try to find a ramp. In this case, either Spark of Hope or Resupply do work, as the A-Wing is likely to be killed. And this is what makes this card very strong. Would be interesting if Ty decides to use Tarkentown to finish off the A-Wing once he pings it with Padme, or if he just decides to rely on the second ping to finish it off. He's going to reveal the red card, Resupply coming in. He knows that the Padme can only be used once per turn, so no way the A-Wing can be killed unless Padme spends another resource. Would have liked Tim to actually cash in on those damage, because the A-Wing still has pretty high odds of winning, but maybe he just wants to take the initiative very aggressively. So Padme's leader should be exhausted. And he's going to go ahead with another 3-drop. Tim is very happy that he's been able to ramp. That's just all he needs to do at this stage. He should also have 3 damage on his base, I believe. And that's going to be a follow-up with Anakin Skywalker. It looks like Thijs is going to point out that Tim needs to have 3 damage on his base. This will allow the 3 damage now on both sides. And this will allow the Yoda player to get a little bit of damage in. But obviously now this is Anakin Skywalker, which is, in my opinion, one of the major reasons to play Padme over Quinlan. Is like, obviously you get this those really powerful unit that only she can play. 3/4 raid 2 for 3 is simply just outstanding. Puts so much pressure on him in base, and he cannot be dealt by the turn it arrives. So he really needs to put a tremendous amount of pressure. The Clone Warrior attacking again, pinging coming on, and he kills this A-Wing without having to defeat. Without having to use the Tarkentown. Yoda is going to be used again. Put the card on top. Let's see what he can do with that card being on top. You're My Only Hope is still very powerful here. And that's going to be You're My Only Hope. You're My Only Hope for a 6-drop into Resupply Carrier. Resupply Carrier, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he can't get to Yoda flip this turn, but he will get it next turn. So he's taking up lots of pressure in here. Double 2-drop follow-up here coming from Thijs. Lots of pressure being put by Thijs. Let's see if Yoda can stabilize this. Obviously, he's going to have his flip turn with 2 turns earlier thanks to double ramp. But is it gonna be enough? We'll find out. We know he has a lot of restore in his deck. He's gonna be up to 7. He needs to have like something really spectacular to come back from this. Interesting decision here. He could decide to flip Yoda right away without using the Loda flip, in which case he's guaranteed. But yeah, he finds something to kill the Anakin. It would have been a risk here of only revealing a true drop, which wouldn't be the end of the world, but here better, of course, to kill the unit that deals the most damage.
Yeah, indeed. We see that, you're my only hope here. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. It just gives you this Hail Mary option, and sometimes you do have to just, pray.
Oh, great Kira timing, though.
There. Yeah, I mean, Kira, once again, a card has really overperformed today that we've seen. What's that card on the left there? I can't quite make that out. But
impossible to see. It's all Internet Warrior, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Yaddle, and another white card, which we don't know what it is.
Is that the card he's going to name?
Yeah, it's going to be the crucial card.
I mean, honestly, not the best hand here, right? Like, Itinerant Warrior Obi-Wan, it's not, like, amazing in this situation, right? Oh, he does Itinerant
He did
Warrior.
name Itinerant Warrior, so it's very nice for Thighs to point a card with his finger so we can know. And we still don't know what his last card is from Tim. Here you go. Great attack here of Yoda. Onto this Bale. One-shotting him and healing his base at the same time. And yeah, I think this Kira was not amazing in the end. If he would have been able to block like a Luke or something, this would have been really backbreaking for Tim. But like in this case, Tim is like, okay, you name Interior Warriors, whatever. Not the end of the world.
To be fair though, I mean, he didn't have a great hand to be able to counter, right? Like the power of Kira there is if your opponent did have a really good card, it obviously would have stopped it, right? So you know, he would have loved a Luke here. Tim would have loved to be able to play a Luke.
So let's see what Tim. But the fact that he has other good options to play, despite the Kira, is really the most important thing here. So he's gonna have Obi-Wan, prevents the Karis, but from attacking. But looks like there's gonna be Daring Raid plus Tarkin Town is gonna be used, and the Yaddle is gonna be played as well. We still don't know what that last counter is.
Well, like I said, it can't have been something that impactful, otherwise he would have picked it with Kira. So yeah. 3 more damage there with Karis doing work here, and it's going to be really tough to actually get rid of this Karis, right? This Karis Nemec he just sticks around, slamming in. Tim is going to, because the thing is, you've got a lot of ways to deal with one big unit. You've got all the hard removal, but you don't have that many ways to deal with these like recurring small units.
Oh, I think he drew a Luke Skywalker there. That's going to be great. Still anyone's game. 15 damage to base is nothing to scoff at, but and it's going to be the Padme's deployment this turn. So, but obviously now Tim's deck is swinging at full strength with obviously a very powerful late game. Luke Skywalker in hand, just clearing out another 3/3, healing his base 2 again. So it's anyone's game, really.
Yeah, really, really super close here. Again, as we've seen so many times with Yoda today, the later the game goes, the more likely he is to take it. But there's definitely a window here with this Padme flip. I think what we need here from Ties is just a really strong flip turn, right? If he can actually put a lot of pressure on here, then it might be insurmountable for Tim.
He's going after the base with Yaddle, looks like.
Back down to 15 now. So much restore on the side of Yoda in any game. Like, so many of these units just inexplicably have restore like 1, 2, or 3 tagged onto them. There he is again, the marquee card of Padme. Effectively a 5/4 with hidden.
Yep. Already sung its praise earlier in this game. But it's going to be taken out. Oh, he has a Yoda. I didn't realize. Huge Yoda here, killing it of 5 health units and healing the base 5. Dream Yoda here, and he should, if he hasn't resourced his Internet Warrior, he will be able to trigger again next turn.
Yeah, it's the Yoda species tribal deck. He's got 2 versions of the Yoda and Yaddle all in play. Unknown species.
What is this race called, by the way?
We don't know. I don't think they ever gave it a name. It's
Really?
Yeah, they never give
After
it.
oh my god! After everything they do for Star Wars, after all those books, all those TV shows.
I think they decided they wanted to keep the mystery, right? So yeah, it's just the Yoda species.
Here you go. It's gonna go after Yoda leader, but having to do this as save the game is not what Thies wants to be doing. He wants to be putting pressure, and instead he's playing the value game, and playing the value game against the Yoda deck is just a losing battle here.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you can find a clone, we haven't seen the clone Yoda combo this tournament so far, but if he can't find it, that would be just great. But he also has a Luke Skywalker, which will do just fine.
Well, there's just always the threat here, right? Like, if he ever draws clone at any point while this Yoda lives, and I can't see this Yoda getting defeated anytime soon, then it's just going to represent so much stabilization. So I think there's a window here where an 18 damage needs to come out from the side of Ties, which is a lot, really, to get through.
Oh, he's going to get the Force first.
Yep.
And clearing out the and looks like Thies is committed to play the value games, use the spy to get rid of the Yaddle.
No, that was the ping from Padme, right? They got rid of the Yaddle, so there should be a spy token in play.
Oh, you're right. Disclosing a card from Yaddle should have pinged a small misplay here from Thies. Okay, no, looks like it's gonna be figured out.
And there it is, the Lutheran Rail experience token back again.
Yeah, used as a classic movie, or using the experience token as a spy. Absolutely classic. So we're gonna see the swing of 5 swing coming from the Anakin. That's a big deal. Looking at 14 damage into base. And now he has to use his Yoda to get rid of the Padme. Looks like double Yoda will not happen. No. But we will see the Luke Skywalker coming out. But a decent amount of damage on the Talking Town. I could definitely see Tim try to raise this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go over the spy, play nice and safe.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna. I think it's a priority to cash in on the damage from this resupply carrier rather than. Okay, looks like he's gonna scoop, and Tim will take game 1 in what I would say is a pretty typical game. Like it's honestly exactly what we expect this matchup to unfold. The Padme player puts on a lot of damage early on, but he's not capable of really. Killing the Yoda deck before the Yoda deck comes online, and Yoda gets himself multiple pills of ramp to come online early, and once we get the late game, we get to play the game a little bit more, but overall, Yoda just takes the win. So, as I said, I don't think this matchup is unwinnable for Padme, but I think it is definitely a bad matchup. What do you think?
Yeah, I completely agree because, at the end of the day, like, this is the problem you run into with these, like we've said a few times today, 6 deploy aggressive decks. Like, it just means that you can't have a super aggressive deck, right? Like, you compare Padme to, I don't know, Sabine or any of the pilot decks, really. Even Vader, who does deploy on 6. She just has to be, by nature of the way she plays out, slower. Her ability of pinging and Talking Town and things like that doesn't actually help you to necessarily advance your aggressive game plan always. We saw that Talking Town wasn't used until, like, fairly late on into the game. And so it just means that, you can't, like, race a Yoda down before they have time to ramp. Like, Yoda basically is never going to lose this game before he flips. Which means that, whereas if you're playing like a Sabine or something, like often you will win the game before the Yoda flips, right? So yeah, it's tricky for Padme, absolutely, but I do think, if you get a good enough start, faith in your friends, something like that, just a way to put a lot of early pressure on, Yoda can struggle with the wide boards. I think that's what you've got to go for, really.
Now those are some excellent points as we are heading towards game 2. Let's take a look at the sideboard of both players and see if there's anything interesting that maybe Thies could be able to play to try to even the odds for himself. So he does play 2 copies of Sham Syndulla. Sham Syndulla is a spectacular card in this deck. There's just so much ramp. so you're very likely to be able to trigger it, and getting this stuff in extra ramp to get your earlier deployments on Padme is so key. And the fact that Padme deploys on 6, meaning that there's now multiple windows of opportunity where you can actually play Sham and get yourself a ramp into Padme. So that is going to be an absolute auto-include. Other than that,
Yes.
I think maybe the Plo Koon might want to get in. It's a good way to get rid of some of the Sentinels that Tim is playing, notably the Typho, which you haven't seen actually these games, but actually are, I think, very, very powerful in this matchup as well.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. The Plo Koons, like you said, I think they do come in. I'm sure they're better than some of the other cards in the deck, but the Shamsundals really are the standout performer, and that I think needs to be the way he tries to win this game because like I said, we are unfavored here, but Shamsundala, I cannot express how good a 4-cost 5/4 that casts resupply for free is. It's just incredible. I think when you actually hit
Unbelievably
Shamsundala,
good.
yeah, when you hit Shamsundala and your opponent has ramped, it might be the highest win rate card in the game, honestly. It's so good. So yeah, I think really it's the ultimate sideboard card, and it does mean that if it's drawn this game, it should. There's not really any way for Tim to play around it, right? It's not like hand one where you can try and be cute and play around it. Like here, you're gonna have to ramp if you have it, really, because if you don't ramp, you're in a much worse position.
Yeah, so Tyze is really going to have some real card. At the very least, he's going to add those 2 in, and he's probably going to take out the 1 copy of Bamboozle and 1 copy of the Blue Ace. I think it's the 2 cards you take out, and then let's see if he tries to make space for Plo Koon. I don't think Plo Koon is an auto include. We'll see if he managed to find space for it. Mm-hmm. Just taking a quick look at Tim's list and see what he can have. I think the Eager Scout fighters could come in because they are counters to the space units and to the Orc, and also a counter to got the name to the Falcon.
Yeah,
and here we're gonna
see Falcon.
Sorry,
you forgot the name of Falcon.
Bro, I forgot
the most played card in the entire game. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been a long day. We've had a lot of cards, and with the new set, you always, you're having to remember you keep your Ebon Hawks and your Falcons aside. Absolutely. I think we are jumping into the game 2 now. Yeah, we certainly are here.
Yeah,
let's have a look.
Beautiful resupply turn 2 here from Tim, but as we said, the Karis is not a bad matchup for Mina Bonteri, because Mina Bonteri, you disclose, take the damage, and looks like Tim prefers to take initiative. Maybe he's looking to play a Traitorous here. That would explain, because Traitorous is a great counter to Karis.
Anakin? Oh, it's Karis. Okay, yeah. Well, the thing is though, honestly, with the Karis, like we said, if you were to trade into the Karis there, then Karis just pings it and gets the spy for free anyway. So honestly,
exactly,
I don't think it's even that good. I think Mean actually is.
He could have swing base just to heal 2, just to heal 1, but he prefers to take initiative and prevent this Anakin from swinging at all with a beautiful blue leader. I think that was a great play from Tim, even though it will allow Tyze to use Tarkin Town to get rid of the blue leader. So
yeah, indeed. And I think a pretty reasonable start for both players. Mina, Karis, blue leader, Anakin. I think both players have got to be, obviously with the resupply, I think both players got to be pretty happy with that. Obviously what Tease really wants here is Cham, right? Cham Syndulla would be unbelievable here.
Oh yeah. If you place Cham Syndulla here, his win percent increased by double digits.
Oh, he has it, baby. There he is, Cham Syndulla. Oh, that is so good. Your opponent paid 3 for their resupply. You basically played 0 for yours. That is so good.
Oh, this is incredible. It's not like he has an easy way to get rid of that 5/4 body as well.
No. Yeah.
It's just so incredibly awkward right now. It's just such a bad position to be in for Tim. So obviously it's still anyone's game, but the win rate of the win percentage of Thieves has increased significantly after this play.
Honestly, what I would say here is this is a good litmus test for if Tease ends up going to lose this game. I think this matchup is terrible for Padme Tarkin Town, because if you can't win with this start, then I think you're, again, I'm not saying, he's not like really run away with the game or anything, but he had a very good turn one, very good turn two, and Sham on top of that. I think he's going on to be favoured from here.
Yeah, he's going to make the play that we're suggesting here. Gets himself a body killed.
Yeah.
This will allow maybe to enable a spark of hope to allow him to run further into his leader deployment, or maybe enable something else. It is, or maybe just use Yoda's ability to play "You're My Only Hope." No, it looks like he's going to go resupply carrier.
Yeah,
and
this is what I do
Yoda.
like I do like the attack here first, yeah, because this way, if you attack with the spy and then attack with the sham, this way your opponent, you're not giving them a way to heal basically with the Yoda deploy, by stopping a unit attacking. So yeah, I like that Tease is designed to attack first with that spy last turn and therefore play around this second ramp.
Yeah, I think he's going to use Yoda's ability, put a 4-drop on top of the card, a 4-drop or 5-drop on top of the deck, and then deploy Yoda, get rid of the sham. And hope that at this point he can take control back into this game. Keep in mind that obviously Theus has not played any spent any resource, and he still has those leader deployments, so he still has a very powerful turn coming. Yeah. So this Yoda deployment is not going to be enough to really stabilize this board, but it's going to be a big step forward for Tim.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he can, he can deal with the sham when deployed, trade in something else with the Yoda, heal 3, and it's just the Yoda is so good at stabilizing. Like you said, like you made the analogy earlier of it's like, finally we see the sudden ferocity, and I think that's great in this position because there's no way to answer the sudden ferocity Padme. You can't answer it this turn, obviously, but then if he just slams in, then you might force your opponent to have to claim.
No, absolutely. The sudden ferocity is
8 damage with the hot shot blaster as well. That is so much damage.
Incredible play here from Thiz, and I think this is the if he doesn't win this game, I don't know what kind of game he can win. This is just absolutely backbreaking here for Tim.
Yeah, indeed. So he puts him to 17 now with the restore from Yoda, which means that he does that. So how did I'm just wondering, how did Tim get initiative there? Because the last action was him attacking into the spy with Yoda. So surely Tease should have initiative here.
I'm not sure. I was managing the overlay. Okay, there, yeah. Looks like he has.
Yeah. That's right. Okay, yeah. So I think he should be on. Yeah, so his attacks there puts him to 25. That's right. 3 damage away.
And that's a nice shield up. Unfortunately, not enough. But he's going to be able to heal 5. But okay, he already attacked though. So yeah, this Yoda is huge. This might just be the ticket for Tim to stabilize this game. The power of friendship here. The power of friendship. He's not revealing anything nasty here. A Greedo, a Cartel Spacer, and a Bail Organa. None of those cards are particularly scary to Tim. So I think Tim still has good chance to be able to stabilize here. Sudden ferocity here, not quite doing enough.
Yeah, just a couple of things as well. The faith in your friends, you actually get to draw first. I think T's there, he actually revealed before he drew, but you get to draw first, so make sure you're doing that in that order so you're not revealing, too much information. And those spies obviously should be exhausted. There we go. Yeah, Tim just fixes that for us.
Oh, the spies coming to play already. This would be...
yeah. I think then it would be the best card in the set, right?
Yeah, I think then I would agree, yeah. I think Sabine Yellow would just be like, oh, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, she needs the help, so you know what? Maybe they should have done that.
Okay, so he's gonna finish off the Padme.
Yep.
The huge Padme. And Yoda is still in play, and he also has the Force, so the clone combo can still happen here from Tim.
Yeah, indeed.
Takes the Force swing, doesn't take initiative.
Ooh, 3 more damage there from Falcon though. So he's within 7.
That's nasty.
There's no more restore on the board now.
Yeah, if he can find a clone, if he finds the clone here, that's the way he can come back from this game.
God, the fact that Tim is even in this game just makes me think this matchup is so hard for Padme.
It's the fact that Tim. I mean, to be fair, Tim had a pretty decent.
He did
pretty decent hand. So and once again, it's a bad matchup. So it makes sense that even with the dream scenario, it still wouldn't be a free win.
Yes.
Okay, Yoda decided to not attack. It's like C decided to change his mind. Because it's a blaster. Okay. Gale blaster on the.
So he's on
Another source of
26
direct
now.
damage.
Yeah, he's within 2 now, so Tim needs to heal right now because all 3 of these units are representing lethal. Clone?
Another card would be great is Internet Warrior.
Yeah.
Okay, learn back. He's gonna try to find it. Internet Warrior. Internet Warrior. Does he find it? Oh, it doesn't look like he
Scouring
found it.
the
He's gonna
internet.
scoop.
No, Padme. There we go. Okay, well, my faith in Padme has been restored. She did manage to win that game that she hit Sham Syndulla, and you can see here, like, yes, game 1 can be really, really tough. Like, unwinnable is maybe a bit of an
see what
exaggeration.
Tim just did?
What did he do?
He actually sided out the clone and he put it back. First thing he did, open his deck, but put the clone back in his deck.
Oh, I love to see that. These are the tiny little things that this is why I love card games. Like, yes, it probably makes a very, very minute difference, but honestly, these tiny little things, if you do all of them right, they probably add up to like a couple of percentage points when you win a race. So I think it's great doing stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's not. To be fair, it's not. Necessarily was not like a horrible idea to side out clone. Like it's reasonable in my opinion, but I think clone is good because I just think there's just better card to side out than clone. And the thing is like Padme does not have many ways to deal with the Yoda.
Yes.
And with Yoda staying on the battlefield, it does make clone a very big threat.
Oh yeah, I mean, if he would have drawn clone at any point in those last 3 or 4 turns, he would have won the game. So yeah, 100%.
Like the only real answer that Thais has to Yoda is 2 copies of Spare the Target in the main. That's it. He got nothing else. So those Yodas are basically very likely to stay on the board, and that means, and this multiplies the power of clone. Like if you find clone, you just win the game.
He has 2 copies of what, man? Spare the Target.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
that's the only answer.
At the end of the day, even that's not like super a real answer, really, right? Because they can replay it.
Yeah, exactly, and then regain the value.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think clone is a good card.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, and like you said, maybe he was either doing a little bit of tricky play. Probably was, like you'd pointed out, maybe just doing it because he thought, you know what, I don't want it, and then realized maybe I do want it. So put it.
Yeah, I think his thought process was probably, oh, my late game is already good. Like if I can land one Yoda, I already win the game anyway. So the clone is not overkill. But then he just learned that game that it was not the case. He still need to put some. So Mina Bonteri, this one is the prestige version versus Bale, the hyperspace version. We're seeing all those different versions of the different cards. It's wild.
It's the chaos of the new set, right? Like everyone just gets whatever versions of the cards they can get their hands on.
Yeah, it also kind of obvious that those players open up a lot of collector booster box.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we're not seeing any regular card. It's mostly just hyperspace and hyperspace foil and.
Yeah, we're not interested in those regular packs. Okay, we do see the Ebon Hawk here.
The Ebon Hawk, and that's going to be resupplied again. This time, Mina Bonteri is in a much, much more favorable matchup.
Yeah.
Able to either trade with the Bale or simply just kill the spies as they come out. Looks like he's going to go for the discard and gets himself a spy anyways.
Yeah.
That means now Mina Bonteri can simply just get rid of it and heal. Arkentown will be used, but then he gets to use the when playability draw card. He reveals Yoda and another card, which I'm not sure what it. I think it's Typho. Tycho.
Oh yeah, Captain Typho. Yeah, we haven't actually.
Is it Typho or Tycho?
Typho. Typho. I think it's Typho. You're making me second guess myself now. Captain Typho. Yeah, from.
Captain Typho, one of the best, the best Sentinel 4 drop in the game. In my view, better than.
You think it's better than Shirut?
Yeah, better than Shirut. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Well, as you can see, T85 is playing Typho over Shirut, despite playing a full deck.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, granted, his Force deck is not the most Force focused in the world. Like he's literally playing the Force almost exclusively for Yoda. Yeah. But even then, like that shows you like how powerful this card is. The extra point of attack, and the healing every time you get attack is a pretty big deal.
No answer to Ebonhawk here, and we see, that card, it really is feast or famine. If your opponent has an answer, it's quite easy to deal with only 3 HP. Blue Leader can deal with it, for example, but if your opponent doesn't have any answer, dealing 5 every turn is a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? It's a card that simply Tim doesn't have many great answer to. Like the best he can do is Blue Leader, and it's just literally a 3 for 3.
Yep, indeed. And he's still a turn away. Next turn, he'll only be on 6 resources, so he can't deploy the Yoda unless he does ramp again. So he is going to have. This is a much more fair game, right? We're 1 ramp from Yoda so far, and then no Champs and Duller, right? So we've not had any craziness here. Double ramp from Yoda or the Champs.
Hold that thought. He can still play it now.
He can. I don't think it's in his hand, but he could.
Oh, okay, good.
Is that the same?
That would have been a disaster for
yeah,
Tim.
he's got a Falcon, Disabling Fang, and then I can't see what the last card is, but he does have a Fang in hand just in case the Ebonhawk gets Traitorous his next turn.
If Tim decided to side in those escort fighter, he's gonna have a lot of answers to those space units.
Yeah,
but I don't know if he has.
I don't know if you do. It's tricky, right? Because with open deck lists, you can see they're running the Ebonhawk. If it was just the Falcon, then maybe you wouldn't put it in. But I think with both of those threats, you probably do need to bring it in.
I think so too, yeah. But the thing is, like, what do you take out? That's the problem.
Yeah, it's tough.
Maybe you take out Om1. Maybe Om1 is just a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Or maybe Killer and Back. I think Killer and Back is too slow.
Maybe. I think I might prefer Killer and Back to Om1. I'm not sure. But yeah. It's difficult. Maybe one or the other.
Yeah,
maybe. Captain Typho doing a great job of blocking off this ground. That Bale's got no chance of getting through.
Absolutely.
Now that Tarkin Town's been used. But again, if you just pivot to space, you can cause a lot of problems there.
Yeah. Ivan Flow. Yeah, Ebonhawk is just completely carrying this game here. Probably would put it on screen.
Indeed. A card that, even though it can work in both villainy and heroism in theory, I think it's far stronger in heroism decks. Giving your own unit raid 2, I think is so much more, +2 power is so much better than giving your opposing unit -4 in most cases. Just you can use it as an aggressive card.
Yeah, no, it's so much better in heroism than it is in villainy.
Yeah.
It's not even close. You're my only hope!
Oh.
That's the look.
Yeah.
Very well played here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a, it was only -3, right? He didn't lose a unit, so he couldn't defeat the Falcon. I mean, as good as that Luke was, and it is really good, it's still a lot of power being pushed in space here. But obviously,
yeah, but like next turn he's gonna have his flip on Yoda, and he's gonna have 5 restore between 2 units plus all of his resources to spend. So I think Tim is in a good position right now.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
He's gonna have his Typho dying to the red 5 unless.
Oh, he missed.
He finds nothing.
Oh,
huge risk taken here by Tim. Oh my God, this could huge risk that he took deploying right away instead of waiting for the guarantee. That maybe he had to take that risk, but that hurts not being able to get rid of the red 5.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you probably won't ever get to trigger that, right? Because you're not going to have a unit get defeated, and then, unless, depending on what's in his hand, he might be able to defeat his opponent's unit first, but, yeah.
I think it was likely that the Typho would have died. He wouldn't have been able to stop those units before the attack, but at least he would have been able to kill one of them.
Indeed.
Oh, this is so rough here the upside for him. I understand why he did this. I think it was the right play, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it just didn't work out for him. Oh my God. This is going to be so close. Ferocity going into the Falcon. Is this going to be the end for the Enigma player?
I actually can't believe that the things that have happened to Tim to be in this position. I feel like he's been quite unlucky, honestly. And like the smallest misplays have really cost him, I feel like, over the day. Not that last play was a misplay, I'm not saying that, but I just think that between being unlucky and having the tiniest little things cost you, I think it's been pretty brutal for Tim.
I know it's brutal because this is such a good matchup for him. There's been some really, really good thing going from this Padme. I'm honestly much more impressed by Padme than I'm I'm much more impressed by Padme because I don't think this is the kind of game Quinlan will be able to win. But maybe I'm wrong, but
honestly, I think Cad would have had a hard time as well.
But
not the double 1-drop version, but yeah, the 2-drop version of Cad I think would have
struggled. Yeah,
but
I was thinking mostly about Quinlan. But yeah, I do think that yeah, no, this is just incredible. And yeah, it looks like he has no answers to that Falcon. This is just so bad for him. Thinking for 6 or 21 with that Padme, he's going to be at 24, which means that Falcon is lethal next turn. Tim has to find an answer. I think he's able to block the Grand Arena because I'm pretty sure I saw village people.
Yeah, but is he the village people? Yeah, the village protectors. Is he gonna? I mean, does he have a claim to try and do the Yoda play here? Like, as his only answer? Does he have time to play village protectors? Because his opponent just claims, right?
Yeah, but the claim doesn't kill. It kills
quite,
only if your opponent has surprise strike.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. This is
so
precarious.
So close.
It's really precarious. He is going to play the village protectors.
And no removal is so unlucky at this stage of the game. He's playing 3 copies of Vanquish.
Yeah. I mean, this traitorous as Vanquish. There's so many ways for him to.
After Spacer, he managed to play the village protector and retain initiative. So he will be able to go. He will be able to go first action Yoda, kill the Falcon.
Yeah,
and heal 5.
I would have liked this in the claim there. I'm not sure how much I like the cartel turn. It's difficult. It's a tough decision. I'm not saying it's definitely correct, but it's a tricky one. But yeah, your opponents wanted to play the Yoda.
Savior of Tim, the Yoda coming in, stabilizing this game. He has a Sentinel, and he's gonna have double restore units.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, to me, I think that saved the game for him. Yeah.
You think he's? We'll see. There's still 5 point of damage in space here.
Yeah, but there's 5 points of damage. He's down to 13. He's got more damage on his opponent's base than his own. He's only 2 attacks away from defeating from beating T's here. Ooh, it's on a knife edge. I'm guessing. I mean, I can only assume that means that Tease didn't have the surprise strike in hand last turn. Because if he did, I'm surely he would have just claimed. So.
Yeah, the cartel spacer. Yeah, for sure. This was a huge risk that Tim went to, but I think it was a risk that he had to take, and so was the same with his Yoda flip. It was also a risky move, but I think it's a risk that he had to take. There's going to be a spare the target, I think, on... No, sorry, it's a Plo Koon. But he's going to GG. And Tim is going to be on the next round of the event.
He's clinging on here, yeah. He just managed to cling on there, but that's all you need to do in these tournaments. You've got to cling on round by round. Even if you win by 1 health total or whatever it ends up being, every game that you win, you're still in the event. Now, let's just have a look now. So in the bracket now, that means I think he's got 1 more round to play in the losers bracket, and then he'll go up to the winners bracket if he wins that.
Yeah, no. So okay, so we can put like the brackets on if that's a possibility. But so as of now, Tim, he's now on the round 4 of losers bracket. So he needs to win round 4, then he needs to win round 5, then he needs to win round 6.
Okay, yeah. Ignore me. It was zoomed in on my. It was zoomed in on mine. He's got a lot more rounds to go now. Absolutely.
Yeah. He has 3 more rounds to go before getting into the finals. So that's going to be a challenge. I don't know how many of those games we're going to have to cast tomorrow, but it's going to be it's been a rocky road for Tim.
But he's still fighting. Still holding up that Enigma banner high. So come on, Tim.
And the other difficulty is that basically on the losers bracket, the other losers bracket game is going to be Jonah versus Celine. Jonah is playing the Palpatine. So for people who don't know who Jonah is, he's the player who won the PQ Munich. He's on the Chancellor Palpatine, the new Chancellor Palpatine Data Vault deck, and he's going to be playing in Celine. And Celine, she's playing the Han 4 space deck. So this is going to be a difficult matchup for Yona. And Celine, she's a really good player as well. So this is going to be a tough road for her. For Yona. On the winners bracket, we got Matthias versus Mario, Edward versus Nikos, and actually looks like Edward versus Nikos, and that's the other winner bracket. So I don't know if we're gonna move on directly to the next round. We'll keep you informed as we go. But this has been a fantastic tournament, some really close and really fun games. So it's going to be really exciting. What do you think so far about what is the meta, at least in this event? I don't think it's going to be representative of the entire meta, but it's what do you think about the meta right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously really hard to say. I mean, we've had a pretty healthy meta for a long time in Star Wars, honestly. I think the days of having a really broken meta are long gone. Obviously, whenever a new expansion comes out, you always have that little bit of a worry that things are going to, maybe something's going to be broken. So far, I've not seen anything that makes me worried that the meta's going to be, like, really skewed in one way. There's no, Django's or anything like that to put the fear into us. I think everything's looked pretty fair, pretty good. Padme is impressed, as I knew she would. I had her coming into this, I think, as you did, as the best leader of the set. And I think she's shown that she is really strong. I think taking Yoda there right to the edge of victory, I think goes somewhere to show the power level of her. But yeah, I believe we're going to go to a break. And then leading into that, we're going to have another match in the losers bracket, and it'll be our final round of the day.
Yeah, so we do confirm that the next matchup is going to be Celine versus Yona. Celine, she's playing Hunt for Parkintown. Yona is playing. That's going to be his third time on camera today. He's going to be playing the Chancellor Palpatine Daredevil deck.
I'm super excited to see this hand 4 in action because, like I said, coming into it, it was the one leader I thought, you know what, this is a leader I think has been a bit overrated. I think it's actually quite poor, and for the people who liked it. But honestly, Plot, I love the way he works with Plot, and I can't wait to see how he fares in this match.
Yeah, it definitely is a massive upgrade to the deck. All those Plot units, the fact that you're able on the same emotion to basically spend all of his resources and then ready all those resources in the same motion. That's a really big deal. And one of the problems that sometimes the Hand 4 deck had was that it would be able to untap a lot of resource, but then he didn't have the card to spend them. He didn't have enough cards to spend those resources efficiently, and this problem is effectively going to be gone thanks to Plot, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm excited to see how we go. I think we're going to have time for a very quick couple of minutes break here. So, like I said, go to the toilet, get yourself a drink, and then join us again for a really exciting final match of the day, leading into tomorrow where the action will continue on.
See you soon. Hi guys, welcome back to the Two Moons Invitational Tournaments. And we have a very, very exciting matchup here for the losers bracket. This is going to be the last game we're going to cast today. I am Thork from Thork Arctics and from Team Enigma, and I'm joined by...
You joined by Al. Hello, nice to be with you again. I've had a lot of fun today. We've had a few technical glitches here and there, but we've powered through, and I think we've been rewarded with lots of great games to watch as well. And I'm sure this will be one as well. Something I've been really excited to see is this hand 4 pilot aggro deck. So let's have a look at the deck list and see what we've got to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be... So the pilot is going to be Celine. She has done some amazing performances recently in both Bilbao and Lille. And she's traditionally known as a Sabine player, but she's an aggro player, to say the least. And she's going to bring us a very spicy hand for space deck, which is a deck that got some really, really great upgrades and is really, really much better than it used to be. So obviously, it's never tell me the odds. The only odd costed card you play in the entire deck is C3PO because it's amazing draw engine. Everything else has an odd cost. You starting the game, double 1-drop opening. On this, we have the new the Skyhopper Canyon Runner, which is a way you can actually... it's another kind of very beefy unit. It goes on the ground. It's okay because the deck is not full space. It can actually place a few ground units, and the extra stats is well worth it. And we're also playing the...
Sorry, about the Skyhopper, importantly, you can deploy your leader onto it. So it's a way to actually get your leader onto the ground, but still have the amazing flip where you get to ready the resources and play the plot cards. So if your opponent's completely blocked off space with a really powerful space unit that would just immediately defeat your units, you can still have that out to win the game on ground, which is why that card's so important.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And the main thing is like it's a vehicle with good stats, and I think that's all we care about. Then we obviously got the new A-Wing, which is a great 1-drop in space. So basically, the deck has gotten better openings. But really, the key of the deck is really the amazing plot cards that we can play in order to kind of take advantage of. In one motion, we can deploy on solo and then spend all of your resources and then ready all of those resources afterwards. So the plot card we're playing is Sudden Ferocity, which is by far the best one you can play in this deck. And then alongside it, we got the Wrong Ride, which is not as good, but still can be really good to cut off your opponent from playing any cards whenever you're going to be swarming the board. Another interesting card she plays is the Undercover Operation. The Already is a unit that was played this phase. It costs 3 or less and create a spy tokens. What do you think about this, Al?
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't love the card. I mean, we'll have to see. Maybe there's some sort of combo really that I'm missing. But like ready a unit that was played this phase. Obviously you don't have to use it on a unit that costs 3 or less, but generally you would want to. But I suppose it gives you a way to cheese and steal some wins. I'm someone who loves consistency, so I like a deck to have all kind of good, solid, consistent cards. But I don't hate having 1 or 2 of these as just a way to potentially steal a win out of nowhere.
Another surprising play is that she decided to play Aggressive Negotiations over Surprise Strike, which I think is
bold. It's very bold, I'll give you that.
I mean, there are scenarios where, like, the fact that Aggression Negotiation costs 1 more is not really a big deal. Because you use it often as a finisher card, in which case you don't really care how much a card costs because you already have more than enough resources to stay in the game. However, how often does Aggressive Negotiation deal more damage than Surprise Strike? I guess it would if you manage to get a really good Borshak and Regal C3PO, but you're not always going to have that. And if you don't, then the deck does empty its hand extremely quickly with the amount of 1-drop that it has. So I'm not sure. What do you think?
Obviously it's an even cost card, Surprise Strike, so it doesn't synergize as well with Borshak, it doesn't synergize as well with C3PO, to name the 3 cost card and draw it and stuff like that. But I think even despite those things, Surprise Strike is such a powerful card. I probably would still personally want to include it. But at the end of the day, like, Surprise Strike could replace one of those more sort of situational cards, like you said, the Undercoat Operations or something like that. But we'll have to see how it goes. If Aggressive Negotiations does consistently hit for 3, then the fact that it's an odd cost might end up I don't think it'll end up being better than Surprise Strike personally, but I suppose it's possible. And let's have a look at Jonah's list.
I think the fact that it's odd cost might just be the difference maker. But we'll see. how it gets played, how it feels. I think we're ready to run into the game. We've already seen Jonas deck list a million times, so I think we're ready to get into the game. What do you think about the matchup, though?
Well, again, admittedly, Han, while the Han 4 pilot isn't a new leader, again, I think he's got a new lease of life with a set, and obviously Palpit's a completely new leader. But just based on logic and reason, I do think Space Aggro tends to be one of the ways that these sort of hard control decks can lose games, depending on how quickly they can ramp. I don't think that Palpatine has a great plot flip into a Space Aggro deck. Even if you get to the Palpatine flip, playing those Palpatine units on the ground is doing nothing. So honestly, I think for me, Hand Force should be favored in this matchup.
I totally agree. I think the flip that he has, I mean, the good flip that he has is Slymore and First Light is okay, but those are not like game-breaking, game-flipping flips. So I think the flip of is what I was saying about with when we've been comparing Chancellor Palpatine to Kylo Ren the entire event, and Kylo Ren actually does reasonably well on his flip because both Legal Authority and Craving Powers just do amazing against space. While in the case of Chancellor Palpatine, there's just not that many great cards that you can flip into.
Yeah, and we see here already, this is that the power of double one drop starts against control, whether it's Power of the Dark Side, Merciless Contest, or in this case Condemn, which has been placed onto the A-Wing, you still have another unit that gets to attack, right? So you're not just dealing with your entire turn one play from your opponent. That card with the glare on the left-hand side there is a Spark Rebellion Millennium Falcon, so that's why there's 4 damage now on the base for Palpatine. So already this board is getting pretty big and scary, and it does mean, again, because that is Condemn. I'm surprised we didn't see an attack there from the A-Wing.
Yeah,
Should have been
maybe
an
she
attack
just. I mean, it's a new card, so it's people don't always think about it. But here, there's no downside for Celine to try to get a swing in, just to force Jonah to reveal a card from his hand, and see what might come ahead.
And again, more than once, I've had it on 1 or 2 occasions now where your opponent sometimes does actually have a hand that doesn't have it, and they're just bluffing, and then and then in that case, obviously, you actually get to deal the damage. Although that is admittedly very rare. We see that the Daring Raid revealed, so just the 1 point of damage to the Data Vault.
Yeah,
This
keeps
is the
on
Jump to
keeps on
Lightspeed
putting more
Falcon now.
threats. This
Yep.
is now the Falcon from Jump to Lightspeed.
Indeed. Now, while not as threatening, as scary as the Spark Rebellion Falcon, admittedly, it does obviously lead perfectly into the deploy turn now, which we're coming up to.
Yes, it's gonna be the scary turn. She hasn't really pushed that much damage right now. It's a decent amount, but it's not a lot. But that's okay because that's not really what this deck is built to do. It's not really pushing a tremendous amount of damage like a Sabine or even the Gwen Inquisitor we saw earlier. However, it's entirely designed around this very very mighty flip turn, and that we're gonna see in action right now.
Indeed, yeah.
Okay, already very bad sign. Yona, go ahead and use the Palpatine's ability. That's not the kind of ability that you're using if you have something good to play. Because if he had something good to play, he would have played it right away in order to make the flip turn worse.
100% 5 resources and just starting with that, it's an awful start. So, Celine here's got to be really happy with that.
Oshek, draw a bunch of cards. Oh, Falcon is great. And another 2/2 for 1. Gets the entrench in. Okay, so he was basically waiting for the entrench. That's a good play. Very good play.
It is a good play, although it does mean now the entrench has been burned, unless there's another one. The entrench has been burned before Han deploys. Yeah, and that's a claim of the initiative there. So Han can now deploy unmolested by that entrenched, which, admittedly, you would have preferred to deploy onto that Falcon from Jump to Lightspeed. This is still going to be really powerful to deploy.
And she's gonna untap everything here. All 5 cards being untapped. Let's see what other follow-up she has to swarm the board.
Doesn't seem to be any... There's no plot at all?
No plot, no.
Okay.
Disappointing. And she's going to be swinging for 7. Oh, very good. Han Solo. 14. Does she has another 3-drop to play? I would say so, because as we said earlier, it's the 2/2 for 1. Keep in mind that
she's running out of cards now. I know she's had the Boshek, which is drawn 2, but surely we're running pretty low on cards here.
Yeah, Yona. Keep in mind that Yona did not ramp this game, so Okay, no other card. So it's a decent flip turn, but not amazing. No plot cards. Definitely not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably one of the weakest hand 4 flips I've seen, to be honest with you.
I've seen worse. But
yeah, there have been worse. Yeah, sure.
But it could have been a lot worse for sure, and that's a really great Rival's Fall.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and we've still got a long way to go here in terms of base damage. 14 damage now, Palpatine's base, which means that that's 19 still to go, and we've only got 2 units on the board that can actually attack at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit awkward. Definitely, upgrade removals are going to be. Celine is running 2 copies of Disabling Flank Fighters in the sideboard, so she's definitely going to enjoy that after sideboard to get rid of those pesky upgrade removal.
Oh yeah, that'd be fantastic here because the thing is about the Fang Fighter, they actually obviously lean into
Oh,
the
a
game
third
plan anyway.
Falcon here.
Yeah,
great follow up. And keep in mind that no Paradoxite can be used for a while, and another A-Wing play on curve. So a pretty decent follow-up turn here for her. Now it's all going to be about this Palpatine flip.
Right, and someone needs to tell Celine that she needs to be attacking with these condemned units, please. They may be condemned, but they can still attack. So
yeah.
We need to get that information revealed.
Yeah. It's a little bit. It's not a big deal, to be fair. Like, it's very unlikely to matter, but it is something to worth noting. And to be fair, the set is still very, very new.
Of course.
Completely understandable, but.
Okay. Got the Cad Bane there. Defeat the A-Wing. Nice little start. Again.
Get a Slime more. That's great.
That's exactly the one you want. Like we said at the start of the game, that's the key block card here. It's going to basically heal for at least 6, maybe more.
Yeah. Yeah. She can still she can only attack for 2 damage this turn, assuming she finds nothing else to boost her units.
Still, I mean, are there any hyperspace disasters in Jonas' list? I don't think we did see any, did we? Let's have a quick look here because, even slowing the game down to... Oh, there is some in the sideboard. So
some in the sideboard, yeah.
Yeah, because even slowing this game down to a crawl doesn't necessarily mean that Palpatine's going to win because, inevitability can still be on the side of the space arena here.
Han's ability still being pretty worthless.
Yeah, I've not been super impressed with Han as a leader this
game
so far.
I think one of the big reasons that made people underestimate the power of Han 4 is that his leader ability is just awful. Like it's really good with C-3PO, but other than this, it's very hard to make work.
Yeah.
That really. But the flip is so spectacular that it makes the leader worth it, basically.
Yeah, I think again, for me, plots have made that difference because before the leader flip, you couldn't really ever make use of the resources fully. It was very difficult, but here you absolutely can.
Yeah, ring right to face.
Yeah.
And she's close, and she's on 26.
Yeah.
And now the unit's going to attack again. But this is the moment where Yona is going to start being really happy. When Yona is going to start putting up his units. Of course, Barrage, Reinforcement Walkers, maybe the first light.
Laser Blast would be fine here as well.
Yeah. That's a good vigilance as well. And if she's out of card, she's going to be in trouble.
Yeah. That's 24. The clock on the ground here is probably about 2 turns, maybe 3 turns before Yona can take the win himself on the ground. Somewhat of a close game here. I think really what we needed to see was a more powerful flip turn from Han. Unfortunately, I just don't think it was there for Celine to get a great Han flip turn. But another Falcon now coming out. This is the 3rd Falcon. Set 1 Falcon, the 4th Falcon.
This one
overall.
is going to get a bonus attack.
Yes. Okay. Finally triggered.
As a 28.
Oh,
if only a surprise strike. But she does play instead the other card, which I don't think does any damage.
Aggressive negotiation.
Brilliant.
Oh,
amazing.
We see it. Okay.
What's the name of that card?
Oh my God. You've really got me now. What is that card even called? I just had it. Oh, I can't remember. It's a card you don't see a lot.
Basically,
Undercover operation. Undercover operation. That's it. Yeah.
Undercover.
But yeah, I mean, doing pretty good work there. Like I said, that's kind of what it's in the deck for. But again, I mean, Surprise Strike would have basically done the same thing there, pretty much. But
Yeah, but as I said, I think she's trying to get those outcosting cards.
yes, of course, yeah.
That's the entire reason.
I mean, that's one attack away now, so this needs to be a blast.
Yeah. It also gets a spy token as well. Like that's very relevant.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, despite having the big ground presence, there's no sensibles.
Oh, Vigilance is great.
Okay, healing 5 again. Still no super laser blast.
And she still has a decent amount of cards in hand. I saw a glimpse. I took a glimpse at the hand. I think she's a 5 cards. She hasn't resourced for a while. So she's been drawing 2 cards per turn for a while now.
Okay, well, this is where the aggressive negotiations looks really good.
Here we go. Another bonus attack. To 30 now. 30.
Yep.
What's going on? Why is he changing his left elbow?
Yeah, it should be 30, yeah.
Yep. 30. So take initiative, wins the game. But obviously she has 6 resources up. She has plenty of things to do. But careful, because if Jonah takes the initiative, also wins the game with a swing from so there's also the fact that she's playing 30 HP base instead of Tarkin Town has been a big deal in this in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Tarkin Town wouldn't have been used at any point.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I think Tarkin Town is honestly not great in this deck. Oh,
how is that another Falcon? Oh, he returned to hand. Okay, yeah. Sure.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. And that's it. Well played from Celine. Very close.
Yeah, absolutely. Great play there. And like we said, even with not an amazing flip turn, I think being able to just, brute force it through space, like I said, without having that hyperspace disaster as a way to just clear off and reset the board, your opponent, even if you exhaust your opponent's units, you play slime or, you delay, you heal with vigilance, you actually need some way to stop the damage coming in repeatedly. You can't just keep delaying.
And that was despite the fact that he finds Slimewar as well. Like, if he doesn't find Slimewar out of his flip turn, he just loses the game.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. But
So,
like we said, definitely favourable matchup for hand 4, I think, or very likely to be. But I do think the sideboard is going to change things for both players. Let's take a look.
Absolutely, yeah. So Yona basically has 2 hyperspace disaster in his sideboard, which is going to be the key card to kind of close out the game, to stabilize the game. Other than this, not much going on. Yeah, I don't think he wants Galen Urso out of aspects. I don't think he wants Bazine. No. So all the other cards are basically anti-control cards. So just the 2 hyperspace disaster is all he has.
Yeah, and in a 60-card deck, there is no guarantee you're going to have that when you need it.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's another problem as well. So let's take a look at Celine. What does she have in the sideboard? So obviously the 2 disabling fighters are going to be a big deal, because obviously getting rid of all those entrench and the condemn is kind of a big deal.
Oh yeah.
Other than that, 1 copy of Jam Communication is going to be very, very good to get rid of either the Hyperspace Disaster or even Super Laser Blast.
Yep.
So 3 really good cards and 2 really good cards, and also it's 2 really good cards in a 30-card deck, while
50-card deck. Yeah.
In a 50-card, sorry, while Yona is gonna have 2 cards in a 60-card deck. So overall, I feel like the matchup should get slightly better for Celine after sideboard, actually.
Yeah, I think so too. And like we said, I think we were already favoured. The hand 4 was already favoured, and then already a game up. This is a really, really strong position to be in for Celine.
Yeah, or maybe the Hyperspace Disaster is such a big deal that it's not accurate, but she also does already have 2 Jam Communication in the main, so she's gonna have a 3rd one being added on top of that.
I think that.
What do you take out here?
Well, honestly, I think the Fangs can just come in for another ship. Sanction Shuttle just does so little in this matchup that I feel like you can
that's
safely
true.
Take that out. Yeah, just take out the Sanction Shuttle. Honestly, you could probably take out all 3 copies and just bring the 2 Fangs and the Jam. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah. I was thinking there's any way. No, maybe you want to play outmaneuver instead of undercover operation. You can justify it.
I think because you take it out for Waylay, right? Take out Waylay, bring in the outmaneuver there instead. I think that's fine. I don't think you need Waylay in this matchup either.
Yeah, Waylay does not much, right? There's no space unit that can block you, really.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe the outmaneuver instead of the Waylays is a good idea. Because
moving to the game now as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for them to set up. But
We're
we're
good
just
to go. Yeah. Let's do it. So, game 2 here of our final match of the day. I hope you've been enjoying it as much as we have. There's been some fantastic games today. We've seen all versions of that. We've seen Palpatine in all different scenarios here, against aggro, against slower decks, against the mid-range decks. Really going through the gauntlet, Palpatine, and just seeing how he fares. And again, I've not been mega impressed with him, but I do think he's definitely performed well enough to show that it's a real deck. You know, it's definitely he's not like an unplayable leader or anything like that. It's just that, yeah, again, it's always that comparison of is he better than other options in those colours. Okay, so he's using the ability turn 1 there. There's very little else you can do with Palpatine on turn 1 other than maybe a Pershing, but outside of that, it's just usually you use the ability, get an extra card. There is the double 1-drop start. Oh, Jam Communications at this stage in the game is not at its best. Yeah, he's going to have to hit Power of the Dark Side there, which really sucks. This is an awful start here for Celine, because not only is Power of the Dark Side, you know, now able to just play and defeat their only turn 1 play, but also gets to draw a card from it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty brutal there, I'd say. What I would say here, though, is that Falcon's a pretty good follow-up, but...
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, being able to deal the extra point damage.
He's going to have to pay the tax, though, so it's always tricky.
Yeah, yeah. No,
it's a card
no Kazuda's here, so you have to actually pay for your Falcons, yeah.
Yep. So, no Great Side, no, very, very little damage on base, very small board. That's where you want to be. And also finds a resupply as well. So, Yona is having the dream start here. Boshek's follow up, though. Looks like she decided to keep the Waylay in the deck. And she finds a plot card.
And there's the 1 plot card again. Every time Palpatine's used that ability that I've seen today, about 6 times, it's always been 1 plot card it's drawn. So I think people are putting in the exact right number of plot cards in their deck based on that.
They're playing all the ones that are playable. So that's the thing, is like plot cards is like you don't have a lot of flexibility in terms of like what you want to play. You play the Slimore, you play the Palps, you play the Cat Banes, you play First Light, and that's about it.
We've seen a few people cut some of them, right? I think there are enough that you get to cut 1 or 2. But yeah, you don't get to cut many of them. Yeah. And we see, I mean, as much as this has been a really good start for Palpatine, I don't actually hate the position that Celine is in here. I mean, at the end of the day, she's coming into a flip turn now. If she can have a good flip turn here, I think it will put her in a really good position.
She drew some cards from Boshek, and she does have at least 1 plot cards, because we saw Wrong Ride. So for sure she's gonna have a decent flip turn, but how good is it going to be? That's the question.
Yeah, indeed.
Vigilance coming out, so yeah, that is really well played here, because that's going to deny the leader deployment into anything. If he wants to deploy as a pilot, he's going to have to override the Boshek.
Yeah, and this is the problem that we see with these pilot cards in pilot leader decks. Sometimes you just put in a position where you can't deploy, and the deck gets so much weaker.
Yeah, she might want to delay the deploy, though. It's not the end of the world if you deploy the turn after, I guess.
Well, every turn that delays, we're getting a turn closer to hyperspace disaster.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, it's funny that the Palpatine flip here really isn't what Celine's scared of. That's almost like not that big a deal. It's more the hyperspace disaster.
Okay, looks like she's going to deploy anyway. Also, she's going to play the plot. Does she have a good plot to play? Because obviously Wrong Ride here doesn't do anything.
Yeah, okay, nice.
Oh, Ferocity.
Properly as well. Okay. Oh, but the Wrong Ride, yeah, okay. So you have the option there, but you don't.
Oh, she can't use the Ferocity right away. Yeah. It's not the best flip. But let's see what she has to play after.
If that Boshek hadn't have been played, like I know he wouldn't have drawn the cards, but like it would have been being able to have something to flip this would have dealt an extra 6 damage.
Oh, nice.
Jam.
Hyperspace disaster, maybe? No. Oh, that's good to get rid of the Ravis Fall, though.
Yeah, but there is still the entrenched in hand, unfortunately.
Oh, and she has nothing else. This is not a great flip turn.
No.
This was not a great flip turn. And yeah, Yona is in a good position now. He has tons of great top decks. And even if he just has to play with what he has enough to stay alive with that entrench.
Yeah. And I mean, talking about like playing bad plot cards just because you need enough plot. This is exactly why I like personally running Sneaking Suspicion in this list, in the hand 4, just so you have enough things to do on the flip turn. You know, even though you're paying 2 resources for +1/+1, like honestly, I think that's absolutely fine because you're effectively drawing a card as well, right? So.
Yeah, but once again, it's an even cost card, so you once again,
Oh,
it's
of
not
course.
good.
Yeah. I mean, how much do we really care about Boshek?
No, you do care a lot. You do care a lot. Like it's
Yeah.
honestly, there's a reason why it's been standard now for a very long time that the only odd cost card you're running is the only even cost card you're running is C3PO. So that shows that at least players who are expert in this deck recognize that it's by far the best.
Usually run as well, right? But yeah, other than that, yeah.
Not even Surprise Strike has been cut, I think. I'm not so sure. I'll double check that. But
And here it is, the Palpatine Swarm again.
Yep. Not doing a whole lot.
No.
But he's going to be able to play. And Slimore, she's not going to do much either. So this deployment is really not that impressive.
Yeah, it really doesn't need to be, though. He's really not under that much pressure. And again, because that's 2 Jammer Communications gone now.
Yeah, but once again, I'm always thinking about what if this was Kylo.
yeah, exactly.
It's sort of been kind of my running gag. Is like, what if this was Kylo?
Yeah.
And it looks like she's still playing Sanctuary Shudder after sideboard.
I wonder what she took out for the Fangs. Unless maybe she didn't put the Fangs in, but I would assume she did.
No, there's no way she didn't put the Fang in. No way.
We've seen, we've seen like all of the kind of, one-offs or all of the more situational cards, I think, pretty much. So I can't think what she possibly took out.
Maybe she did cut some, but not all of them.
Yeah, very possible, yeah.
But anyway, this is a good position to be in for Palp, but it's not over yet. Yeah, the thing for Palp is that we are really late in the game now, and he has only taken 13 damage to base.
Yeah, indeed. But again, just like last game, the inevitability there isn't necessarily there because, unless you get a walker or something like that, like you do have to deal with these spaceships eventually. It's just the problem here is that we've got 2 Jammer Communications already played, and there are now 2 hyperspace disasters, ready to go when they're drawn. And as soon as that card comes down, I think from there on the game will just end.
You can also say a Fang Fighters from Celine would be insane here if she can remove the entrench and get a swing, a 7 swing.
There. Sorry, just enough damage there on the Data Vault, right? We attacked him with the Falcon with the Bolshek on. That's 4 damage, and we only took 2 damage onto the base of Data Vault. So I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, of course, it was the Slimore. Yeah. There we go. We got there in the end. Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, I was saying that if it's a bit late now, but if she finds a Fang Fighters to get rid of the entrench, that also would be a big deal.
It would, yeah.
So she also has some bombs. So if Fang Fighters next turn and there's no hyperspace disaster or super laser blast on the other side from Yona,
yeah.
This will definitely be a win for her, most likely.
Oh yeah. There's definitely a route here. There's for sure a route.
Obviously, I'm putting a lot of ifs here, but
yeah, but it's kind of out of her hands as well, right? There's not really. You just kind of hope you draw the right card and they don't have it. There's not really much more you can do.
Yeah, unless she hasn't sided them in this case, she can only blame herself.
Yeah, like you said, surely they've been brought in. Because the thing is with these Fangs, sometimes Fangs are slightly awkward because, like your opponent, their upgrade gets defeated or whatever it might be. But the thing here is that upgrade is going to sit there forever. You know what I mean? That entrenched is never going anywhere. So if you draw Fang at any point in this game, it's good. Obviously, pre-Hyperspace Disaster / Super Laser Blast. Oh, that's a good point. There are 2 Bolsheks in play. That's a unique upgrade. There can't be 2 of them in play.
Yep.
I think we need to get a judge to
have
look
to
at
defeat
that.
one of them.
Yeah.
And here we go. That's another Vigilance. Not the best, but not terrible either. It looks like this Palp is able to race quite well.
Yeah. And this is where, like you said, potentially bringing in the outmaneuvers might have been useful. But
and it looks like she's going to scoop here.
Yeah, that game did not go the way she wanted at all. Let's hope this entrench gets given back to its rightful.
Yeah, the early game was just a disaster for her.
It was. I mean, just that turn 1, having to go jam plus a 1-drop, and then your opponent having 2 Power of the Dark Side, so you didn't even get to jam away their turn 2 play. Like, yeah, that's just awful. That's really not where you want to be at all. I've played enough Kazuda to know that if you're going 1-drop plus jam, that you need to hit your opponent's only play, or that's just not good enough. Like, just getting rid of their card in hand doesn't do it. You need to make sure that you're actually having an impact on the board. Here we go then, going into, let's see, just getting ready for game 3 then. Now, here's the question. Is there anything that you now re-decide to sideboard in or out? Is there anything in that game that underperformed, overperformed? You think, you know what, I need to make a change again?
Well, I still believe that playing that the section shuttle is wrong, but it did something in that game, so maybe she's gonna
Killed a
keep it.
spy. Yeah, it did. Yeah. Not sure it would have mattered to the overall outcome of the game, killing 1 spy, but I suppose
Yeah.
it's technically something. It's kind of funny because that card in some matchups is so unbelievably powerful.
Oh,
If
it's
your opponent's
unbelievable.
like, if they play a ground unit turn 1, you go double 1-drop in space, it's like the best card in the game. And then in other matchups, it's just a 3-cost 2/3 ship. So, yeah.
Undercover operation has also been quite good.
Yeah.
To our credit.
Absolutely. I think I maybe slept on that card a little bit. It seems pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like having to play odd card makes you play odd cards.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. That's like the slogan of the deck, right? Having to play odd cards makes you play odd cards. I like it.
Yeah.
It's cool though. I mean, it's a great deck building restriction, in that they've made it a leader that actually especially with the plot, I think making that difference. You actually care about building your deck in a certain way, and those are the kind of deck building restrictions that are fun. For a cause I believe in has been one that I've just hated for the longest time. So it's nice to see a deck building restriction that actually is fun to make use of. It encourages you to play strange cards instead of just like discouraging you from playing interesting cards, like For a Cause does.
Yeah. I'm still not a big fan of Han as a design, not because of I think this build is really cool. It's just that I just don't like leader pilots. I think leader pilots are really bad for the game, but
100%.
that's a whole different debate.
Yeah.
And we're going to see
once
here.
Again, we've seen so many times now, just the only play turn 1 being just draw an extra card. We do have double 1-drop opening. Okay, so we've checked
Double 1-drop,
now.
and one of those units have 2 attack as well.
Yep, indeed. That box has been ticked now, so that's a good start. Okay. Let's see now. Resupply, yep.
Resupply, okay.
The fastest resupply in the West.
Yep.
Lightning fast into the resources.
You're making it very clear that you got nothing else in your hand.
Yeah, it's true, yeah.
3 damage, and we're going to see a follow-up with, pretty much the best 3-drop you could play at this stage, so solid turns from both players.
Indeed. A good clean game of Star Wars Unlimited. Neither player losing to not having the right cards in the opening turns, or just, their deck beating them.
Yep.
Take down, very fair. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, taking down the Falcon, which obviously is a card you can't keep alive at this stage of the game because it's just too much. It's just too much extra damage with all the pilots you can pile on it. But I have to say, trying to play like a Voltron pilot can be very risky in this matchup, with Rivals Fall being a thing. Slimeball being collected from Palpatine and will be able to be played. That means the flip turn of Palps will do something pretty good.
Indeed.
A-Wing and Fang Fighters with no targets.
Ooh.
Not ideal.
No.
But I'm guessing the problem that she might have is that she might be just not have enough cards to get a good flip. So hopefully she has some good plot cards that she can make use of.
Exactly.
And she's looking through her resources, which probably indicate that she does have some good plot cards.
Yeah, indeed. And like I said, this is the reason why Boshak is important, as you pointed out, because it just helps you to keep that resource chain going. And it looks to me as though Handful Pilot is having some of the same issues that he had last set, right? Even before the plot, like he's still running into some of the same problems where you just run out of cards in hand to actually make use of a good flip turn.
Slimeball coming down. So good. So good in this matchup, this card is. Who do you think Slimeball has a chance to see play outside of Palpatine?
You know what? I like her as a one-off.
In the sideboard.
Yeah, possibly the sideboard, possibly just as a one-off, because much like with Smuggle, you just have to draw her at any point in the game. I could see her going into Kira as a one-off or something, right? Just where, if you draw her at any point in the game, sometimes the situation dictates that you play it, and the kind of toolbox style. I don't mind her as that. I don't think she would go in as a 3-of in the main deck.
If you find another one, that's really lucky, to be fair.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. And as a pilot, that's going to be 2 more damage.
Plenty
damage
of
being
units
applied?
here to deploy the. Should be just 4 more damage, right? Because of the raid one as well. But yeah, there's plenty of.
Yeah, but 2 because of Slime Ores, so.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Did they add the damage?
I think that they did other damage, right? I'm not sure. I didn't quite see
I mean,
that.
you're the damage guy.
Yeah, I'm the damage guy, but I'm not. Yeah, I
Yeah, he didn't add the damage at all. Like he.
Yeah, okay, that's right.
Did he?
Okay, they're just checking that now. Okay, yeah. So there should have been 2 damage in from the A-wing, and then obviously a further 4 damage from the Fang with the hand on it.
Yeah.
So I think that should put us 15. Put Jonas 15. Is that right? 13? Maybe they did other damage. I'm not sure. I didn't quite miss
Yeah,
that.
I'm not 100%.
Well, there you go. We'll leave it to the judges on board to sort that out.
Yeah, both players are great. Like, who are we to say?
Humble casters.
I guess we could just watch the replay, but
yeah. Yeah, again, not the most impactful flip turn. Once again, we still have yet to see any. With the only plot we've seen in all 3 games from Han 4 is the 1 copy of Sudden Ferocity, which he was exhausted for anyway. So, plot really has not shown up this match at all.
Okay, looks like we were right. Oh no.
It wouldn't be a Stars Limited tournament without a debate about live total, right? Like that's standard. I'm just going to quickly check back. You hold down the fort here. I'm going to check back the board.
Yeah, no worries. Seems to be some discussion going on. It's a good position to be in for Palp. He hasn't taken too much damage to space. We know he has outs to get rid of his opponent's board, because he can be playing 3 copies of Super Laser Blast and 2 copies of the Hyperspace Disasters, so he can relatively easily just clean that arena relatively well. And on top of this, he has another Slimore in hand that is probably as resolved by now, which will allow him to get himself a pretty decent Palpatine to flip and once again mitigate a lot of damage. And yeah, Hyperspace Disaster, he's going to be played right away. And I think this is game. Like, obviously, it's a bit too early to concede, but this has been just a dream scenario here for the Palp. Celine not having the best flip turns, and her opponent finding now she's playing the Sanction Shuttle. That is not a good follow-up play. Yeah, Hyperspace Disaster being played for the first time. Another Fang Fighter is being played, and once again, it's very unfortunate because she finds the Fang Fighters when her opponent does not play any upgrades, and when her opponent plays upgrades, she doesn't find the Fang Fighters. That's just really unfortunate.
Yeah, I just went and check back as well manually myself, and the judge did as well. Yeah, the damage was correct. They did apply the 2, so it's all correct.
Okay,
Everything's
awesome.
right. Again, in this situation, 2 extra damage wouldn't really make a difference anyway. But yeah, the Hyperspace Disaster doing exactly what we expected it to do. Honestly, like again, even more impactful than the Palpatine flip. Palpatine flip is just a secondary thing, really. If you can get that basically one-sided Super Laser Blast down, then there's very little you can do to come back from that. And this is, a really important card, I think, for them to print in a situation where pilot leaders, are very strong and could potentially go into the next set being unbelievably strong. I think I'm really happy they printed a card to counteract that.
Yeah, I'm personally very scared that the only form of aggro deck that will exist after rotation are going to be space aggro decks. So it's good that there is at least a punishment for running space decks, and Hyperspace Disaster is the card that we wish we had earlier.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. But better late
Falcon
than never.
follow up. But yeah, the first light here. The fact that he got first light, and this is just nasty. Jam communication coming just too late.
Look at how many cards are in hand for Palpatine. That's unbelievable.
It's nasty.
Yeah. That's the point where I'm like, okay, well, is there a card that
The good news
discards
is like
all
if she
cards?
plays, I think you take out. You can't even take out the most important card. I think Walker is the card you want to discard here, but
Yeah.
honestly, actually Slimore and Walkers are like the two most annoying cards here. But neither of them can be discarded,
yeah.
so Paradox Side is the correct play for sure.
Yeah, your opponent is super laser blasting this board. You're pretty happy with that, honestly.
Yeah, you're like,
that card's
okay.
pretty dead. Yeah. So I think, yeah, you're right there. You have to take the power of the dark side because that can be played alongside a Walker potentially soon. So, yeah.
Yeah, but this is game over. There's no way she wins this game.
No. There's just 14 damage needs to come out here. So what we'd need is a really good aggressive negotiations, but we'd need to swap hands first. That's what we need to do, right? Is there a card that swaps hands with your opponent?
No.
Oh, never mind. Avenger. I'm the space deck.
You know, it's gonna be tough. And Jonah takes the win. So the two favorites for the tournament, which are both Yona and Tim, both of these players are completely still in this tournament.
Yeah. But one of
they're
them is
both-
going to knock the other one out shortly. So
Yeah, that could happen. That could very well happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
The two favorites, they are both in lower brackets, but they are definitely still in this game.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very unfortunate that Tim is going to have to play because I think this is a pretty good matchup for Yona.
Indeed, yeah. But there we go. I think a great game there. We saw, I think we didn't see hand forward its best, but I thought that we saw some of the highlights of the deck. I thought, there was some good play. I think Celine did a great job of just showing off that the deck has some power. It's just those flip turns really didn't end up being, as good as they could have been. And this is the problem, right? The deck building restriction really does put a damper on things because there are a lot of good 2-cost cards that you'd want to play in your deck. And like you said, if you really want to support this Boshek and the hand leader ability, it's really tough. And I think we saw there that inconsistency, can punish you.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't. Especially with plot card, it's hard to believe that the deck is inconsistent. It has even more gas to get into that flip turn than before, and even before the deck was doing relatively consistent. So it's just I think it's just a really bad luck for her. To be fair.
Yeah, I do feel like though, there are turns can get slightly awkward when you're running only odd cost cards. You know what I mean? Those even cost turns can just get slightly awkward sometimes, and you just run out of gas. There's only so many turns where you can play multiple cards. You know what I mean? From Vader, you do run out of cards, and by the time you get to the Vader flip, and it's the same with the hand. Plot are really key. You need. I think Sudden Ferocity honestly might just be a super important card in the deck, and it's a shame that we don't have more cards really of that power level that it can make use of with plot. But yeah, I think the deck's definitely got potential. Both the decks there got potential. Maybe hand 4, maybe even in my opinion, has more potential than Palpatine to end up seeing meta play. But yeah, good match to see there. I think well played from Yona. He fought through again what can potentially be a really tough matchup and managed to find the win.
Yeah, well, I mean, flawless play from him as we expect from him. And let's take a look now at the bracket. So basically tomorrow, right, we're gonna have. So we got 2 games on the third round of the upper bracket. It's gonna be Matthias versus Mario. So what kind of matchup is this? So Matthias is playing a Cassian, the new Cassian from Secrets of Power. He's playing Cassian Yellow, which to be fair, I've actually find Cassian Yellow to be a better deck than Cassian Green in my opinion.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool to see that. He's going to be playing against Mario, who I believe he's on hand 1 green, right?
He is, yeah, hand 1 data vault. Yeah, he is. So he's getting quite a few new cards from the set to try out. He's got a couple of copies of Jar Jar, Ebon Hawk, Captain Typho, all cards that we've seen today. Lightmaker as well. I think that's pretty much it in the main deck. But yeah, so plenty of new cards to try out in hand 1. I don't think there's any card that stands out to me as an amazing upgrade for him, but I think there's lots of little small upgrades that we might see.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing. He has a very, very unique take on the deck. He's playing kind of he's very heavy on space. He's not running any of the he's not running Mina Bonteri, for example.
Yeah.
So it's because he's playing. I think he's playing too much yellow. It's also that he's also funny that he's playing the Marauder over the over the blue ace. We just literally have a 4-mana 4/5 ambush in the game now,
Yeah.
but I still prefer to play Marauder instead.
Interesting. Very interesting. Well, that will be the game that we'll start with on stream tomorrow. So plenty of things to stew over. Obviously, the deck lists are public as well. You can see them in the link for the stream. So if you want to have a look over that, maybe even run through some test games yourself. I'm sure both these players will be doing that tonight to prepare for tomorrow. And yeah, you'll be able to tune in with us tomorrow. And
Yeah.
that'll
So
be
then
what
we have.
time, Pierre?
Not so sure. Maybe Edouard is gonna tell us.
11
what
a.m.
time?
Central European time, I believe.
Yeah. Just want to go over the other matchup really quick. So Edward is playing Han Blue Force, who pulled off a miraculous win against Tim in the late state of the game with his Blue Force. That was really probably the best game we've seen today.
Yeah.
And he's going to be facing off Nikos, who is running what again Han 4 red, but this time with Stark in town instead of the 30 HP base, and he's also running Lightmaker, which I think Celine was not running. Lightmaker, by the way, is seeing a lot of play. Probably the legendary that sees the most play after Padme, after the Queen Amidala.
Yes, you might be right. Yeah, I mean, there's really not much competition in terms of legendaries, but yeah, that's I think that ended up being one of the stronger ones of the set. And honestly, I don't think it's like amazing or anything either. I think it just goes more to show the weakness of the legendaries. But yeah, certainly a pretty powerful card. You know, it turns out 7 power is quite a lot when you're playing an aggressive deck.
Yep. Then there's going to be Then we're going to have Tim, who is going to be playing against whoever lose on round 4, and Jonah will also play against whoever lose on round 4. So obviously we're going to be focusing on those 2 matchups, and then the semi-final will happen, and then whoever. So that's going to be super interesting. Thank you.
It's going to be, I think, what is that? Another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds potentially tomorrow as well. So plenty of Stars Limited to see tomorrow as well, guys. So make sure you tune in for that.
Yeah, thank you so much for being with us, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, and bye-bye.
See you later, guys.